Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Attribute points obtained. 255. Su-Mu stared at the panel for only a second before making his decision. No hesitation. He directly poured 5 points into Breath of the Sun. The moment the points were assigned, his entire mind exploded with information. Not words, not explanations, but real experience. Countless memories of training, countless breaths, countless stances, countless moments of pain, failure, correction, and breakthrough. It was as if someone had forced decades of practice into his brain in an instant. Su-Mu's body swayed. A sharp pain pierced his temples like needles digging into his skull, making his vision blur. For a moment, it felt like his head was about to crack open, but the pain didn't come alone. It came with understanding. As the agony surged through him, the knowledge fused perfectly into his body. In that instant, Su-Mu's grasp of the Breath of the Sun rose to a terrifying level, like he had refined it for a lifetime. Ha-hoo-hoo. After the needle-like pain finally faded, Su-Mu steadied his breathing, and then he noticed something else. His whole body felt different. Lighter, sharper, stronger, so strong that he had the illusion that he could punch a wall and bring down an entire building. Su-Mu narrowed his eyes. He knew that feeling well. It wasn't real confidence. It was the false sense of invincibility that came from sudden growth in strength. I need to adapt to this power fast, he muttered softly, then glanced at the panel out of habit. Constitution, 399, normal adult is 1. Agility, 399, normal adult is 1. Strength, 399, normal adult is 1. Spirit, 399, normal adult is 1. Skill, Breath of the Sun, 71100, attribute points obtained. 05. Su-Mu froze slightly. Something was off. According to the system's previous rule, adding points into Breath of the Sun should feed back into his body, raising his basic stats further. With 25 points, his overall attributes should have crossed 4 easily, but instead, they were stuck at 399, like an invisible wall was blocking them. Su-Mu's gaze turned cold. That shouldn't happen. He lowered his head, thinking fast. No, I need to confirm. The next moment he left the house quietly. He remembered there was a violent criminal nearby, someone who had caused trouble more than once. If he wanted answers, he needed a test. Soon Su-Mu arrived at the man's home. Boom! One kick. The door snapped open as he broke in. Inside, the villain was a fat man sleeping like a pig, completely unaware. Su-Mu didn't give him the chance to wake. A flash of motion. A clean kill. The woman in the room didn't even have time to scream before she met the same fate. A cold, mechanical voice rang out immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, you killed a human and gained 01 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you killed a human and gained 01 attribute points. Su-Mu didn't even blink. He immediately added the 0. 2 points into Breath of the Sun again. A small wave of training insight flowed into him, but he ignored it. His eyes were locked on the panel. This time he saw it clearly. The moment Breath of the Sun increased, his 4 basic stats flickered. As if they wanted to rise, but something stopped them. They trembled at 399, unable to break through. Su-Mu's expression darkened. What the hell is this? He stood there, silent for a long time. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, he couldn't find a clean answer, but slowly a possibility formed. A limit, a ceiling, a boundary set by the body itself. Humans had limits not because of effort, not because of talent, but because their bodies were built that way. Have I reached the limit of a human body? Su-Mu raised his head, eyes sharp. And if that's the case, then no matter how much I increase the Breath of the Sun, it won't push my body past its natural limit. His fists tightened. If his guess was correct, then raising Breath of the Sun alone could no longer keep boosting his physical stats. Then another idea came. If Breath of the Sun can't push my body anymore, then what if I raise the body directly? Before learning Breath of the Sun, Su Mu had upgraded his physical stats the normal way. He only switched to upgrading Breath of the Sun because it was more cost-effective. But now that method was hitting a wall. If I want to test this, I'll need another villain. Su Mu looked up at the sky. The sun was already rising. It's too risky to move again now. I'll wait until night. His voice fell into silence. His body vanished into the shadows. Not long after, Tanjiro stepped into the yard. He saw Su Mu training under the morning light, repeating movements again and again with absolute seriousness. Tanjiro's heart tightened. In his eyes, Su Mu wasn't just talented. He progressed faster than anyone, and yet he still worked harder than anyone. That pressure hit Tanjiro like a wave. I can't fall behind. Tanjiro clenched his fists. I have to work harder. After a while, Su Mu gradually gained more control over the explosive strength in his body. When he noticed Tanjiro, he stopped and spoke with a small sigh. Tanjiro, you're up early again. Tanjiro lowered his head, then looked up with firm eyes. Compared to Uncle, I'm still far behind. Uncle is strong, but Uncle works even harder, so I have to learn from you. Su Mu paused. He realized Tanjiro misunderstood. This wasn't hard work for progress. This was him trying to stabilize power that came too fast, but Su Mu didn't correct him. If Tanjiro wanted to train harder, that was only a good thing. In this world, strength wasn't a bonus, it was survival. Su Mu gave Tanjiro a few calm words of encouragement, then continued training himself. He still couldn't fully control the new power inside him. About 15 minutes later, a tall man in a monk's robe stepped into the yard. It was Hajime Kyoyume. The moment Su Mu saw him, his eyes lit up. Perfect timing, a breakthrough needed testing, and nothing helped control power faster than real combat. Master, Su Mu greeted. Hajime Kyoyume stopped and looked at him. Makoto-kun, what is it? I gained some insight today, Su Mu said calmly, clasping his fists. I want to ask Master for guidance. Hajime nodded with a gentle smile. It seems last night's scene truly moved you. Su Mu smiled lightly but didn't deny it. Instead, he raised his hand. The air shifted. Whoosh! In the next instant, Su Mu's figure blurred. He appeared directly in front of Hajime Kyoyume and struck with an open palm. Hajime had fought him before and understood Su Mu's strength. He could feel it immediately. This palm was heavier than last time, stronger. Sharper, but Hajime didn't panic. He simply raised his own palm to meet it head-on. Boom! Their palms collided in midair. The shockwave cracked through the yard like thunder. Boom! Their palms crashed together midair, producing a deep, muffled shock. The pressure from that collision instantly exploded outward, turning into a wild gust that swept across the courtyard like a sudden storm. Tanjiro, who was standing nearby, was hit straight in the face. The wind stung his eyes so badly that he had to shut them tightly, his sleeves fluttering loudly as he staggered back. Hajime Kyoyume had not used his full strength. Even so, the moment their palms met, a terrifying force surged into his arm. His hand went numb. His footsteps slid back several steps before he managed to stabilize himself, the ground beneath his sandals cracking slightly from the impact. A faint flush appeared on his face, not from exertion but from shock. Hajime stood still, facing Su Mu, disbelief spreading across his expression. In their last spar, he had already measured Su Mu's strength, but today it was on a completely different level. Hajime Kyoyume had polished his body for years, pushing it to the very edge of what a human could achieve. Even demons with their monstrous physiques couldn't easily overpower him in pure strength. Yet just now, in a direct clash of palms, he had been pushed back. If he used his full power, he might be able to match Su Mu. But even then, it would be no more than equal. Hajime's white eyes sharpened, his calm voice gaining a hint of seriousness. Again, the next second his tall figure moved. In an instant he crossed the distance like a shadow and struck out with another palm. Su Mu's eyes narrowed. That's what I want too. He laughed lightly and stepped forward to meet him head-on. Neither of them used weapons. No swords, no chains, no axes, just fists, palms, knees, elbows, pure close combat. Su Mu knew how terrifying Hajime was, so he didn't hold back at all. Every strike he threw was heavy, fast, and sharp. For a moment, dust filled the courtyard. The two figures moved like raging beasts, and every time a foot landed, the ground cracked. Every palm strike carried a sound like thunder slamming into wood. The yard quickly became a mess of broken dirt and scattered stones. Tanjiro stood outside the center of the fight, hands clenched so tightly his fingers turned pale. At first he could still track their movements. But soon their speed climbed higher and higher. Their bodies blurred, clashing again and again in rapid bursts. Tanjiro's eyes couldn't keep up anymore. So strong! He whispered without realizing it. Only now did he truly understand what kind of strength his uncle possessed, and at the same time, he realized something else. The monk standing against Sumyu was even stronger. Haimjima fought for a while, and the more they exchanged blows, the more his heart shook. Sumyu's physical quality, his strength, his speed, his endurance, none of it was weaker than Haimjima's. That fact alone was enough to terrify anyone, because Haimjima knew how he had reached this level. Years of suffering, years of training, years of walking through blood and pain until his body became a weapon. And Sumyu had somehow reached a similar level in a frighteningly short time. Still, there was one weakness. Sumyu only had raw power. Outside of physical ability, his technique was still rough, his judgment was inexperienced, his control was unstable. Against someone weaker than him it would be enough, but against someone on the same level he would be crushed. Haimjima calmly dodged a heavy palm from Sumyu, then stepped in smoothly. His hand struck like a hammer. Boom! His palm landed cleanly on Sumyu's back. Sumyu's body jerked forward, his steps stumbled. He took several unstable strides trying to recover, but his balance was gone. He dropped to the ground with a hard impact. Sumyu pushed himself up, brushing dirt from his clothes. He didn't rush in again. Instead, he sighed, a mix of frustration and acceptance in his eyes. I lost. There was no point denying it. His strength wasn't inferior. But in a fight, strength alone was not victory, and it was obvious Haimjima had held back the entire time. Haimjima clasped his hands together. Mujin's improvement is truly shocking. The tone was calm, but inside he was already deeply shaken. Then Haimjima continued, voice steady but sharp. However, you possess great strength, but you can't bring out even 1/10 of it properly. It's a pity. His words weren't mocking, they were honest. Sumyu's movements were too direct, his attack patterns were too obvious, his use of power was too wasteful. If he faced an opponent weaker than him, he could win. But against someone equal or slightly stronger, he would lose every time. To Haimjima, Sumyu's current level was clear. Even if their physiques were close, he could defeat 10 Sumyu without difficulty. Because skill and experience turned the body into a true weapon. In a real life-or-death battle, Haimjima could kill him within 2 moves. Strength and control were 2 completely different things. Sumyu nodded seriously. Thank you, master, for guiding me. He wasn't offended. If anything, he felt even more uncomfortable now because he had sensed it during the fight. His power wasn't weaker, yet he stayed completely passive. It even felt like every attack he tried was already seen through. That helpless feeling made his chest tighten. Sumyu took a breath, then spoke again. In the future, I hope Master can advise me more. Haimjima nodded without hesitation. No problem. He was amazed by Sumyu's growth, and more importantly, he now truly hoped Sumyu could join the Demon Slayer Corps. Before, Haimjima had strongly opposed Sumyu becoming a high-ranking member too quickly, because every strong swordsman in the Corps had climbed through blood and fire. To suddenly place someone at the top without proving themselves would create resentment, and it would be irresponsible to the Corps itself. Ghost hunting was not a game. One mistake meant death. No one wanted a leader who was weak or reckless. After that, the two continued talking in the courtyard. Mostly Haimjima spoke, calmly pointing out Sumyu's flaws from the spar, and Sumyu listened quietly, absorbing every word. Time passed slowly. Then at some point 2 young women appeared at the gate. Both wore white mourning clothes. One was slightly taller, the other slightly shorter. Their faces looked similar, delicate and refined, with the same purple eyes, yet their presence was completely different. The taller one had a gentle, quiet aura. Even with her eyes lowered, she looked dignified, like a noble lady raised with careful manners. The shorter one was sharper, more heroic. She didn't hide her gaze. Her eyes scanned around quickly, and though she tried to look composed, her eyes were swollen and red. She had clearly been crying. Tanjiro walked forward and spoke politely, confused. Excuse me, you two are? The taller girl raised her head slightly and spoke softly. Excuse me, does Mr. Hajime Kyoyume live here? Tanjiro blinked and nodded. You mean the master? He's talking with my uncle right now. The taller girl's voice remained gentle. Could you take us to meet Mr. Hajime Kyoyume? Her tone was like warm spring sunlight, soft, calm, yet strangely firm. Tanjiro didn't agree immediately. I'll go ask. The taller girl bowed slightly. Thank you, sorry to trouble you. Tanjiro waved his hands in panic. No, it's fine. He quickly turned and hurried inside. Not long after, Tanjiro told Hajime that two girls outside wanted to see him. Hajime clasped his hands together. No. He let out a quiet sigh. Please tell them I'm not feeling well. Tanjiro lifted his head, a little confused, but he didn't ask questions. He simply nodded and turned to deliver the message. Once Tanjiro left, Sumyu couldn't help speaking. Master, why won't you meet them? If they came to the door, they must have something important. Why not at least hear them out? Hajime shook his head slowly. There is no need. I already understand their story. They want to walk the path of hunting demons. His voice grew heavier. But demon hunting is not a heroic road. It is a road of blood, a road of cruelty, a road that eats people alive. The children are still young. They don't understand what it truly means. Letting them step into that world is too cruel. Sumyu looked at him carefully, then said quietly, Master, you don't hate children like you pretend. You're actually gentle with them. Hajime's hands remained clasped. He closed his eyes. Maybe. Then his voice dropped, almost like a confession. It's just that I can't face children calmly anymore like I used to, because that memory still hadn't faded. The memory of him fighting a demon desperately to protect a child, only for that same child to accuse him. To call him a murderer. Even now when he recalled it, he still couldn't forget it. Sorry. Master Hajime Kyoyume is ill and may not be able to see you. Tanjiro came to the door and spoke to the two of them. Hearing Tanjiro say this, the tall sister lowered her head slightly and said nothing. She just stood there stubbornly, as if waiting for Hajime Kyoyume to come out. The short sister looked unconvinced and clenched her fists unconsciously. I just saw Hajime Kyoyume outside the door still sparring with others. How could she be feeling unwell, hearing this? Tanjiro couldn't help but have a look of embarrassment on his face. After all, what the other party said was indeed right. Hajime Kyoyume was indeed sparring with his uncle just now. And Tanjiro was obviously not used to lying yet. At this moment the face is a little red. I'm going to see Mr. Hajime Kyoyume, the shorter sister spoke again. After speaking, she pulled her sister and rushed into the house. Tanjiro stopped him quickly. The short girl stopped. Perhaps it was because she cried for too long last night. At this moment their eyes were still slightly red. And she looked at Tanjiro with a bit of anger. Why are you stopping us? If it's Hajime Kyoyume, if you are really sick, why don't we just go and visit you? The girl's voice was clear. But the sadness and determination hidden in her eyes made Tanjiro feel uncomfortable in the way. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the smaller sister had already dragged her elder sister into the room. Sunai came to Sumyu and Hajime Kyoyume who were talking. Looking at the sisters who broke in, Hajime Kyoyume couldn't help but clasp her hands and closed her eyes. As for Hajime Kyoyume, he doesn't really want to have anything to do with the children. So when he rescued the two of them last time, he didn't say a word to them and he didn't even name them. Ask me. The shorter sister wanted to speak as soon as she arrived, but was pulled behind her by the taller sister. Please forgive us for barging in unexpectedly. The older sister lowered her head slightly. I am Kachukani. And this is my sister Kachu Shinobu. Being pulled behind his sister and introduced in this way, Kachu Shinobu also lowered his head slightly, looking a little uncomfortable. Hajime Kyoyume still closed his eyes, folded his hands, and was very silent. It seems that he doesn't want to have much to do with the sisters. Or in other words, he doesn't really want to have anything to do with the child. I asked the yin who placed us that day. It was my husband who saved my sister and I from the ghosts. At that time, my sister and I were immersed in the fear of ghosts and failed to thank you for being free from ghosts. You saved me in your hands. Thank you for saving me and my sister. Kachukani's tone is very gentle and her voice is very clear. like flowers blooming in the snow. Thank you for saving my sister. Kachu Shinobu behind him also followed his sister in saying thank you. It seems that this girl is very young. But she is a strong girl in character, thank you very much. My parents' funeral was also carried out smoothly under the arrangements of Yin. All of this is thanks to my husband, I am really grateful. After hearing the words of Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu, Himejima Kyoyume still clasped his hands and recited the scriptures silently. He knew that these sisters were not just here to express their gratitude. For a while Himejima Kyoyume opened her eyes. And her white eyes fell on the two sisters. You are here with gratitude. But you may not be without resentment in your heart. Himejima Kyoyume made the Kachu sisters slightly stunned. After a while, the sister Kachukani said in confusion, it was Mr. Himejima Kyoyume who saved my sister and I from the hands of the ghost. We thanked him before it was too late. How can you resent Mr. Himejima Kyoyume? Himejima Kyoyume shook his head. You thank me for saving you from the ghost. This is not wrong, but at the same time, you also resent me and hate me for not showing up in time. If I showed up in time, maybe your father-mom will not die. And if I show up in time, I may even save your parents from the hands of the ghost. Sister Kachu was stunned and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. What if there is no trace of complaint in your heart? That must be false after being rescued. The two imagined many times that if Himejima Kyoyume could have appeared in time, their parents would not be eaten by ghosts, and their parents would not die to protect them, perhaps no. Their family is still happily sitting at the table, eating warm meals together, listening to their mothers nagging and their father, who always looks at them with a stern face, but looks at them very tenderly. But all this happiness has long been destroyed, along with the taste of blood. Such happiness can never come back again, Mr. Himejima Kyoyume, we have no intention of resenting you. Kachukani spoke hurriedly. We only hate the evil spirits who took away our happiness. Kachu Shinobu also said immediately. Himejima Kyoyume waved his hand. No, you may think so. But as time goes by, you will start to blame me for not saving your parents earlier. Perhaps you will feel that the death of your parents is related to me. Related, Himejima Kyoyume sighed softly, thinking of his own sad past, and clasped his hands together. Children are such creatures. If Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu wanted to say anything more, Himejima Kyoyume had already waved his hand. It's my job to kill ghosts. So I don't mind being grateful. And I don't mind being resentful, I would mind too much. As for your purpose of coming, I'm probably clear about it. But I'm sorry I can't agree to it. After saying that, Himejima Kyoyume stood up and returned directly to the room. And the door was closed accordingly. Seeing all this, Sister Kachukani couldn't help biting her lip and said nothing. The younger Kachu Shinobu clenched his fists and even said unwillingly, we haven't said anything yet. How do you know our purpose? Why don't you listen to us? I just want revenge, that's all. Isn't it possible? The door to the room was closed. But nothing changed because of Kachu Shinobu's words. Go back, Master doesn't want you to take that path. Because doing so will deprive you of your future. Sumiu also spoke at this time. He was probably clear about Himejima Kyoyume's thoughts. Obviously, Himejima Kyoyume did not want the two of them to go down the path of ghost hunting. Although the parents of the Kachu sisters were killed by evil spirits, Himejima Kyoyume still hopes that they will forget all this. Forget these sorrows, and live an ordinary life like ordinary people. Could it be that if we want revenge and take the road of hunting evil ghosts, we will have no future? Dezhao Hao. Kachu Shinobu raised his head and looked at Sumiu with clenched fists. His eyes were still slightly red from crying last night. Obviously, the girl was not satisfied with Sumiu's answer. Sumiu looked at Kachu Shinobu and couldn't help but think of the ending of the two sisters in the future. The elder sister was killed by 12 Kazuki's ice ghost Dauma. Before she died, she hoped that her younger sister could quit the Demon Slayer Corps and return to ordinary people. In life, don't take the path of hunting evil ghosts anymore. But my sister Nin rejected her sister's final request before she died and still walked on the path of hunting ghosts. and the Insha was eaten by Dalmath Ice Ghost, while avenging her sister lost. And this is the ending of the future girl, at least. You will have no future after embarking on the path of ghost hunting. Sumyu replied calmly. Looking at the two of them at the same time, go home. I no longer have a home. Kachu Shinobu raised his head and said in a stiff tone, everything has disappeared. My home is gone, now I only have, sister. So what if there is no future? As long as my sister is still here it will be fine. I no longer have a home, everything has disappeared. Nothing for me, there is nothing to lose. Apart from my sister, there is no future for me. Kachu Shinobu gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with anger and flames of hatred. Which was hatred for the evil ghost who took away her happiness. That is the hatred and determination to kill all evil spirits. Sumyu's eyes couldn't help but fall on Kachu Shinobu. Originally, Kachu Shinobu was surrounded by the love of his parents and sister and lived a carefree and happy life. But no, because of the appearance of the evil ghost. Everything has disappeared. Please teach me how to hunt evil spirits. And teach me and my sister how to cut off the necks of evil spirits. Kachu Shinobu's eyes fell on Sumyu and asked seriously. Why you suddenly ask me to teach you? Sumyu withdrew her gaze from Kachu Shinobu and asked calmly. That night I came here just like you, sir. Although I don't know your strength. I think he must be a very powerful swordsman to be able to appear with Mr. Haimjima Kyoyume, Kachu Shinobu asked seriously. Sumyu smiled and did not deny this. But asked, have you really decided to embark on the path of ghost hunting? Already thought about it. As a younger sister, Kachu Shinobu did not hesitate. As for 913's elder sister, Kachu Kani was a little hesitant and couldn't help but glance at her sister. Those purple eyes were full of worry for her. Obviously, there are still doubts in my sister's mind. Sumyu did not answer Kachu Shinobu immediately, but looked at Kachu Shinobu for a while before continuing, although I am not a ghost hunter. Based on my understanding of ghost hunters, I know that hunting ghosts is not a simple road, but a road full of blood. This road may be stained with the blood of evil spirits, or it may be your own. On this journey, you may have to experience constant losses, losing teammates who fight together, and losing people you want to protect during ghost hunting. When saying this, Sumyu's voice softened slightly. You may even lose your sister 17. Can you bear all this? As his words fell, Kachu Shinobu's body trembled visibly. For Kachu Shinobu, everything else can be lost, but the only thing he cannot lose is his sister. For Kachu Shinobu now, the most important thing is her sister, and she will never allow anyone to take her sister away from her. So go back and think about it seriously. He patted Kachu Shinobu on the shoulder. Hunting ghosts is not a simple thing. Maybe forgetting all this might be a good choice for you. Become an ordinary person. Have the happiness of an ordinary person, forget all the pain, and welcome a new life. Go back now and think about it carefully, he said softly. Sumyu looked at the lost figures of the Kachu sisters leaving with calm eyes. Some things were already destined. The hatred for evil spirits, no matter what. Kachu Shinobu could not let go. And her sister Kachu Kani could not let her sister go. People walk on this path of hunting ghosts, so it is destined that the Kachu sisters will eventually join the Demon Slayer Corps. Uncle, is ghost hunting really so dangerous? Just as Sumyu was thinking, Tanjiro's voice appeared. Interrupting his thinking, Sumyu turned back, looked at Tanjiro, and patted Tanjiro's shoulder slightly. Ghosts are cruel. And ghosts are even more terrifying if they don't have enough strength. This is why my uncle said that I urge Tanjiro to train well. I hope that Tanjiro can control the power of life and death by himself, instead of leaving these rights in the hands of evil spirits. Because don't pray that your enemies will be kind to you. And don't pray that your enemies won't hurt the people you care about. If you are a weak person who cannot even take the lead, you can only let others take advantage of you. All weak people have only one ending, and that is being stepped on by the strong. After hearing this, Tanjiro had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Kachu Kani took the lost Kachu Shinobu back to his place of residence. Back here, Kachu Shinobu has been sitting there, very silent. She is not afraid of any difficulties or pain she encounters on the way to hunt ghosts. Because there is nothing more painful than losing happiness. But she was afraid of losing her sister too, now. She also only has a sister. After losing my sister, I have nothing, forget all this. Live an ordinary life like ordinary people. And maybe you will have your own ordinary happiness. Kachu Shinobu murmured and couldn't help but raise his head and look at his sister. Kachukani just gently hugged her sister Kachu Shinobu, feeling the sadness in her sister's heart. She felt extremely distressed in her heart as a sister. The death of her parents made her equally painful. But as a sister, she must take good care of her remaining sister. Sister, tell me, can I forget everything? Can I avoid it all? Kachu Shinobu buried his little head in his sister's arms and asked softly. Kachukani didn't know how to answer his sister's question, so he could only gently stroke his sister's head with his hand, hoping that this would relieve his sister's inner pain. Dad, mother were killed right in front of my eyes. Eaten by ghosts right in front of my sister. How can I forget such a scene? And how can I pretend that nothing happened? How can I deceive myself, pretend to forget all this, and then achieve the happiness of ordinary people? Even if I really find the happiness of ordinary people, do I need such happiness? Kachu Shinobu raised her head and looked at her sister, hoping that her sister could give her an answer. Facing his sister's eyes, Kachukani didn't have any answer. He just gently stroked his sister's hand. Father and mother both hope that Zin can live happily and have a happy future. Kachukani originally wanted to say that her sister also hoped that Nin could be happy. But she was interrupted by Nuo crying and yelling, "Dad! No one knows what Mom hopes for." Kachukani's heart suddenly seemed to be entangled in pain at this moment. There is the pain of leaving my parents. And there is also pity for my sister. Sister, I want to join the Demon Slayer squad. I want to hunt evil ghosts. I can't forget the scene where my father and mother were eaten by evil spirits in front of my eyes. I will never forget it. I must hunt evil ghosts. Only by hunting evil ghosts can I relieve the pain in my heart. And only by killing all the evil ghosts can my hatred disappear. Kachu Shinobu clenched his fists and spoke seriously. No matter what, my sister will support my sister. Kachukani gently stroked her sister's head. Sister, I am the only one left. I can no longer live without my sister. Kachu Shinobu's heart trembled. He raised his head and looked at his sister. However, I am afraid of losing my sister. I am not afraid of giving up my life, but I am afraid of not having my sister. Kachukani gently stroked her sister's head. A sister is just like a sister. So none of us can leave each other, even if you take the path of ghost hunting. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu looked at each other and couldn't help but hold their hands together. Let's hold hands together and never separate. After sending Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu away, Sumiu also stopped by to buy some breakfast in a nearby street. After all, Kamado AI had been with him last night, so he probably wouldn't be able to get up and make breakfast in the morning. After all, it's a lot of trouble putting the breakfast she bought on the table. Sumiu went to the door of Lihualuo Kano's room and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. A girl with bare white feet stood in front of him. Her gentle long hair was spread loosely. She had probably just gotten up from the bed. She was wearing very cool clothes, and her exposed skin was as white as snow. The only pity is that I am too thin after all. I have experienced long-term malnutrition before, and it will take time to fully recover. Sumiu casually touched Lihualuo Kano's little head, and then knocked. Kano has also learned to sleep in. The chestnut flowers fell. Kano raised his head and looked at him with his pink-purple eyes. Looking dazed, Sumiu smoothly shaved the other person's cute little nose, and then asked him to sit down in front of the dressing table. This morning, Aunt Kyuji couldn't get up and could comb your hair. So I came to comb your hair, Lihua fell. Kano was sitting in front of the dressing table. Hearing Sumiu's words, he couldn't help but tilt his head and looked at Sumiu with a little doubt. It seems a little strange why Aunt Kyuji can't get up. In Lihualuo Kano's eyes, Aunt Kyuji is the most hardworking. Under normal circumstances, she gets up very early. Occasionally, when she wakes up late, it seems. looking at the pink-purple eyes in the mirror and blinking slightly. Su-Mew also knocked the girl on the head. Don't think too much. The girl blinked her pink-purple eyes. After Su-Mew knocked Kano's little head. Without saying anything, she began to comb the girl's hair. After these days of rest, Kano's hair quality has improved a lot, and it feels much softer when touched. After picking up the comb and combing Kano into a double ponytail, Su-Mew found Kano's shoes and urged Kano not to go barefoot. Then she took Kano's hand to the living room. In the living room, everyone was eating the breakfast he bought, and Nezuko was taking small bites with a spoon. When he saw the uncle leading Kano out, his pretty little brow furrowed slightly. Ever since Kano came to this family, her uncle has pampered her more and more. But he is not as doting on her as before, which makes Nezuko have some small opinions in his heart. However, it is impossible for her to be angry with Kano. After all, the other person is already very pitiful. I can only bury everything in my heart. This made Nezuko feel uncomfortable inside. Eat well. Su-Mew patted Lihuayo Kano's head and said softly, Lihua fell. Kano remained silent as usual, and Su-Mew was used to it. Su-Mew also sat down on the seat next to her and started eating. After eating, she picked up another breakfast and returned to her room. He didn't forget Kamado Ai, who couldn't get up in the morning. As soon as Su-Mew entered the house, she saw Kamado Kyuji tidying up the room and putting away all the torn wedding dresses. The dirty white silk gloves were also put away. Seeing Kamado Kyuji also picking up the gloves, Su-Mew couldn't help but frowned. Next time, the gloves will have to be changed. Kamado couldn't help but raise his head and glance at Mujun. Although he thought it was a waste after all. Such white silk gloves were quite expensive. But since it was Mujun's opinion, he had to obey it. Therefore Kamado nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, Su-Mew was also happy in her heart. What he liked most about Kamado Kyuji was this kind of cuteness. The feeling of having him as your master. When Kamado Kyuji had almost tidied up the room, Su-Mew also waved to Kamado Kyuji. Kamado immediately walked up to him obediently like a cat, with a pair of beautiful eyes gleaming. Su-Mew stroked Kamado Kyuji's black hair and gently pressed her head. Hey. My pants seem a little dirty, please wipe them for me. Kamado gave her a slight glare, then lowered his head obediently, and gently wiped the clothes on his pants with his hands. Su-Mew breathed a sigh of relief. After Kamado Kyuji cleaned his clothes, he also let Kamado Kyuji eat the breakfast he brought. At the same time, he took out a piece of silk cloth and gently wiped it clean on Kamado Kyuji's lips. Look, your mouth is a little dirty. At the same time, he gently wiped away the moved tears from the corners of Kamado Ai's eyes with his hands. MRMU knows how to bully me. Kamado lowered his head slightly. His face was red, and his throat seemed to hurt a little. Of course I'm going to bully you. Su-Mew looked at Kamado Kyuji seriously. Moreover, I will bully him for the rest of my life. Feeling Su-Mew's serious eyes listening to these words, Kamado felt warm inside. Mr. Mew, you will say things that make the world angry. Kamado lowered his head and muttered quietly, then sat at the table and began to eat the breakfast he brought in small bites. Su-Mew was sitting next to her, gently stroking Kamado Ai's waterfall-like black hair, and suddenly thought of Nezuko's pair of ponytails. While watching Kamado Kyuji eating her meal in small bites, Su-Mew said indifferently, Mrs. Kyuji, can your hair be styled into twin tails? Hearing Mujun's question, Kamado Ai paused for a moment, then whispered, my hair is a bit long and I can't comb it into double ponytails. Otherwise it will just become two long braids. Hearing this, Su-Mew felt slightly disappointed. Mukun, do you like twin tails? Seemingly sensing Makoto's emotions, Kadi asked in a low voice, I'm kind of liking the twin tails lately. Su-Mew smiled. Kamado listened and lowered his head slightly. If Mujun likes it, I will cut off some of the long hair tomorrow and comb it into double ponytails for Mujun. After hearing this, Su-Mew shook her head. Although I like the hair with twin tails, I also like Mrs. Kyuji's long hair reaching her waist. Hearing what Mujun said, Kamado couldn't help but frown. Obviously, Mujun's request put her in trouble. Mukun, why do you suddenly like twin tails? Kamado's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Sumyu approached Kamado AI and whispered in his earlobe, "The main reason is that Nezuko looks so cute these days with her hair in twin tails. I just thought what would Mrs. Jai look like with her hair in twin ponytails when she was a child? Is it the same as the twin tails Nezuko wears? After all, Sui Doozy looks a lot like Mrs. Jai. Night stars are rare." Haimjima Kyoyum approached Sumyu and handed over a long package wrapped in cloth. "Maki-kun, these are the Nichiren blades you asked for." Sumiren. He just asked Haimjima Kyoyume to find him a Nichiren blades a few days ago. He didn't expect it to arrive so soon. He thought it would take some time. Although because of the breath of the sun, he does not necessarily need to use Nichiren blades when dealing with evil spirits. But using Nichiren blades is undoubtedly more convenient when killing evil spirits. Thanks, Sumyu nodded, took the package and at the same time slowly opened the package. As the package was opened, a bright blade of light rippled out in the moonlight. Just by looking at it, I knew it was a good knife. Take the knife out of the package. The whole body of the knife was also exposed. The blade is more than 2 feet and 2 inches long. The handle is 7 inches long. The back of the knife is very wide and the blade is very thick. There are 2 long and short blood grooves 990 on both sides of the blade. This was specially made according to Mujun's request. The swordsmith there also wrote a letter saying that the requirements for such a sword are very different from those of other swordsmen. Haimjima Kyoyume said. Sumyu smiled. Most of the Nichiren blades used by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps were similar to samurai swords. And the sword he wanted was more similar to the Ming Dynasty's Ziachun sword. Sumyu gently brushed the blade with her hand, feeling the coldness emanating from the blade. Good knife, he couldn't help but marvel. And at the same time sighed with a bit of pity. I already have the sword, but I lack something to sacrifice it to. Haimjima Kyoyume couldn't help but smile after hearing this, just in time. The nearby hermit has recently investigated several places where evil spirits are suspected to be active. Mukun, why don't you sacrifice your sword to evil spirits today? Sumyu raised her head, glanced at Haimjima Kyoyume, and couldn't help but smile. I think so too. Under the light of the moon, the two walked very fast. I heard from the hermit that there are suspected evil spirits that often appear in the temple on the mountain ahead. While running quickly, pointing forward, under the bright moon in the sky, Sumyu also saw a temple standing on the mountains in the distance. Although it was dark, she could vaguely see that it was a very tall building. When I got closer, I discovered that the temple's buildings were somewhat dilapidated, and some of the buildings were even crumbling. On the mottled stone bricks on the ground, you can still vaguely see traces of being burned by fire. This used to be a very famous temple nearby. Many people came here to worship every year. However, a fire broke out and almost all the monks in the temple were burned to death. Some pilgrims were also killed in the flames. Since then, this place has become desolate. Haimjima Kyoyume introduces Sumyu. Sumyu nodded. And through the tall buildings, she could vaguely see the lively scenes of the past. It's a pity that the once prosperous and lively place is no longer there as time goes by. The top of the Sumyu building overlooks the entire temple, with the bright moon above its head, and below it are the historical traces left by a fire. He took out a jug of wine from his arms, took a sip and then handed the jug to Haimjima Kyoyume. Master, would you like to take a sip? Monks don't drink alcohol. Haimjima Kyoyume shook his head. I forgot that the master is a monk. Sumyu laughed, took another sip, shook her head and said, the wine is still not strong enough. In life, drinking the strongest wine and riding the most beautiful woman are the most carefree things. Listening to Sumyu's words, Haimjima Kyoyume couldn't help but shake his head. People still need to exercise restraint and self-discipline, especially when hunting evil ghosts like this. If you drink too much and feel dizzy, you may be in trouble. No matter how good the wine is, you still need to maintain self-discipline. After hearing this, Sumyu couldn't help but glance at Haimjima Kyoyume, and then smiled and said, Master, I'm afraid you haven't had a drink before. Never drank. Haimjima Kyoyume shook his head. Some people will become dizzy and unable to do things when they drink, while some people will become more and more clear-headed and energetic after drinking. This person is different after all. Master, if you have time, why not try some wine maybe? Drinking a little can help you forget the depression immersed in your heart. Su Mu took another sip and then threw the bottle out. However, the master is right. No matter how good the wine is, you must maintain restraint. I have learned a lesson after saying that. Su Mu also looked into the darkness in the distance. I seem to have seen some ghosts. This is just the right time to sacrifice the sword to Mr. Mu. Haimjimakyoyum said with his hands clasped together. The two of them walked in the night, using the dim light of night to penetrate deep into the ancient temple. Apart from the sound of insects, it was extremely quiet along the way, as not a single human figure or smoke could be seen. Tap tap tap, heavy footsteps sounded, and a man as strong as a giant bear appeared in the temple. Every time its foot steps on the ground, it makes an extremely dull sound. Night is coming. The evil ghost, who looked like a giant bear-like figure, raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the night sky. It's time for the evil ghost to come out and hunt. Thinking of those human delicacies, the evil ghost couldn't help but start drooling similarly. There are ghost hunters who kill evil spirits and protect humans. A long voice came, but a monk wearing cassocks came out, clasping his hands together as if he was reciting scriptures. Ghost hunter, damn ghost hunter. Seeing the appearance of Haimjimakyoyume, the evil ghost's muscles suddenly tensed up, and his eyes were fixed on the banquet on Menaming Island. As the old rival of the evil spirit, how could the evil spirit not be familiar with the Demon Slayer squad? It was the evil spirit of the evil spirit, and it also felt an extremely strong sense of danger from this monk. Obviously, the monk in front of him is extremely powerful. Just in time. I also want to taste the flesh and blood of a ghost hunter. The evil ghost slightly bared his teeth. His eyes were ferocious, and his body was facing Haimjimakyoyume, lying on the ground like a wild beast, as if he was about to attack Haimjimakyoyume at any time. Just when the evil spirit's full attention fell on a Haimjimakyoyume, brush a ray of autumn-like sword light flashed across. A head flew out, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the head. Then a tall figure walked out from behind the evil ghost. The thrown evil ghost's head rolled down at the feet of the tall figure and was stepped on by him. The evil ghost's scarlet eyes widened at this moment, because the evil ghost had four powerful vitality and was not completely dead. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable. Shameless. A sneak attack, a little woo with no martial ethics." Su Mu couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and kicked the evil ghost's head away with a kick, and sneered at the same time. When it's a matter of life or death, it doesn't matter whether it's despicable or not. As the evil ghost dies, a mechanical sound also sounds in my ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You killed the evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. With the death of the evil ghost, Haimjimakyoyume also opened his eyes at this moment. With a smile on his face, "Mr. Mu, you did a good job." When Su Mu heard this, she also shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I never thought that the master, who I always thought was honest would be such a shameless person." The strategy of sneak attack was naturally formulated by Haimjimakyoyume. No method is too high to hunt evil spirits. Haimjimakyoyume clasped her hands together. Su Mu still agrees with the words of Haimjimakyoyume. To deal with evil spirits, no method is too much in anime. You may see more scenes at night where the ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer Corps fight passionately with evil spirits to protect humans. But in reality, the Demon Slayer Corps does not advocate fighting evil spirits at night. In most cases, the Demon Slayer team will find the place where the evil ghost is hiding, and then wait until daylight comes, and then surround and suppress the evil ghost, exposing the evil ghost to the sun as much as possible instead of using Nichiren blades to kill it. Kill evil spirits. However, as time goes by, evil spirits become more and more cunning, and their hiding places at night become more and more secretive. making it difficult for the Demon Slayer squad to find them. Therefore, ghost hunters are forced to go out at night and obey the evil spirits who hunt at night. After killing the evil ghost, Sumiu also touched the blade with her hand. The blade is slightly cold, with a faint cold glow. After drinking ghost blood, a knife has a slightly different feeling, Sumiu murmured. Himejima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and suddenly raised his eyes. We seem to have fallen into the trap of an evil spirit. Oh, Sumiu was stunned. Whenever evil ghosts haunt human at night, ghost hunters will always appear to kill the evil ghosts in order to protect humans. But there are still evil spirits hiding in the dark places. Hunting ghosts, Himejima Kyoyume sighed softly. Night is not the Demon Slayer's home field. The Demon Slayer's home field is really during the day. Night is the paradise of evil spirits. It seems that this evil ghost travels specifically to lure swordsmen from the nearby Demon Slayer Corps to hunt evil ghosts at night. And unfortunately, we have become the targets of these evil ghosts. Himejima Kyoyume put his hands together and looked at each other. If it were an ordinary ghost hunter, facing the hunting place carefully arranged by evil spirits, it would be difficult to escape, and he would have to become food in the mouth of evil spirits. But for Himejima Kyoyume, the strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, other ordinary evil spirits will not pose a threat to him unless he is facing the waxing moon in 12 Kazuki. Unless enough demons are deployed, evil ghost. But if there are too many evil ghosts, it will definitely attract the attention of the Demon Slayer squad. Such a situation will basically not happen. Of course, everything is uncertain before it happens. Hundreds of years ago, no one expected that Kibutsuji Musen, who had been hiding without a trace, would find the location of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, and then quietly gathered a large number of evil spirits to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. That battle was the most miserable battle of the Demon Slayer Corps. Almost 80% of the senior members of the Demon Slayer Corps were killed by evil spirits. In fact, all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps who practiced the Breath of the Sun were sacrificed. About the Breath of the Sun, the inheritance of practice is also cut off. Sumiu smiled, stroking Nichiren blades with her hand. Just in time. I also want to test whether these Nichiren blades are sharp enough. Unfortunately, there is no wine anymore. Otherwise, I would like to take a sip first. Himejima Kyoyume looked at Sumiu. After this battle, Lu Ming will also have a drink with you. Sumiu glanced at Himejima Kyoyume and couldn't help but smile. Monk. Don't you not drink? A monk who violates the precepts is also a monk. Himejima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and recited the scriptures at the same time. And then said sadly, my hands are already stained with the blood of countless evil ghosts. And my sins are very serious, ha. Sumiu couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Dragging Nichiren blades forward. Outside the Black Temple there are many shadows and ghosts. Please also ask the master for advice, Sumiu smiled. Himejima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and silently took out his Nichiren blades. Himejima Kyoyume's Nichiren blades are different in style from ordinary Nichiren blades. His Nichiren blades are a chain, with an axe hanging on one end of the chain and a hammer hanging on the other end. This big guy, just by looking at it, is a weapon. Abundant virtue. At this time, several evil ghosts had appeared, looking at their companions whose heads had been severed. One of the leading evil ghosts couldn't help but coldly snorted, what a useless waste. They didn't even wait until we arrived, can't do it. After saying that, the evil ghost also looked at Sumiu and Himejima Kyoyume, just in time. I will repay with the flesh and blood of the two ghost hunters. Himejima Kyoyume mentioned Nichiren blades and was about to step forward. Master, wait a minute, let me shoot a few waves first. Himejima Kyoyume couldn't help but stop and turned around to look at Sumiu with doubt. At this time Sumiu also stretched his hands to his waist. And the next second he took out two firearms, da-da-da. The trigger was pulled and the bullets whizzed by. Bang bang bang. Before the several evil spirits surrounding them could react, the whistling bullets were already hitting them all over their faces. The bullet hit the skull, hitting the evil spirit's hard skull and destroying it. In an instant, several evil spirits either covered their heads or squatted on the ground, covering their chests and howled in pain, "Damn it, damn it." The leader of the evil ghost was furious as he spoke. The flesh and blood on his body squirmed, and the bullets that had been shot into his body were squeezed out of his body. Moreover, soon scars caused by the bullets disappeared. Although the wound disappeared, quick pain remained. This made the evil ghost's scarlet eyes look even more violent. And he stood up. Only boring weaklings would use such unworthy things. Only the weak will be. After saying that, the evil ghost disappeared from his side instantly. Be careful. The opponent should know the blood ghost technique. It should be a 233 speed type of blood ghost technique. Heimjima Kaifum reminded me, by the way. And the weak can only be trampled on and used as food by me. The evil ghost's figure appeared again and landed behind Su Mu. The black ghost claws grabbed Su Mu's vest just now. This human boy was shot at indiscriminately by firearms. Although it didn't cause much harm to him, it was really painful and made him annoyed. However, it was precisely because the opponent used firearms that the demon began to look down upon him. As we all know, you cannot kill demons without Nichiren blades. All swordsmen of the Demon Slayer team use Nichiren blades. And like Su Mu, using auxiliary weapons such as firearms is obviously not strong. Only the next second the evil ghost was stunned. Its grasping hand was caught. At this moment Su Mu had turned back. Under the faint moonlight, her white teeth were shining brightly. You are right. The weak are destined to be stepped on. Whoosh. A flash of sword light passed by, and the raised Nichiren blades easily slashed on the evil ghost's neck. Ding, congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. A familiar and mechanical cold voice sounded in my ears. What fell with the sound was the evil ghost's head rolling down, as well as its wide and willing eyes. One evil ghost was beheaded with one knife, and the other evil ghosts couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. At this moment, with the cold wind blowing in the mountains and forests, all the evil ghosts unconsciously felt a chill in their hearts. Where are they hunting, these ghost hunters? Whoosh. The meteor hammer tied with a chain hit an evil ghost's head, and the head of an evil ghost was immediately smashed. Red and white flowing on the ground. If you are mentally weak, you will probably vomit on the spot when you see this scene. Even when Su Mu saw it, she still felt uncomfortable in her stomach. Master, it's really violent. Su Mu couldn't help but look back, glanced at Heimjima Kaiyume and spoke. Heimjima Kaiyume clasped his hands together, recited Sin, and then carried the Nichiren blades towards the group of evil spirits. With the swing of its Nichiren blades, the evil spirits killed by it all died in extremely miserable ways. Some evil spirits tried to attack Heimjima Kaiyume, but before these evil spirits could get close, they were hit in the face by Heimjima Kaiyume's hammer that spun like a top, and his whole head exploded. This scene is somewhat terrifying, sure enough. No matter how long as I am alive, I will always hate these ghosts who took everything from me. Seeing the scene in front of him, Heimjima Kaiyume also showed a smile. After killing another evil ghost, Heimjima Kaiyume also murmured in a low voice, "How many more ghosts do I need to kill to relieve the hatred in my heart? I think as long as the feeling of these fists hitting the ghost is still there, Nichiren blades will kill the ghost. The feeling of killing the devil's head is still there. This hatred will never disappear for the rest of my life. Before my heart stops beating, I should hunt the devil in all 10 levels." When he looked at the remaining demons again, Heimjima Kaiyume's face seemed to be filled with excitement. Su Mu also stepped forward at this time. After all, if he let Heimjima Kaiyume continue to kill like this, he might not even be able to kill an evil ghost. In Su Mu's eyes, these are all living attribute points. The body is close to an evil ghost, and the sword light in his hand enters the body puff. There was a muffled sound as the tip of the knife penetrated the evil ghost's body. The evil ghost cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Su Mu had already pulled out the blade directly, holding Nichiren blades in his hand. With the evil ghost's eyes widened, He stabbed the knife into his neck and then cut off his head. Ding, congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. A familiar and mechanical voice came to Su Mu's ears. Su Mu has long been accustomed to all this. Compared to his side, the image of Hajime Kaiyume on the other side is terrifying. He is holding a chain, with a boluses at one end and a broad axe at the other. At this moment, whether it is a boluses or a broad axe has long been stained with the flesh and blood of the evil ghost's body. If you weren't already familiar with it, you would probably think of it as an evil ghost. After all, its current appearance is too fierce. Seeing the ferociousness of the two men, the remaining evil spirits dared to stay here. So they turned around and ran away without saying a word. Split up and chase each other. Hajime Kaiyume clasped his hands together, glanced at Su Mu and asked for Su Mu's opinion. Good. Su Mu nodded. He could naturally see Hajime Kaiyume's hatred for the evil ghosts and was obviously unwilling to let these evil ghosts go. Please also ask MRMU to protect yourself. If you encounter a difficult opponent, you can choose to retreat, Hajime Kaiyume said. And then the figure was like a cannonball, chasing an evil ghost in the direction it left. Seeing Hajime Kaiyume's departure, Su Mu also followed the direction of an evil ghost. He is not willing to let go of these evil ghosts, not only because the opponent is an evil ghost, but also because the attribute points obtained by killing these evil ghosts are very high. With the continuous killing of evil people in the city these days, those evil people have moved and fled. Even if they don't flee, they are still hiding deep at night. Like mice, very difficult to find. Obtaining attribute points is not as easy as it was at the beginning. Dark Night Su Mu was running in the mountains and forests, and started to breathe between her breaths, as he continued to add attribute points to the breath of the sun. His breathing rhythm has been significantly improved while running. Moreover, under breathing, his speed is also faster. Under the cool moonlight, Su Mu always moved forward with an evil ghost behind her. Occasionally, she would stop for a moment to identify the direction in which the evil ghost was escaping. He is not very good at tracking, but after his physical fitness has almost reached the limit that a human can achieve, he is very sensitive to everything around him and can easily find clues from the surrounding environment. Hufufu, panting, continuously running. The footsteps were falling and rising on the ground like hot wheels. In such a silent night, the footsteps seemed unusually abrupt. But when she felt the person coming from behind, Sewang didn't dare to stop. Because the heads of several companions who were with him had already been chopped off by that man's Nichiren blades. The only good thing was that the man who followed him was weaker than that fierce monk. If it were that monk, how could they escape for so long? Although I don't know how much longer I can run. But don't dare to stop if you are caught up by that person. Is mortal at this moment. The evil ghost felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Originally, everyone united to hunt those ghost hunters. In fact, the bait successfully attracted the ghost hunters. Only, the strength of these two ghost hunters obviously exceeded their expectations, and in the end they became each other's prey. I'm afraid only 12 Kazuki can compete with them. Isn't he the Hashira in the Demon Slayer squad that he will encounter? Thinking of these, I feel more and more depressed. Tap 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 behind him. There was a clearer sound of footsteps, and the evil ghost couldn't help but turn around. Soon he saw a figure chasing after him quickly. As it moved forward, the surrounding wind roared, and the leaves that fell on the ground were rolled up. Hateful! The evil ghost turned around suddenly and stopped running away. His scarlet eyes stared at the person in front of him. At this moment, the Nichiren blades in the hands of the pursuer had been unsheathed, and the sword struck suddenly, creating a bloody rainbow in the black night. Hoo-hoo. The evil ghost breathed violently, and his body jerked to the side. Boom, the ground trembled, and a bloody rainbow fell on the ground, leaving a very deep ravine. The evil ghost got up in another place, looking at the human beings in front of him. His heart was already cold, but his strong desire to survive made him unwilling to give up his life. Su Mu landed on the ground, holding the Nichiren blades that were faintly exuding blood red, and looked calmly at the evil ghost opposite. With a bit of coldness in her eyes, damn. The evil ghost lay on the ground like a wild beast, roaring continuously. But there was obvious fear in its scarlet eyes. Perhaps knowing that it was impossible to escape tonight. The evil ghost's crawling body suddenly jumped up, and a strong wind blew immediately in place. When we saw each other again, its figure had already appeared next to Su Mu. With a vague metallic luster, his claws grabbed at the heart of Su Mu's chest. Seeing the evil spirit fighting to the death, Su Mu did not choose to retreat instead. She held Nichiren blades in her hand and moved forward instantly. When she was close to the evil spirit, her wrist holding Nichiren blades shook slightly. Under the dim moonlight, the red sword glow became more and more conspicuous. A red light as thin as a silk thread flashed past and landed on the evil ghost's neck. An extremely fast knife, it seemed that at this moment, the entire night was lit up by this red light. The blade of the knife passed across the neck, passing straight through as if there was no force. At the same time, Hai's own figure also passed by the evil ghost. Su Mu half crouched on the ground and stopped behind. The evil ghost's body swayed slightly pfft. A slight sound resounded and a head rolled down, followed by large swaths of scarlet blood gushing from the neck, completely dyeing the entire ground red. Su Mu stood up slowly and put the Nichiren blades without a trace of blood into the scabbard. At the same moment, what echoed in Tian's mind was ding. Congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. After killing the evil ghost, Su Mu once again turned her attention to her attribute panel. Name: Su Mu Constitution 3. 99 Normal Adult Constitution is 1, Agility 3. 99 Normal Adult Agility is 1, Strength 3. 99 Normal Adult Strength is 1, Spirit 3. 99 Normal Adult Spirit is 1, Skill Breath of the Sun 7. 1/100, Attribute Points obtained, 255, a total of 2. 5 attribute points were obtained tonight, which is a huge increase if it were in the past. He would naturally add attribute points to the Sun Breath. After all, this is the most cost-effective way. Not only does the progress of the Sun Breath increase, but his own physical fitness also increases. But when all the attributes of the body reach the limit state of 399 and the breath of the sun is added, the other attributes of the body will not increase again. Therefore, he is no longer so obsessed with adding points to the breath of the sun. After hesitating for a moment, he first added 0.1 attribute points to his physique, and as he added 0.1 attribute points to his physique, a warm current surged in his heart and the number 399 on his physique also flickered for a while. Then he felt as if a certain limitation in his body had been broken, and an invisible force surged in his body. There was a crackling sound inside his body, like the sound of fried beans, and the muscles all over his body seemed to be vibrating. The bones supporting the human body seemed to be constantly being shattered and reorganized at this moment. Severe pain swept through his limbs and bones, causing him to squat down and let out a painful cry. His whole body curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. It hurts. He gritted his teeth and roared lowly. I don't know how long it took, but a gust of breeze blew over. Su Mu was curled up on the ground and dripping with sweat. Suddenly opened her eyes at this time. His body felt obviously much stronger than before, and his whole person just standing there gave off an extremely fierce aura. Hoo. Su Mu breathed heavily. The pain that swept through her body just now still made her heart palpitate even now. However, feeling a faint surge of power within his body, he felt an inexplicable touch in his heart. Probably, I feel like my physique has improved a bit. He closed his eyes slightly and vaguely felt that his heart was beating more powerfully than before, and it also carried an inexplicable power. The blood and internal organs of his body seemed to have a special change. Opening his eyes, he took out Nichiren blades and stroked the sharp blade of Nichiren blades. After a slight hesitation, he picked up Nichiren blades and pressed it on his arm. The sharp blade cuts into the flesh and blood of the arm, but it feels like cutting into stone, with indescribable resistance. It took a lot of effort to finally cut off a small piece of flesh and blood from his arm. He picked up the cut flesh and blood and observed it in the dim moonlight. Soon, he discovered that the cut flesh and blood had not lost their activity, and even began to squirm, trying to return to the body. The quality of immortality. Looking at this scene, Su-mu murmured slightly. All evil ghosts have the characteristic of immortality, which is what makes evil ghosts most superior to humans. However, when his physique exceeded the limit, he also acquired extraordinary characteristics, and even began to have the same immortal characteristics as evil ghosts. In fact, when it grows up, it will be like an evil ghost and cannot be killed. Even like an evil ghost, it will not be killed by cutting off its head with Nichiren blades. Thinking of this, Su-mu was extremely excited. Almost without any hesitation, he immediately added all the remaining points. As the points increased, a greater pain than before swept through, causing Su-mu to hold her head again and roll crazily on the ground. Like a cooked prawn. I don't know how long it took. Su-mu opened her eyes again this time. The world Su-mu saw seemed to be completely different from before, and even the lines of some trees could be vaguely seen. This is a transparent world. Su-mu murmured slightly, not as good as this at this moment. Su-mu felt that the characteristics of her whole body were increasing. Not only that, he even discovered that when he stepped on the ground, there seemed to be a faint wind lingering under his feet, making him feel that his steps were very light. Is this beyond the limits of the human body? He murmured slightly and couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling the power surging within his body at this moment. He also set his sights on the properties panel again. Name: Su-mu Constitution 4. 60 Normal Adult Constitution is 1, Agility 4. 50 Normal Adult Agility is 1, Strength 4. 50 Normal Adult Strength is 1, Spirit 4. 50 Normal Adult Spirit is 1, Skill Breath of the Sun 7. 1/100, Attribute Points obtained 0.01. Looking at the body's attribute panel, Su-mu couldn't help but smile. Now his strength has been greatly improved, although his current fighting methods, fighting experience, or grasp of timing during fighting are not as good as Hajime Kyoyume. But no, when he fights Hajime Kyoyume again, the loser is no longer himself, because his physical fitness has completely crushed Hajime Kyoyume. When the strength reaches a certain level, any means are useless. Night. Walking through the streets where people are still coming and going, a man wearing black Western-style clothing and a white snake hat suddenly raised his head. Under the brim of the hat, there was a pale face and scarlet eyes. At this moment, there was a trace of bloodshot eyes in his eyes. Just now, he suddenly felt that a group of men were dead. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but start looking through the memories of those death ghosts. Musen has absolute control over these evil spirits that become the evil ghosts that are born from the blood it gives. Because it carries its blood on its body, it can sense the death of any evil ghost among them. Viewing some scenes of death of evil spirits ache is what it can do. Soon, it found out that these evil spirits were killed by the Demon Slayer team, Iwaju, Hajime Kyoyume, and a young man. Kibutsuji Musen is no stranger to Hajime Kyoyume. This swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps became a pillar by killing a 12 Kazuki. Basically, the Hashira city who can become the Demon Slayer Corps has a record of killing 12 Kazuki. However, it didn't pay too much attention to the 12 Kazuki killed by the Demon Slayer squad. After all, the dead 12 Kazuki was a waning moon. No matter how many last quarter moons, it doesn't matter to Kibutsuji Musen. He only needs to wait for the next bloody battle, and a new last quarter moon will be born. For Kibutsuji Musen, the only thing that really matters is the waxing moon. Over the past thousands of years, there have been very few Uzumaki who can be killed by the demon slayers. But this Hajime Kyoyume has a strength close to that of using the moon. However, that's all. It has been seen that for Hajime Kyoyume, his growth in strength has come to an end. By peeking into the evil ghost's memory of the moment of death, it instead noticed another young man. The strength displayed by the other person seemed not to be as good as Hajime Kyoyume. but compared to Hajime Kyoyume is too young. Another great person. Kibitsuji Musen murmured and couldn't help but clench his fists. There were pale bones protruding and sinking deeply into the flesh of his wrists. And drops of blood were dripping to the ground. It reminded him of the person she feared deep within. He is known as a living person of gods and Buddhas. Its powerful strength makes everyone afraid of it, he. Suddenly he laughed. What about the walking gods and Buddhas in the world? Their human bodies are destined to have a short life. After 100 years, they will be nothing more than a piece of less, husband. That lantern is so beautiful. A gentle voice suddenly sounded, as this voice sounded. The ferocious look on Kibitsuji Musen's face also disappeared at this moment. And his pale face seemed to regain its rosiness, turning into a handsome man again. It raised its head and looked to its side. But she is a woman wearing a gorgeous kimono with very gorgeous decorations. And her whole body exudes a noble temperament next to him. There is a girl who is also dressed in gorgeous decorations. But her face is cuter and her figure is petite. The girl has almost the same face as a woman. And it seems that she should be rebelling against her mother. It's very beautiful. Kibitsuji Musen looked at the lanterns and spoke with a smile. The gloomy look on his face dissipated. The woman in front of her comes from the royal family. Even she needs help from the other party's identity. After all, it is too slow to rely only on evil spirits to find the blue Higanbana flower. Only with the help of human power can the search speed be accelerated. And he just used the power of the vampire magic and the excellent appearance to chain and easily seduce the heart of this royal woman. And then he could use the power of the royal family to his own advantage. Listening to Kibitsuji Musen's words, the woman's pretty face also showed a smile. And her eyes looking at Kibitsuji Musen became more and more gentle, as long as your husband likes it. That's fine, one. The woman spoke softly, only my husband doesn't dislike me for having been married once and having a child. Stop talking about this. Kibitsuji Musen raised his head and looked at the woman. I said. I don't care about this. After hearing this, the woman felt extremely satisfied in her heart and couldn't help but rest her shoulder on Kibitsuji Musen's shoulder. It's great to have a husband. Kibitsuji Musen lowered his head. His eyes still as calm as water, not seeing any waves. The woman's hands unconsciously hugged Kibitsuji Musen's waist. Her eyes slightly blurred. Husband. Since we have been together, it seems that you have never touched. Hold on. Kibitsuji Musen shook his head after becoming a ghost. He no longer distinguishes between human genders, let alone enjoy the pleasures of human men and women. These are not comparable to looking for the blue Higan flower. Not to mention it remembers that before becoming a ghost, she seemed to be a woman certainly after becoming a ghost. The boundary has been drawn with humans, and they are already a different race now. He only became a human man in order to grasp the power of the royal family behind the woman. Why would you be interested in that low-level sport? After killing the evil ghost, Su-Mu did not choose to go home, but continued to stay in the wild and became familiar with the sudden increase in strength. He needs to fully master his own strength. If he didn't have complete control, he was worried that with the destructive power he achieved by breaking through the limits of the human body, he might crush someone to death if he wasn't careful. So this night Su-Mu has been familiar with herself. Tilda. A ray of sunshine pierced the darkness and brought light to the earth. The sun is coming out, a new day has arrived. Call. Su-Mu breathed a sigh of relief after a night of practice. He was able to barely control his own strength. However, it was still almost wiped out. For example, you should not be too excited. Once you get excited, you may not be able to fully control your own strength. With my current physical condition, Mrs. Kyuji is afraid. After gathering herself, Su-Mu thought to herself as she walked home. With his physical condition, it would be difficult to satisfy him with just Kamado AI. Even before, Kamado had resorted to various means to make himself happy. Even softer each time, Kamado feels like a piece of soft mud, unable to relax for a whole day while thinking about things. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the door of my house, only to find someone waiting on the doorstep. Not one person but two girls. The taller girl was sitting at the door holding her cheeks, while the shorter girl buried her head in the taller girl's slender legs. These two girls are none other than Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu. Sumyu is naturally clear about Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu, and is also sad about their future. After all, the future of these two people is a tragedy. As if feeling something, Kachukani, who was sitting on the threshold, raised his head and saw Sumyu appearing not far away, and quickly patted his sister who was pillowing on his lap. Kachu Shinobu was sleeping slightly, couldn't help but open his eyes and noticed Sumyu coming over, and hurriedly got up from his sister's arms. Kachukani met the doctor, Kachu Shinobu met Sir. The two of them immediately stood up straight, placed their hands on their abdomens, bowed their bodies slightly, and lowered their heads slightly. Sumyu glanced at the two of them. The elder sister Kachukani is tall, but the younger sister Kachu Shinobu is slightly shorter and looks a bit petite. One looks gentle and quiet, while the other looks somewhat heroic under his gaze. It could be felt that the sisters seemed a little nervous. Sumyu roughly guessed the purpose of the two people's arrival. Obviously, the two of them should have made up their minds. "Come in with me." Sumyu glanced at the two of them and spoke calmly. After that, she didn't care about the two of them. Opened the door and walked in, hearing Sumyu say this. Both Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, being stared at by Sumyu's gaze was like being targeted by a tiger. As if the other party was going to step forward and bite them to death in the next second. It really feels like being overwhelmed by Mount Tai. "Sister, I feel so fierce." Kachu Shinobu stuck out his cute little tongue and unconsciously patted his small breasts that had grown a lot. Although Kachukani is still very quiet, her heart is beating like a drum at this moment, because the other party's eyes are really too aggressive, as if there is an intimidating sense of power. Quickly following Sumyu into the house, they discovered that the boy who stopped them that day was training in the yard. "It's so hard." Kachu Shinobu stuck out his tongue and said with a sigh. "Uncle," seeing Sumyu come in. Tanjuro also put down his training and spoke sleepily. Sumyu nodded. "Continue to train well." "Yes, uncle." Tanjuro immediately lowered his head and said. After his uncle left with his two beautiful sisters, Tanjuro raised his head and gasped slightly. "I don't know why, but I always feel like my uncle has become a little scary today." Entering the living room of the house, Sumyu sat directly on his seat. He raised his eyes and looked calmly at Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu who were following them. Looking a little restrained, both girls lowered their heads and held the corners of their clothes with their little hands. The older sister Kachukani was quieter, while the younger sister Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but raise her head to peek. But as soon as she met his gaze, she immediately shrank back in fear. Feeling Kachu Shinobu's little movements, Sumyu couldn't help but feel slightly amused. "Now that you have come here, it is obvious that you are mentally prepared." Sumyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. This was the hot tea that Kamado Tanjuro had just come over to make for him. The temperature was just right. "Yes, sir, N and I have made up our minds." Kachukani raised his head and looked at the man in front of him with his gentle and clear eyes. "My sister and I have made up our minds." Kachu Shinobu next to him also raised his head at this moment. It seemed that Shinobu was still a little timid and scared at the moment, but he still raised his head stubbornly. Obviously, this was a very strong girl. Sumyu glanced at Kachu Shinobu, and then fell on Kachukani. The girl's black hair fell down and was finally tied with Kachu hairpins. Under her long eyelashes were beautiful purple eyes and her face was pretty. Putting down the teacup, her eyes dropped slightly, just in time to see the proud curves wrapped under the skirt of the woman. According to some people, there is no doubt that this is a girl who can give birth. He lay on the couch behind him and stretched out his legs. "You know, the road to hunting ghosts is very bumpy and torturous. Are you really sure you want to take this road?" "Confirm." Kachukani bit her lips slightly. "Even if you lose your own life in the future, will you not hesitate?" He spoke leisurely again. "No matter what." This time it was younger sister Kachu Shinobu who spoke. When the girl spoke, she seemed to grit her teeth slightly, with an indescribable firmness in her tone. The girl's eyes were like an unsheathed sword. This sword seems to be burning with the flames of anger against evil spirits. Making the sword even sharper, Sumyu smiled. He had already expected Kachu Shinobu's answer. The hatred for ghosts had already been deeply buried in the girl's young heart. However, he was more concerned about another issue. He couldn't help but get up from his seat, came to the Kachu sisters, and stared at the two of them. Even if you give up your own life, you won't hesitate, but what if? Give up each other's lives. The hatred for evil spirits can make Kachu Shinobu willing to sacrifice her own life for revenge. But how should she choose for the sister she only cares about? This is what Sumyu is most curious about. Being asked like this by Sumyu, Kachu Shinobu's face turned slightly pale. Kachu Kani next to him wanted to say something, but Sumyu stopped him, biting his lip. Kachu Shinobu clenched his small fist tightly, and his nails dug into the flesh as if he didn't care. For Kachu Shinobu, if he doesn't care about his own life, it is impossible not to care about his sister's life. My sister and I have made an agreement. After a long time, Kachu Shinobu raised his head, walking this ghost hunting path together. We will be together forever. We have already realized this. The girl's words were full of tragic determination. At this moment, the girl who was too timid to look at him just now raised her head. Her eyes as sharp as a sword. Good, Sumyu nodded. And at the same time, stretched out her feet and put them on the ground. 0. Please give me flowers, then prove it to me. Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu both raised their heads and looked at Sumyu's feet in front of them in confusion. Kneel down and kiss it. The expressions of Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu suddenly changed, and their pretty faces were filled with angry flames. How could you humiliate me, us like this? Seeing the Kachu sisters' faces flushed with anger, Sumyu didn't care but said in a low voice, can't you do it? How could we do such a thing? How could my sister and I be so mean? They cannot lose their dignity, sir, you can't do this. Sumyu smiled and clenched her hands slightly, because I have the strength. I don't need to be like this, then we can do that too. Kachu Kani gritted his teeth, but do you have any? Sumyu asked calmly this time. Both Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu were silent. It seems it still can't be done, Sumyu shook her head. How is it possible to do it? Kachu Shinobu gritted his teeth and said angrily. Sumyu calmly looked at the angry Kachu Shinobu and said calmly, can I be forgiven if I can't do it? 0. Wow, what does this have to do with these things? Kachu Shinobu was very dissatisfied. Sumyu smiled, stretched out her hand, and wanted to pat Kachu Shinobu's little head. But Kachu Shinobu dodged it angrily, withdrawing her hand. Sumyu did not feel embarrassed, but continued, hunting ghosts is much more difficult than what I asked you just now. If you can't even do this, how can I trust you? The road of hunting ghosts is very difficult. It is far more difficult than you think. If you cannot do some things, not only will you die, but the people you should protect will also be killed. Even in this case, would you still give such a mild excuse? That's what ghost hunting is like. What we face is an extremely powerful enemy. Sometimes we have to do what we have to do, even if we don't want to in our hearts. It's not impossible. Even if we can't do it, we still have to do it. Even if you don't have the strength to achieve it. No matter what you sacrifice, you have to risk everything to complete it. Speaking of this, Sumyu's tone was serious and solemn. That's what ghost hunting is, it's about human lives. If you can't even do this, how can you make me believe in your determination? And how can you embark on the path of ghost hunting? So, it's better to go home, forget all this, and live an ordinary life as a normal person in the future. You will also have the happiness of ordinary people, instead of having to go down this road. After saying that, Sumyu returned to her seat and picked up the teacup again. The meaning was self-evident, and she wanted the two of them to leave. Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu's faces turned green and white. Hesitated for a long time. After all, it was Kachu Shinobu who took the first step, gritting his teeth and kneeling down. Kachu Kani grabbed her sister. Kachu Shinobu raised his head and looked at his sister, his eyes full of unparalleled determination, which was the deepest hatred for Wei. Seeing this, Kachu Kani hesitated, and finally took his sister's hand and wanted to kneel down with her. But before the two of them knelt down, Su-Mu had already supported the two of them. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu both raised their heads and looked at Su-Mu in confusion. Okay, I understand your determination. He looked at the sisters gently. As for just now, I just wanted to see your determination. Not to humiliate you, go back and have a rest. I will teach you personally tomorrow. After Su-Mu left, Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and their bodies felt as if they were about to collapse to the ground. Su-Mu lay slightly on the chair, thinking about the graceful figures of the Kachu sisters who had just left in her mind. With a slight ripple in her eyes, Mr. Mu, you must be very tired, a soft voice sounded. And then Su-Mu felt a pair of warm little hands touching her head, massaging herself gently. No need to guess, Su-Mu probably knows who is coming. He closed his eyes slightly and silently enjoyed the comfortable feeling of soft little hands massaging the acupuncture points on his head. Involuntarily, he leaned his head back. It was as soft as cotton and had strong toughness against the back of his head. Kamado Ai's face, who was massaging Mujin's head behind him, was slightly red, and her eyes were slightly drooped under her long eyelashes. However, Kamado did not dodge. Instead, he bit his lips slightly and continued to gently massage the acupuncture points on Mujin's head. She could feel that Mujin liked her massaging him like this. And as long as Mujin likes it, she also likes it. In fact, when facing Mujin, she always felt inferior in her heart, because compared to Mujin, she had been married before and had children. This made her always feel guilty when facing Mujin. She always felt that it was her honor that Mr. Mu Sankiki could like her, which made Kamado want to dedicate all the best things to Mr. Mu. The two girls who left just now are very beautiful. While rubbing Mujin's head, Kamado said softly and at the same time puffed up his chest slightly. Well, it's quite beautiful, Su-Mu replied. Her mind couldn't help but echo the different temperaments displayed by the Kachu sisters. Very attractive indeed. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Su-Mu opened her eyes and looked at Kamado Kuiji, whose eyes were slightly drooping at this moment. Mrs. Kuiji, are you jealous? Not at all. Kamado Kuiji's face blushed slightly, and then he whispered, how can I compare to them? After all, naturally. Kamado Kuiji couldn't say the next words, because Su-Mu just reached out and hugged Kamado Kuiji's waist that was so slender that he could hold it. And then with a little force pulled it close to her in arms. No matter what, they can't compare to my beautiful wife. Su-Mu looked at the woman in her arms and said softly. Being said by Mujin like this, especially those disgusting words with bad love words, made Kamado Ai's face turn red. It felt like my whole body was a little softer. However, before Su-Mu could finish her words, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Tanjuro looked at his mother, who was being held in his arms by his uncle, and suddenly became a little overwhelmed. Kamado Ai seemed to feel something, and couldn't help but turn around. When he saw it was Tanjuro, a look of panic suddenly appeared on his pretty face. He couldn't help but let out a scream, escaped from Su-Mu's arms and ran to other rooms in a panic, looking at the graceful and beautiful back of Kamado Kuiji leaving. Su-Mu's eyes showed a slight smile. After a while, he took his eyes back from Kamado Ai's back and landed on Tanjuro. At this moment, Jai was obviously at a loss these days. Although I generally know that my mother and uncle are very close, after all, nothing has been revealed yet. Tanjuro is also very confused about whether his uncle is with his mother. In this era, there were very high restrictions on women. Under normal circumstances, if a woman was widowed, she would basically not remarry. However, Kamado Ai is Tanjiro's mother after all, and Tanjiro naturally does not want his mother to spend the rest of her life alone. In addition, his uncle is very good to their family, and Fajai also respects his uncle very much. Due to various relationships, Tanjiro has always had an ostrich mentality towards his uncle and his mother, pretending that he didn't see anything as long as it didn't come to the surface. But now Tanjiro suddenly bumped into him, and Tanjiro didn't know what to do for a while. Su-Mu walked to Tanjiro and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Let's talk. After saying, Faith turned around and went to another room. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment, then followed in. After entering the room, Su-Mu took out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from the room. Filled 2 glasses with wine. Then pointed to the seat next to him and said to Tanjiro, who walked in. Sit. The expression on Tanjiro's face changed for a while. And finally came to the seat next to him and sat down. Would you like a drink? He pointed to the glass in front of Tanjiro with the wine poured into it. Uncle, I don't know how to drink. Tanjiro shook his head and said. How can a man not know how to drink? Have a drink. Su-Mu smiled. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment. Then picked up the cup and took a sip. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, a burning sensation came over him, making Tanjiro, who was caught off guard and coughed continuously. Su-Mu watched quietly as Tanjiro started to cough after drinking a glass of wine. She also picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. The hot liquid entered her stomach, giving her cool stomach a slight hint of warmth. Meaning, when it comes to drinking, the most important thing is to taste it. It's like drinking from cows. After all, it doesn't taste like anything, he said quietly. When Tanjiro stopped coughing, Su-Mu spoke again. Just now. Your mother and you saw it. What do you think of this? Tanjiro lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Let's have another drink. That way, I'll have less worries when I have any ideas. Su-Mu poured another glass of wine for Tanjiro. This time, Tanjiro was no longer polite. Picked up a glass of wine and drank it hard. The spiciness of the drink almost made Fajiro burst into tears. I don't understand something. Tanjiro raised his head and looked at his uncle. Why? You know my mother, she is widow. Su-Mu quietly picked up what Tanjiro had left before continuing. Can't a widow remarry? Tanjiro said nothing. Actually, speaking of it, I'm not afraid that Tanjiro will laugh at me as an uncle. It was the first time I visited Kamado's house, and I was attracted to Mrs. Kuiji when I saw her. It's just that Tanjiro was around at the time, so I could only suppress everything. It wasn't until Mr. Tanjiro left that I couldn't bear it anymore. The reason why I followed Mr. Tanjiro's last wish to take care of the Kamado family is not because of the deep friendship I have with Mr. Tanjiro, but because I fell in love with Aoi Eda. After hearing Su-Mu finish speaking, Tanjiro's face turned blue and white for a while. Some of the doubts in his heart were roughly understood at this moment. At this moment, Tanjiro understood why his father returned to him specifically at the moment of his death. Apparently, my father probably saw something before he died. The room suddenly fell silent. Su-Mu picked up the jug again and poured wine into the cup in front of Tanjiro. However, before it was filled, Tanjiro had already snatched the jug away, and then directly faced the jug and drank heavily. The spicy wine flowed down his throat, making Tanjiro's depressed mood seem to dissipate a lot. Tanjiro has always respected Su-Mu, and because Su-Mu supported the Kamado family after his father left, Tanjiro is grateful to this uncle from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Tanjiro's status has always been very high in Tanjiro's heart. Only gradually, he found that Su-Mu was getting closer and closer to his mother, which made Tanjiro feel unspeakable depression in his heart. As the eldest son of the family, Tanjiro has nowhere to talk about these depressions. He can only rely on constant exercise and training to forget them. In fact, training so hard during this period played a big role in relieving the depression in my heart. Now, after his uncle told him all this, although he felt depressed in his heart, also felt angry. It turned into relief. Now what do Tanjiro think? Su-Mu asked quietly, watching Tanjiro finish a bottle of wine. Tanjiro was obviously drinking for the first time, and he drank a little too much all of a sudden, and seemed to be a little drunk, facing his uncle. Tanjiro couldn't help but raise his head. Uncle, I really want to beat you, bring it on. Su-Mu said, if this can make Tanjiro feel better, then let's beat him. Tanjiro couldn't help but clenched his fist tightly, and even raised it, but in the end had let go in despair. After all, he didn't beat Su-Mu. I hope uncle can treat my mother better in the future. Tanjiro raised his head and spoke seriously, certainly. Su-Mu nodded. Tanjiro glanced deeply at Su-Mu, finally shook his head, and staggered out of the room drunkenly. Just arrived at the door, Tanjiro turned around again and looked at Su-Mu, who was still sitting in the room, drinking quietly. He gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely, "Uncle. You are such a B*******. Su-Mu raised her head, looked at Tanjiro, drink a glass of wine, and said with a smile, "Tanjiro, you should change your words. You should not call me uncle but father." Tanjiro's face turned blue and white for a while, and finally he hammered the door angrily before leaving. Watching Tanjiro leave, Su-Mu took another sip of wine, feeling slightly relieved. If Tanjiro left without saying a word, Su-Mu would still be a little worried. Now Tanjiro's performance shows that Tanjiro has accepted all this and has acquiesced in his relationship with his mother. Watching Tanjiro leave, Su-Mu drank a glass of wine silently. In fact, in the final analysis, I am still a bit shameless. When I saw Mrs. Kuiji for the first time, I had the desire to treat this beautiful lady, so. At that time he had actually been waiting for Kamado Tanjuro to die, just as he knew. It didn't take long for Kamado Tanjuro's physical condition to get worse and worse. It was at this time that he appeared in the Kamado family and helped the Kamado family, just because Kamado Tanjuro was still alive. During this period, even if he coveted Kamado AI in his heart, he had always maintained restraint. Even tried to have as little contact with Mrs. Kuiji as possible, and after Kamado Tanjuro died, he completely lost his scruples, and as Kamado Tanjuro left, his eyes began to look at Kamado AI's plump figure unscrupulously, especially by using Kamado Kuiji to worry about him leaving. The Kamado family lost the heart to rely on, and began to get closer to Kamado Kuiji's psychological defense line step by step. He began to enjoy Mrs. Kuiji's beautiful and charming face, enjoying the sweet smile the other party showed him, enjoying the way the other person takes care of her carefully, enjoying the other party's extremely virtuous gesture. But these far from enough, he wants more. Not just mentally but physically, he wants it all then. From the initial contact to the final complete possession. Finally take it completely into your own hands, however. In the end, there is still a feeling of guilt towards Tanjiro in his heart. But Su-Mu has no regrets about the means and results of getting Mrs. Kuiji, after all, if you don't own it. So for Kamado AI's ending, she is just a lone end. How could he not be tempted by Kamado AI's plump figure, beautiful face and seductive virtuous temperament? If you can still stay still. Then he felt that he was afraid that he would no longer be a man. Therefore, he does not feel regret about getting the wife of Kamado Kuiji. But sometimes he feels a little guilty. So he will try his best to be as gentle as possible. He smiled silently, drank the last glass of wine, and with a hint of drunkenness, he came to the door of Kamado AI's room. Knocked gently on the door. Soon the door opened, revealing Kamado AI's pretty face. Seeing that it was Mujun, Kamado AI's face turned slightly red, with obvious shyness. Even though the two were already familiar with each other, they still blushed so easily. Su-Mu entered the room and sat down on the bed naturally. The bedding on the bed was very clean, and the furniture in the room was neatly arranged. "It's all your fault," Tanjiro saw it all. Kamado AI picked up the teapot and brewed a cup of tea. He gave Makon a somewhat annoyed look when he said this. Kamado AI couldn't help but feel worried. He didn't know what Tanjiro was thinking. Could it be very angry? She was not worried that Tanjiro would be angry with her, but that Tanjiro would alienate Mujun from now on. Su-Mu took the teacup smoothly and seemed to notice the worry in Kamado Kuiji's heart. She couldn't help but explain with a smile. "I have already reached an agreement with Tanjiro. There is no problem, real." Kamado AI couldn't help but raise his head happily. "Of course, it's possible that I will lie to you again." Su-Mu pretended to be angry, hearing this. Kamado felt relieved and hurriedly stepped forward to please Mujun, gently tapping his thigh for MRMU. Su-Mu was very satisfied with Kamado Kui's behavior and couldn't help but put the teacup to her mouth. Ready to take a sip, just mixed it up so hot. He couldn't help but speak. Kamado AI couldn't help but raise his head and asked a little doubtfully, "Is the tea very hot?" "Certainly." Su-Mu nodded and put the teacup down at the same time. Blow for me, Kamado nodded, lowered his head, and started playing seriously. Su Mu's eyes couldn't help but fall. She is pretty with a slightly blushing face, and her long eyelashes are trembling slightly as the mist of tea fills the air. The most attractive thing is the other person's big eyes. At this moment, she is raising her head with a flattering look on her face. Hold yourself wearing a knitted cotton coat. Because it clings to the body. It shows off Kamado Ai's plump body, very beautiful. After blowing it, the water temperature should not be too hot. After a while, Kamado handed over the teacup again. Su Mu took the teacup, again took a sip, and said with a smile, "This time the temperature is just right. As long as Mukun likes it," Kamado Ai spoke softly. Su Mu smiled and looked up and down Kamado Kuiji's body. But when she landed on Kamado Kuiji's little feet, she frowned slightly. "Change your shoes." Kamado Ai's face was slightly red, but she still came to the shoe cabinet in the house, took off her small shoes, hesitated on the shoe rack, chose a pink pair of high-heeled shoes, and put them on black socks. Kamado Ai's figure is already tall, and when she wears high heels she looks even more slender. Especially her long straight legs paired with black socks, which are really conspicuous and keep Su Mu's eyes on her. "Stare good-looking 140, Su Mu couldn't help but praise. Kamado Kuiji's face turned red slightly after hearing this. "Can you dance?" Su Mu asked. Didn't skip it." Kamado Ai lowered her head in shame. How could she know how to dance? Then just twist it a few times. Su Mu held her chin with her hand and smiled. Kamado's smile turned red, and her little hands clenched her clothes tightly. But looking at Mujun's interested look, she could only bite her lips slightly. "Mr. Mu, how do you want me to twist? How to seduce people? How to come be the way him?" A few more words. Su Mu touched her chin with her hand. Kamado raised his head and glared at Su Mu with a bit of annoyance. After a slight hesitation he started to twist, obviously. Kamado can't dance, and its twisting movements are very clumsy. But Kamado Ai's figure is really good, with a slender waist that can be grasped, and a face that is obviously virtuous and dignified. But at this moment she is slightly biting her moist red lips. A pair of beautiful eyes, blinking slightly and closing at the same time, showing a seductive charm, but those eyes are so clear. Su Mu looked at it and felt angry. "Mr. Mu, are you okay?" Kamado reluctantly made a few twisting movements, but couldn't help but feel ashamed and asked in a low voice, "Keep playing, keep dancing." Su Mu held Kamado Kuiji in her arms and couldn't help but want to move. Just the next second, he noticed that Kamado Kuiji's face paled slightly, and he pushed him away. Su Mu was slightly startled. This is the first time Kamado Ai has resisted him. In the past, Kamado was very well behaved. As soon as Kamado pushed Su Mu away, he bent down next to him and covered his abdomen with his hands. "What happened?" Su Mu scratched her head. "Don't you have a bad stomach?" I don't know either." Kamado Ai's face was slightly flustered, and he couldn't help but touch his abdomen carefully. At this moment, she felt sour in her stomach and wanted to vomit something. Vomit, thinking like this. Kamado felt acid reflux in his stomach again, and he quickly wanted to vomit, but no matter how he vomited, he couldn't vomit out. Vaguely, Kamado had already guessed a possibility. Sitting on the bed looking at Kamado Ai, who was leaning over and looking like he wanted to vomit but couldn't. A guess emerged in his mind. "Mrs. Kuiji, you are not pregnant, are you?" He opened his mouth wide and his eyes were full of disbelief. He only felt that his eyes were slightly black, as if it was difficult to accept such a result. He really didn't think about it. This is for him. It was really too sudden. He really hadn't thought about being a father so early. The thought of having to carry a tow bottle in the future made him panic. Seeing Mujun's performance, Kamado was a little frightened. He lowered his head and pinched his skirt nervously with his little hands. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Mujun's behavior told her that he didn't seem to like being pregnant with his child. Involuntarily, Kamado touched her belly with her hand, and a hint of motherhood appeared on the woman's face. He lowered his head and bit his lips slightly. "No matter what. This is the fruit of my love with Mujun and I must do it." Su Mu also quickly recovered from the shock. looking at Kamado Tanjuro, who lowered his head as if he had done something wrong. He calmed down slightly, think carefully. I'm afraid it's true, I have it after all. These two people have been in the same room a lot these days. And he couldn't help but think of the previous children. Kamado Tanjuro is an extremely fertile woman. I'm afraid it's very easy, conception. Damn, it's really big. Su-Mu couldn't help gritting her teeth, Mu-kun. Don't you like children? Kamado lowered her head and looked at him timidly. Her little hands holding her skirt nervously. Su-Mu shook her head, not yet recovering from the shock. It's just I didn't expect it to be so fast. Kamado took a careful look at Mujun's face to confirm that Mujun didn't really hate children. And felt slightly relieved. If Mujun really wanted her to abort the child, she really didn't know what to do. After all, this is the fruit of her love with Mujun. Involuntarily, Kamado Tanjuro's soft eyes lowered slightly and her hand caressed her belly. Su-Mu also felt Kamado Tanjuro's nervousness at this moment, and probably understood that her excessive reaction just now scared the other party. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand and grabbed Kamado Tanjuro's hand. It's okay. I'm pregnant as soon as I'm pregnant and I'll give birth to it. Can I afford it? Hearing Mujun say this, Kamado really relaxed completely. He couldn't help but put his body next to Mujun and asked in a low voice, Mu-kun. Do you like boys or girls? As he said this, Kamado's eyes shone with a motherly light. Su-Mu looked at the soft glow on Kamado Tanjuro's pretty face and was slightly startled. She couldn't help but grab Kamado Tanjuro's hand and whispered, Since I'm pregnant then, let's get pregnant with a few more. Noon. Warm sunlight shone in from the window. Kamado stood up from snuggling in Mujun's arms and looked at Mujun, who was lying lazily on the bed next to her. I'm going to cook for Mujun. Let me do it, Su-Mu shook her head. How can you let Mujun cook? Kamado shook his head. But seeing Su-Mu insisting on cooking, he could only whisper, besides, pregnant women should exercise moderately, as this will be beneficial to the fetus. Saying that, Kamado Tanjuro blushed and lowered his head. Su-Mu glanced at Kamado Tanjuro in slight surprise. She didn't expect that the other party knew so much. But she quickly realized that after all, she had given birth to several children. Thinking of this, Su-Mu felt a little depressed. Why? Those children weren't born to me before. Kamado Tanjuro's face turned pale when he heard this. I'm sorry, Mu-kun, I don't want to do this either. He originally just complained casually. But he didn't expect such a big reaction from Kamado Tanjuro. So he quickly patted Kamado Tanjuro's hand. Okay. I just said it casually, why do you still care? Kamado lowered his head. I'm sorry, Mu-kun, I didn't give the most complete. Okay, no more talking. Su-Mu patted Kamado Tanjuro's head. In fact, he still has a strong misophobia in his heart. Kamado looked at Mujun carefully again. It seemed that Jun just made a casual comment. But Kamado Tanjuro was concerned. Although she was not complete at the beginning, but this was not something she could change, can't help but thought of another remedy, maybe that can Mujun. Su-Mu didn't know what Kamado Tanjuro was thinking at this moment, but immediately got dressed and got up from the bed. Then we went to the kitchen with Kamado Tanjuro. Originally, Su-Mu planned to do it herself but was stopped by Menjai. Mujun just needs to watch from the side. As long as he watches, Kuijai will feel full of motivation. Kamado whispered, okay, I'll just watch from the side. Su-Mu Haojiaho casually brought a bench and sat down on the seat next to the kitchen. Kamado Tanjuro also put on an apron and started busy in the kitchen, moving quickly and skillfully. Su-Mu picked up a book and read it silently, occasionally. His eyes would also fall on Kamado Tanjuro, who was cooking in an apron, watching her waterfall-like black hair falling down to her hips. Look at the other person's back as he bends down and sways slightly. I probably understand why Kamado Tanjuro is pregnant so soon. I blame myself for not being prepared at all, he thought with some annoyance. At that time, I only cared about being comfortable. How could I think so much? It's just that things have already come to this point. Although they are not ready yet, they are already like this. With these thoughts in mind, his eyes fell on Kamado Tanjuro again, falling on the other person's busy back, looking at the other person's graceful figure showing virtuousness in the kitchen. My mind felt a little more peaceful for no reason. Of course, Kamado's cooking skills are excellent. After eating, Sumyu asked Kamado Kyuji to take a good rest. While Nezuko was eating, his beautiful eyes wandered back and forth between his mother and his uncle. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be something different between his uncle and his mother. But what exactly was different, Nezuko couldn't tell. In the afternoon, Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu are here again. They have already dealt with all other matters and can concentrate on practicing and begin to accept Sumyu's guidance wholeheartedly. Sumyu stood in front of the courtyard and looked at Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu, who were wearing tight clothes. Now that you have decided, there is nothing more to say. Let's start training, he spoke. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu also stood up straight immediately, ready to accept Sumyu's instruction. Now you first run around this yard 100 times. Hearing his words, both Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but frown slightly. Kachu Shinobu lost his temper and couldn't bear it the most. He couldn't help but said directly, "Sir, shouldn't we be taught how to hunt evil spirits? How do we make us run, obviously?" Kachu Shinobu disapproved of Sumyu's decision to let her run. After all, she came here to learn how to hunt evil spirits, not to run 880. Hearing Kachu Shinobu's words, Sumyu couldn't help but sneer in her eyes. He didn't say anything, but stepped forward and patted Kachu Shinobu's shoulder lightly. Kachu Shinobu was intuitively pushed by a huge force, and his petite body suddenly became unstable and fell directly to the ground. When she fell to the ground, her little hands rubbed the ground to support her body. Immediately, blood marks opened on the girl's delicate skin. Kachukani immediately helped up Kachu Shinobu, who fell to the ground. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head and glance at Sumyu. Sumyu just shook her head and said nothing, feeling the pain coming from his little hand. Kachu Shinobu's beautiful eyelashes were slightly misty, and he couldn't help biting his lips tightly. If you can't even balance your body, how can you learn how to hunt evil spirits later? Sumyu looked at Kachu Shinobu, who was trying not to cry because of the pain, and sneered. Kachu Shinobu and Kachukani have obviously never suffered anything before. The skin of these two sisters is very delicate, and they obviously have not done any physical work. It is conceivable that the physical fitness of these sisters is not good. Practicing the breathing method is not without requirements, and not everyone can learn the breathing method. You must know that the principle of breathing is to inhale a large amount of air to expand the lungs to the limit, thereby promoting blood flow and increasing body temperature, exerting the maximum power of human body functions, thereby enhancing strength and speed to achieve the ability to compete with ghosts. If you don't have a good enough body, it won't work just now. He just used the strength of an ordinary person to push Kachu Shinobu, but the opponent couldn't stand firm. It can be seen that his physical fitness is not good. And if you can't even run, how will you learn how to hunt evil ghosts later? I can do it. Kachu Shinobu stood up, hurriedly bit his lip, and spoke seriously. Sumyu raised her eyes and looked at the girl, who seemed a little angry. With a calm expression, "Then prove it to me." Kachu Shinobu gritted his teeth, said nothing, and started running around the yard. Seeing his sister running away, Kachukani did not follow her immediately. Instead, he bent down to Sumyu and said apologetically, "Sir, please don't be angry with my sister. Since I was a child, my parents have loved Sumyu very much. Ren has never suffered any grievances since he was a child. So I have made your sister feel wronged." Sumyu looked at Kachukani flatly. "Sir, that's not what I meant. Kachukani hurriedly explained. But before Kachukani could finish explaining, Sumyu had already waved her hand. "If you feel aggrieved, you can leave at any time. Well, don't say anything else and go run with your sister." Kachukani opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing and immediately stepped forward to follow her sister Kachu Shinobu. Although the whole yard is not big, 100 laps is not an easy task for an ordinary person. At the beginning it was nothing, and they didn't find it very difficult. However, as the number of laps increased, the two girls soon began to pant. As an older sister, Kachukani is okay and can still persevere, But as the younger sister, Kachu Shinobu was gasping for air. And his steps couldn't help but started to slow down. And even almost stopped. If you can't keep going, just stop. No one will tell you anything, a plain voice sounded nearby, causing Kachu Shinobu's white teeth to bite his lip tightly. Kachu Shinobu didn't say anything, just gritted his teeth and ran forward silently. Although my legs felt as heavy as lead, my chest felt like it was on fire with every breath I took. Although when she stopped, no one would speak to her. But Kachu Shinobu still doesn't want to stop. No one would say anything to her, but if she stopped, she would not be able to forgive herself. FFIC 012701508 KF0020534431 even in difficult situations. Kachu Shinobu gritted his teeth and never gave up. If he couldn't stand it even after just running 100 laps, there would be no need to learn the skills of hunting evil ghosts later. The hatred for evil spirits that emerged in her heart gave Kachu Shinobu unlimited motivation. And it seemed to tell her, "Hold on a little longer, hold on a little longer." Su-Mu stood at the edge of the courtyard, watching the scene of Kachu Shinobu gritting his teeth and persisting, and couldn't help but nodded slightly. Although Kachu Shinobu's physical fitness was a little worse, his tenacity alone made people take a high look. Although this may related to the stimulus of hatred. Finally, after running 100 laps, Kachu Shinobu almost felt as if his legs were not his own, and he instinctively wanted to stop and rest. "Don't stop, keep walking slowly for 2 rounds. At this moment the cold voice sounded again. Kachu Shinobu and Kachu Kani also immediately gritted their teeth and started walking slowly. Su-Mu nodded, and was quite satisfied to see that the two of them were still obedient. If the two of them insisted on stopping, would hit them. And the two of them would continue to walk slowly for 2 rounds. After all, if you run 100 laps at once and stop suddenly, your heart will probably not be able to bear it, and sudden death is very likely to occur. After 2 more slow walks, Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu couldn't bear it anymore and almost instinctively wanted to sit on the ground to rest. Kachu Kani is okay and can barely sit on the ground to rest, although she is panting. As for my younger sister, Kachu Shinobu, as soon as she was about to sit down, her eyesight turned black and her body was shaking and about to fall. Kachu Kani hurriedly tried to help her sister, but she was too tired. Her body seemed to be filled with lead, and she could only watch as Shinobu fell to the ground. At this time, Su-Mu's figure suddenly appeared and hugged Kachu Shinobu directly. The petit exquisite soft and pink body is held in my arms, like a piece of nephrite that is extremely soft and feels good to the touch. You can vaguely smell the slight fragrance of the girl. The body is so fragile. Looking at the closed eyes covered by long eyelashes, Su-Mu couldn't help but shake her head. Ren hasn't suffered much since he was a child. Dad and Mom used to be very careless. Next to him, Kachu Kani hurriedly defended his sister. Su-Mu glanced at Kachu Kani. As a sister, you must be afraid that you love your sister equally. So that makes your sister become so squeamish. Kachu Kani lowered his head slightly, but still bit his lip and said, "Shinobu are very strong." Kachu Shinobu woke up leisurely, and what came into view was his sister's gentle face, which made Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes slightly filled with confusion. "I remember I was running and just stopped to rest," Kachu Shinobu muttered. "You were unconscious at the time." Kachu Kani gently poked his sister's little head with his hand. "If you can't hold on any longer, just stop. Why do you have to work so hard?" When saying this, Kachu Kani's eyes were a bit doting. Kachu Shinobu gently hugged his sister's waist from behind, feeling the warmth of his sister's body. Kachu Shinobu murmured in a low voice, "I can't stop. I must take revenge." Hearing what his sister said, Kachu Kani's heart felt distressed for no reason. The blow that night was too cruel to her sister. These days, every night me sister Ren will wake up from nightmares. Every time she wakes up, her face is extremely pale. Although I don't know what kind of dream my sister had, Kachu Kani can make some guesses. No matter what, sister still needs to pay attention to her body. Kachu Kani spoke seriously. It's all because forbearance is so useless. Kachu Shinobu blames himself a little. If it weren't for him, His sister would have been able to complete 100 laps. And then she could accept the guidance of her husband. Learn how to hunt evil spirits, not now. Here, take care of yourself. Forbearance, what are you talking about? Kachukani hit his sister on the head with some annoyance. In my sister's mind, tolerance is always the most powerful, yeah. Kachu Shinobu was a little doubtful. If she had praised her sister like this before, she would naturally not doubt it. She had always thought that she was very powerful, but today, he fainted even after running 100 laps around the yard, which made Kachu Shinobu have some doubts about himself. Tolerance is always the best in my sister's mind. Kachukani gently stroked her sister's little head and said softly. Kachu Shinobu's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, and he pressed his little head tightly into his sister's arms. It's great to have my sister here. Feeling her sister's dependence on herself, Kachukani's beautiful eyes drooped slightly. Her parents passed away. As the eldest sister, she must take good care of her sister. Although she was also immersed in the pain of losing her parents, she should stand up. Just because she is the older sister and she is the younger sister's support. Bang bang, the door was knocked again and Kachukani, who was hugging his sister, could not help but tremble slightly. Have you rested? If you have rested, then continue to train. A calm voice sounded from outside. Sister, you rest first, I'm going out for training. Kachukani patted his sister on the head. I am coming too. Kachu Shinobu struggled to stand up. You should have a good rest first, and then come back for training when your body is well. Kachukani shook his head. No, I want to go with my sister. Kachu Shinobu held her sister's hand tightly. I said that I will join hands with my sister and never be separated. No matter what I face, I will be with my sister. Kachukani turned around and wanted to say something, but looking at his sister's firm eyes in the end, he said nothing and could only let his sister leave the room like him. Sumiu stood at the door with her arms folded, waiting for Kachukani to go out soon. She found that Kachu Shinobu, who had been unconscious before Ilso went out. Can you do it? If not, go back and rest. Sumiu raised her eyes and said something. When Kachu Shinobu heard this, his little fists couldn't help but clench tightly, and his slightly pale face tensed up. Obviously, the girl's strong temper does not allow her to admit defeat, let alone Kachu Shinobu to retreat. Say something when it doesn't work, so that you don't fall into a coma again like a little loser. Useless at all, Sumiu said another insulting sentence, which directly made Kachu Shinobu feel angry. He felt that no matter what, he could not let his husband be underestimated next to her. Kachukani looked at her sister with some worry. She could naturally tell that this was what her husband said on purpose. Okay, let's continue training, Sumiu spoke again. The training continued. Sumiu showed no mercy. Kachukani as the elder sister was still able to persist, and Kachu Shinobu as the younger sister was completely supported by a breath of air. Compared with her sister, Kachu Shinobu has many shortcomings. For example, she is much shorter than her sister and her strength is also very weak. However, in the future, not only will the elder sister Kachukani become the flower pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, but the younger sister Kachu Shinobu will also become the insect pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Obviously, both of them have great potential. But potential is just potential. Moreover, depending on the situation, the elder sister Kachukani is obviously much better than the younger sister Kachu Shinobu. The posture when holding the sword must be steady. Sumiu stood in the yard and scolded her coldly, causing the two girls' delicate bodies to tremble slightly. Sister Kachukani couldn't help but straighten her delicate body slightly, and her already slim figure became even more proud and graceful in the sunshine. Sister Kachu Shinobu's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, trying to hold the hilt tightly, but the sword felt so heavy. After only holding on for a while, her arm felt sore. At this moment, Sumiu also slowly approached Zero, feeling the approach of Mr. Kachu Shinobu. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to keep his sword straight and thrust forward. It was fine at first, but immediately his arm became sore that Kachu Shinobu wanted to put it down immediately. Sumiu stood in front of Kachu Shinobu for a while before shaking her head in disappointment. Seeing her husband's expression, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but clenched her lips with her white teeth. There was a feeling of anger building up in her heart, making her want to prove it to her husband now, growing up. Butterfly Ninja has never wanted to prove himself to a person for a moment. After leaving Kachu Shinobu, Sumyu came to Kachu Kani again. The girl stood straight and kept shooting forward with the sword in hand. Very good, at least, it's much better than your sister. Sumyu couldn't help but admire it next to him. Kachu Shinobu kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Kachu Kani first thought in his heart, but then glanced at his sister with a worried look. However, it's still a little bit worse. Sumyu came behind Kachu Kani and pressed her shoulders with her hands, slightly increasing her strength. The shoulders should be pressed down slightly so that the body can be more stable. Kachu Kani's face had an abnormal blush. For Kachu Kani, she has basically never had contact with the opposite S*X, let alone such physical contact. The waist needs to be straighter. Sumyu patted Kachu Kani's waist, buttocks also dropped slightly, Sumyu said softly. Kachu Kani's body became more and more tense. Is this kind of posture difficult to achieve? Sumyu asked with a frown while correcting the opponent's posture behind Kachu Kani. Kachu Kani's cheeks felt slightly hot, although she knew it was her husband who was instructing her. When his palm touched her body, her mind was so confused that she could hardly hear what he was saying. For Kachu Kani, she has never been so close to the opposite S*X, and the other person was still so tall, and just standing in front of her gave her a lot of pressure. Nosh was even closer, and she even felt that her skin could feel the burning heat of the other person's breath. Very good, just keep moving like this. After Sumyu guided Kachu Kani's sword-holding movements, he pushed it away, slightly turned his head, and looked at Kachu Shinobu next to him. As his eyes fell, Kachu Shinobu was already exhausted, steeled himself and straightened his body. Compared to my sister, she is far behind. Sumyu looked at it but shook her head in disappointment. After hearing this, Kachu Shinobu clenched his white teeth tightly and held back a sense of justice in his heart. Compared with other girls, Lihulio Kanao is always very quiet. As quiet as a lifeless puppet. She always watched everything quietly. Watching Nezuko teach his younger siblings a gentle lesson. Watch Tanjiro training hard. Watching Aunt Kuijai cleaning the house certainly. More eyes always fall on her uncle. As long as he appears, she always likes to watch quietly. Seeing her uncle happy made her heart happy. Seeing her uncle frowning made her feel bad, however. No matter whether she is happy or unhappy. Whether she is happy or unhappy, she is always unable to express her feelings to others. She even can't even speak. Sumyu had just instructed Sister Kachu to train well and was about to go back to the house to take a sip of water when she saw Lee Hyulyu and Kanao sitting quietly in the house. The slightly warm sunshine fell on the girl's delicate face, and on the blinking pink-purple eyes, with a sense of tranquility and tranquility. I looked around again and looked at 803. There was only Lee Hyulyu. Kanao was alone. He couldn't help but walked up and patted Lee Hyulyu. Kanao's little head said, "Why? You didn't go to play with the others?" Of course Sumyu didn't expect Lee Hyulyu. Kanao would answer him. Just as he thought, the chestnut flowers fell. Kanao just blinked his pink-purple eyes. Sumyu originally wanted to take Lee Hyulyu and Kanao to find Nezuko, and let Nezuko take Lee Hyulyu and Kanao to play together. But right away stopped again. He thought of Lee Hyulyu. Kanao's temperament. This is a girl who is not very good at talking or even silent, and is always quiet. Such a temperament also means that he is not gregarious. Even if Nezuko tries hard to find Rikaru and Kanao to play together. But as this temper continues in the end, he may be helpless. After all, he cannot let others follow him. Kanao should be just as quiet. That's it, just stay with me from now on. He patted Lee Hyulyu Kanao's head end as he said this. Lee Hyulyu Kanao's pink-purple eyes obviously shone a lot. Sumyu picked up the teacup in the room, took a sip of water, and walked out again, and Lee Hyulyu Kanao also hurriedly followed behind Sumyu, and his small steps became obviously much happier. When they came to the courtyard, Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu were still doing the most boring exercises. The elder sister Kachukani could still persist. But the younger sister Kachu Shinobu was on the verge of collapse. She relied on one breath and gritted her teeth to hold on. "Forbearance, stop and take a rest," Sumyu said lightly. Kachu Shinobu was already holding on. Breathed a sigh of relief. She should have been happy to get a break. But when she saw her sister who was still insisting, she couldn't help but feel disappointed in her heart. "What are you doing standing around? Go over and rest." Seeing that Kachu Shinobu had not moved yet, Sumyu frowned and said again. Kachu Shinobu's delicate body trembled slightly. Then he immediately stopped training and went to rest obediently. But the girl's little fists were slightly clenched. "Can your back should be straighter. And the sword you are holding should stop swinging and be more steady." Sumyu spoke again. He didn't let Kachukani rest. In fact, Kachukani was more suitable to become a swordsman than his sister Kachu Shinobu. After all, Kachu Shinobu's strength is too weak. Even if he picks up Nichiren blades with his strength, it will be difficult to cut off the neck of the evil ghost. And what is waiting for the neck of the evil ghost that cannot be cut off? Almost all ghost hunters all understood. Although they are not ghost hunters, when facing evil spirits, they are no different from ghost hunters. As he finished speaking, Kachukani immediately straightened his delicate body. Sumyu came to the stone bench in the courtyard and sat down casually. Lee Hyulyu was following Sumyu. Kano was also sitting next to her obediently, sitting there quietly under her skirt. The girl's slender legs were tightly together. Her hands were also squared on her legs, and her fingertips were intertwined. In most cases, the girl always lowered her head. Occasionally, she would raise her head. Most of her eyes would always be on Sumyu, and then she would quietly lower her head. As soon as he sat down to rest, Kachu Shinobu felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. He felt indescribably tired. He even wanted to lie down directly on the ground. But after all, he was concerned about the girl's image and did not do that. While resting, Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes were also moving around. Soon, he noticed the girl following Sumyu and couldn't help but stare at her. "The reason why I noticed this girl is just because this little girl has eyes similar to her and her sister. She and her sister both have purple eyes. And this girl also has pink-purple eyes. This made him a little curious about this girl. However, I felt that this girl was a little too quiet. She had not moved since she sat there." "Kano, would you like to practice with your two sisters too?" Sumyu turned around and looked at Lee Hyulyu, who was staying there quietly. Kano asked. Lee Hyulyu Kano raised his head, looked at his uncle, and blinked his pink-purple eyes. Then, the little girl also stood up, came to the yard, imitated Kachukani and started practicing. Kachu Shinobu was originally resting. Saw a girl younger than himself starting to practice. He couldn't sit still anymore. Regardless of his physical fatigue, he stepped forward and started practicing. Time passed slowly, and in the courtyard, the three girls were still practicing. Kachukani is in the best condition. Next is Lee Hyulyu. Kano, the one in the worst condition, is Kachu Shinobu. Only Kachu Shinobu naturally noticed this situation, and he was holding back his anger because he was not as good as his sister. Kachu Shinobu didn't think anything of it. In his heart, he always thought that his sister was the best. But compared to the little girl next to him, this was something Kachu Shinobu couldn't accept in his heart. And he was unconvinced, therefore. The girl's face looked a little gloomy throughout the whole process. Sumyu also observed this scene and was slightly surprised. You must know that Kano is much smaller than Kachu Shinobu, and his physical fitness is far inferior. Logically speaking, the one in the worst condition should be Kano, yes. But soon Sumyu also figured out the reason. Unlike the Kachu sisters who were born into a privileged family, Lee Hyulyu and Kano's life since childhood was undoubtedly extremely miserable. Without the love from their parents, they only faced constant beatings. They only relied on their natural keen vision to avoid being beats. Only key positions can survive. The hardships that Lee Hyulyu Kano has endured since he was a child are probably not comparable to this training. The pains of these trainings are nothing to Lee Hyulyu Kano. After thinking about this, Sumyu looked at Lee Hyulyu. Kano's eyes became softer. Kano, if you feel tired, stop and rest. He came to Lihyo Kano and said softly. The girl raised her head under the sun. The girl's fair face was covered with sweat, and her beautiful eyelashes were wet with sweat. And she blinked slightly. The girl didn't speak, just looked at him quietly. Seeing this scene, Sumyu did not continue to persuade, but returned to the original place and continued to supervise the training of the three people. The passage of time has taken a particularly heavy toll on the physical strength of the three girls. Gradually, even Kachu Chanel won. One Megumi, who has the best physique, can no longer hold on. Not to mention Kachu Shinobu and Lihano Kano. Sumyu is not surprised that Kachu Shinobu is still insisting even now. After all, Kachu Shinobu is an extremely strong girl, coupled with the hatred in her heart in order to take revenge. They are also willing to endure enough hardships, so they have strong enough resilience, but Lihua falls. Where is Kano? Why is the other party still so insistent? Why are you willing to endure hardships to train? He didn't know this, moreover, because Kano cannot express his feelings to outsiders. He has no way of peeking into the other person's heart. But there is no doubt about it. In the heart of this closed girl, there should be reasons and things for her to persist. In the courtyard, Sumyu sat quietly, sipping tea and watching the training of Kachu Kani in the courtyard. Suddenly, as if he felt something, he put down the cup in his hand, raised his head and looked out the door. But it was the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume who walked into the room. As soon as Himejima Kyoyume entered the room, he saw the Kachu sisters who were training hard and couldn't help but stop slightly. Himejima Kyoyume naturally knows the Kachu sisters. Last time they asked him to teach them how to hunt evil spirits, but he refused unexpectedly. The other party approached Makan again, and the two were training in this situation. I am afraid Mujin agreed to their request, thinking of this. Himejima Kyoyume couldn't help but clasping his hands together and sighing slightly, but feeling sad for the future of the two of them in his heart. It is precisely because he is in the Demon Slayer Corps that Himejima Kyoyume understands more clearly that the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps have no future. Most people will die while hunting ghosts, and only a few will survive. But even if these people manage to survive, because of the long years of killing, they all have some personality problems, and they will never be able to return to ordinary life like normal people. In this regard, the Demon Slayer Corps has also actively made some arrangements, such as arranging for these swordsmen to become trainers to cultivate new blood for the Demon Slayer Corps, which can also be regarded as providing a guarantee for these swordsmen in their later years. Of course, every swordsman who joins the Demon Slayer Corps has already realized something. From the bottom of his heart, Himejima Kyoyume hopes that the Kachu sisters can forget this hatred, return to the normal life of ordinary people, and have the happiness of ordinary people, instead of embarking on the bumpy road of hunting evil spirits. Seeing Himejima Kyoyume approaching, Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinbo were training, turned their heads apparently. The two sisters were angry at Himejima Kyoyume's refusal to teach them the skills of hunting evil spirits. Why this Ziahi is here again, Kachu Shinobu whispered. Nin next to him. Kachu Kani glared at his sister. What should I say, mister? Himejima Kyoyume is also our benefactor, don't call mister. Himejima Kyoyume that way, I know sister. Kachu Shinobu stuck out his tongue and continued practicing. Master, you are here. Sumyu also stood up and asked with a smile. She originally thought that Himejima Kyoyume would come back soon after hunting the evil ghost, but she didn't expect it to take so long, Mr. Mew. Himejima Kyoyume also clasped his hands together. Originally, Himejima Kyoyume wanted to say something, but when his eyes fell on Sumyu, was slightly startled. Because it was obvious that Sumyu carried an extremely oppressive aura. With such an aura, even he felt a pressure in his heart. Mr. Mew, has your strength improved again? Himejima Kyoyume asked in confusion. In the process of killing evil spirits I gained something. Sumyu explained casually. Himejima Kyoyume heard it and didn't think there was anything wrong. Because there are too many ghost hunters who have achieved breakthroughs in the battle with evil ghosts. and even improved their strength by stages, of course. More evil ghosts died at the hands of ghost hunters. Congratulations, MRMU. Haimjimakyoyum, sincere congratulations. I feel happy for Sumyu's improvement in strength. Sumyu smiled, her eyes fell on Haimjimakyoyum. And after a whileish said with a smile, Master, do you have something to say? There are some things I need to discuss with Mr. Mew, but it's only between you and me. Haimjimakyoyum clasped his hands together with a smile on his face. Say it in the house. Sumyu invited Haimjimakyoyum to the house. After entering the room, Haimjimakyoyum did not speak immediately, but first carefully observed whether anyone was listening around him. Looking at the movements of Haimjimakyoyum, Sumyu frowned slightly, wondering what happened to make Haimjimakyoyum so vigilant. After confirming that no one was listening around, Haimjimakyoyum looked at Sumu, Master. What exactly is it that troubles you to be so cautious? Haimjimakyoyum clasped his hands together with a serious expression on his face. My lord wants to see you, Sumyu was slightly startled. However, I quickly realized that it was probably because of the matter about the breath of the sun. After all, the breath of the sun is an extremely good breath in dealing with evil spirits. It is also a breath that is extremely restrained against evil spirits and can cause demons to kill. The leader of the team noticed and came in person. And didn't find it strange. No problem, I'll go tell Mrs. Huiji and others that I want to go out. Sumyu nodded and wanted to tell Kamado Tanjuro first, but was stopped by Haimjimakyoyum. I hope Mujin will forgive me before meeting my lord. I hope Mujin will not have contact with others. Sumyu felt a little unswerving in her heart. However, the reason can be roughly guessed, obviously. Haimjimakyoyum is worried that the whereabouts of the Lord will be leaked. If this attracts the attention of evil spirits, it will definitely be a very dangerous thing, after all. The overall strength of evil spirits is stronger than that of the Demon Slayer core. Of course, it was daytime now, and even someone as powerful as Kibutsuji Muzin couldn't show up. But he still had to guard against it. Okay, I'll go with you now. Although I feel somewhat dissatisfied with Haimjimakyoyum's behavior, I can understand why Haimjimakyoyum is so vigilant. Hearing Sumyu say this, Haimjimakyoyum was also relieved. If Sumyu was not willing to go out with him to meet the Lord immediately, but met with others first, out of consideration for the Lord's safety. This time the Lord and Mujin there will be no meetups. Under the leadership of Haimjimakyoyum, Sumyu quickly left the town and headed towards a nearby mountain range. 887 Finally, the two stopped at a manor full of wisteria trees halfway up the mountain. At this moment, standing at the door of the manor were a pair of identical girls, with almost the same appearance with frosty white hair, wearing white kimono sach holding a lantern in their hands, and their temperaments were almost exactly the same. Sumyu also has some impressions of these two people. In the anime, when Tanjuro was conducting the Demon Slayer assessment at Tengsi Mountain, this pair of girls also appeared, however. Compared to the images in the anime, the two girls now are more immature. This is the maid beside the Lord. Seeing Sumyu's eyes fall on the two girls, Wai Ming and Xing Ming beside them couldn't help but explain. Sumyu nodded. In fact, he also knew that these two girls were not only so-called maids, but also the daughters of their master. Let's go. Sumyu spoke, led by two maids. They walked for about another minute and stopped in a room. In the room, a tall man was sitting on his knees with his back to them. My lord, Haimjimakyoyum bowed slightly, lowered his head and spoke respectfully, obviously. Haimjimakyoyum respects the man in front of him extremely, both behaviorally and psychologically, at this time. The man who had been sitting on his knees with his back to them also stood up and slowly turned his head. The kneeling man slowly turned around and revealed his face in front of Sumyu. His face, it can be said to be a bit scary. His face should have been extremely handsome, but it seemed to have suffered something, causing almost all of it from the bridge of his nose to the top to be covered with purple scarred skin. And the skin also had some wrinkles just like that old face. The bark is average. The bridge of the nose is downward, which is normal. But it also looks a little pale. Such an appearance would be frightening to someone who was meeting for the first time and was not prepared. Xing Ming, please get up, no need to be polite. The man turned around and first spoke softly to Haimjima Kyoyume, who bowed respectfully. The man's voice is very gentle and has a light and airy feeling. When people hear it, they will unconsciously feel a very comfortable feeling, which seems to have a soothing effect on people's mood. Under such a voice, even if the other person has an extremely scary face, he will feel less scary and even feel more friendly. Yes, sir, Haimjima Kyoyume just stood up, but even so, he still lowered his head. It can be seen that the strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps has great respect for the man in front of him. This kind of respect comes from the bottom of my heart. It can also be seen from this that this man is a very capable person, or a very charismatic person, which is why Haimjima Kyoyume respects him so much. The man's eyes moved away from Haimjima Kyoyume and then fell on Su Mu. Your Excellency is my Kaki-kun. My name is Yubayashiki Kaguya, you can call me Shai Ajin. Yubayashiki Kaguya bowed slightly to Su Mu and said gently. Just like the breeze blowing across the face, Yubayashiki Kaguya's voice makes people relax and even relax their vigilance. Feeling this, Su Mu couldn't help but tremble slightly in her heart. Su Mu, I've seen Kaguya. Su Mu stood there and spoke calmly, please take a seat. Yubayashiki Kaguya pointed sideways to the seat next to him. MJU 4 ND8 NTC 3 Autumn 1 MZY 4 NZCY Aj I equals Su Mu nodded. And also came to the seat next to Yubayashiki Kaguya and sat down. Haimjima Kyoyume came behind Yubayashiki Kaguya. Staring at him with white eyes, his muscles were tense, and he seemed to be worried. Su Mu will hurt Yubayashiki Kaguya generally. Feeling this, Su Mu couldn't help but frown slightly. These Daesh got along well with Haimjima Kyoyume, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so worried about him. Or it's not that he is worried about himself, but he is wary of anyone who would hurt Yubayashiki Kaguya. This made Su Mu look at Yubayashiki Kaguya again. At this moment, Su Mu thought of many things. If you remember correctly, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps has always been the Yubayashiki family. And there has never been a time when anyone with a foreign surname has served as the leader. It can even be said that the Demon Slayer squad is, to a certain extent, the private armed force of the Yubayashiki family. However, this private armed force has some kind of spiritual belief that is to protect human beings and hunt evil spirits. Moreover, it seems that the ancestor of Ghost, Kibutsuji Musen, comes from the Yubayashiki family. Moreover, from then on, the eldest son of the Yubayashiki family would be short-lived. Is there any relationship between this? Thinking of so many things in an instant, Su Mu became extremely wary of the seemingly gentle person in front of her. As the vigilance rose in his heart, his eyes looked a little different when he looked at Yubayashiki again. The breath of the sun that Mukun knows is something that our Demon Slayer Corps is very eager to obtain. If the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps can learn the breath of the sun, their strength will be increased in the process of dealing with evil spirits. It can also reduce casualties by 1 point, and can protect more people who may be harmed by ghosts. Yubayashiki Kaguya said softly. Yubayashiki Kaguya did not ask for the breath of the sun, but instead explained the Demon Slayer's desire for the breath of the sun. This desire is completely based on the righteousness, and people will not hesitate to listen to it. Present the breath of the sun. Even Haimjima Kyoyume, standing behind Yubayashiki Kaguya, looked at Su Mu expectantly, hoping that he could breathe it over, but it's a pity. Su Mu's face remained calm. It was as if he didn't even hear what Yubayashiki Kaguya just said. After a while, Yubayashiki Kaguya stopped, looked at Su Mu, who was still calm, and then said, "So Mukun, what do you hope to get, money and status?" Su Mu raised her eyes and looked at Yubayashiki Kaguya calmly. Money is no problem for Yubayashiki Kaguya. As an organization that can support the Demon Slayer Corps against Kibutsuji Musen for thousands of years, the Demon Slayer Corps has ample financial channels. But the position in the Demon Slayer Corps makes Yubayashiki Kaguya reluctant. The reason why the Demon Slayer Corps maintains such a high combat effectiveness is because the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps share the same belief. Moreover, in the Demon Slayer Corps, a very fair rule is maintained that is, the capable are promoted and the mediocre are demoted. This is not common in this era because of this. Every senior member of the Demon Slayer Corps is a powerful swordsman whose strength cannot be underestimated. I hope to at least become the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Sumiu spoke again. Yubayashiki Kaguya was slightly silent. As the head, he naturally has the power to appoint any member to become a pillar. But if he really appoints them at will, then he as the head will not have any prestige pillar. If this is a bit difficult, I can appoint you as a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Kaguya spoke softly, in the Demon Slayer squad. In addition to the highest leader and the pillars under the leader, there are Apt Wujai Zhen Ren and Gui. Ranking of 10th level swordsmen. The A-class swordsman is basically the highest position in the Demon Slayer Corps. Except for the pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps, there are also requirements for the appointment of a swordsman. They must have the merit of killing 50 evil spirits to become an A swordsman. In Su Muin, there is not much contribution in this regard. For this reason he is the leader. Also needs to use his long-term accumulated prestige as a guarantee. Can't you become a pillar? Su Mu was somewhat dissatisfied. Becoming a pillar cannot be decided easily even by me as the master. Everyone who becomes a pillar must have sufficient merit. If Mujin is rashly allowed to become a pillar, I am afraid that others, the pillars and swordsmen, will not recognize Mujin. Yubayashiki Kaguya said softly. Sumiu frowned slightly. Hesitated for a moment and then spoke again. I can agree to become a Class A swordsman, but equally, I can also let people join the Demon Slayer Corps directly. Hearing this, Yubayashiki Kaguya couldn't help but frown. But he still said, Kaiyan Wang Zhao, I can promise Mujin this. But those swordsmen who join must pass the Tang Zishan assessment. Sumiu wanted to speak. But Yubayashiki Kaguya continued, this is also done for the sake of the swordsmen recommended by Mujin. After all, hunting ghosts is a very dangerous thing. If you're not strong enough, you will only die self. Sumiu was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. But I need to be able to learn from Demon Slayer's other breaths such as rock breath, water breath and fire breath. Mr. Mu, haven't you already mastered the breath of the sun? Yubayashiki Kaguya was puzzled. A person can probably only master one kind of breathing, and cannot learn other breathing. This makes Yubayashiki Kan's a little confused. Seeing other breaths may give me a deeper understanding of the breath of the sun. Sumiu found an explanation casually. Yubayashiki Kaguya was silent for a moment, looking at him for a long time and then nodded. I agreed. As for why you want to join the Demon Slayer squad, Sumiu has no special reason either. He probably just wants to take the Demon Slayer squad into his own hands. If I remember correctly, the Lord Yubayashiki Kaguya will die soon, right? He will leave behind orphans and widows. He murmured softly, his eyes twinkling slightly. How could he not covet such a powerful organization as the Demon Slayer Corps? Moreover, when the leader, Yubayashiki Kaguya, dies, it will be the opportunity to take control of the Demon Slayer squad. After all, the young Yubayashiki Kiryu will not have enough prestige by then. And at that time, he will be able to stand up and be enough to suppress everyone. Of course, with his current strength, he is enough to suppress anyone in the Demon Slayer team. Even the Iwaju and Hajime Kyohime are no match for him. It's just that Yubayashiki Kaguya's prestige in the Demon Slayer Corps is too high. As long as he lives for a day, it will be difficult for him to completely control the Demon Slayer Corps from his hands. And it's not like there's no threat to him. For example, Kibutsuji Muzan may threaten him. As for other 12 Kazuki, perhaps only the top 3 players may pose a certain threat to him. However, if he masters the Demon Slayer squad, he doesn't have to be afraid even if he is attacked by Kibutsuji Muzan. If you remember correctly, Yubayashiki Kaguya has a very beautiful wife and several lovely daughters. Especially his wife Yubayashiki Amane, who is extremely beautiful. no less beautiful than Kamado AI. Thinking of these inexplicably, I felt inexplicably uneasy in my heart when I got home. I looked at the Kachu sisters and Lee Hyulyo who were still training. Kano and Sumyu also told them to stop. At this time, Kamado A also prepared dinner. Kachu Kani supported his sister and was about to leave, but was stopped by Sumyu. Just eat here. In your current state, you won't have the energy to cook when you go back. Yes, mister. Mew asked you to eat here, so just eat here. Kamado Aoi also stepped forward and helped Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu walk into the house. Thank you, sir. Kachu Kani hesitated for a while, but finally agreed and politely thanked him. Even Kachu Shinobu said in a low voice, thanks. Sumyu ignored Sister Kachu and just came to Lihualuo Kano and hugged Kano. When being held by Sumyu, the chestnut flowers fell. Kano's little hands were also holding his clothes tightly. When we arrived at the living room, we saw a large table of fragrant food prepared by Kamado AI. Mrs. Kuiji, thank you for your hard work. Looking at the large table of food, Sumyu couldn't help but say to Menjai, as long as Mukun likes it. Kamado Kuiji lowered his head slightly, but his little face was full of joy. There was a large table of people surrounding the table, and the steam rising from the hot food filled the entire living room with the aroma of food. Sumyu naturally sat in the position of the head of the family, and Kamado Jai and Jiduzi sat next to him. Sister, let me serve it for you. Seeing Kachu Shinobu's hands shaking when he picked up the bowl, Nezuko hurriedly helped, thanks. Kachu Shinobu lowered his head and whispered. You're welcome. Nezuko smiled and spoke. The family eats warmly and chats sometimes. Several children will have some disputes, so the dinner table becomes a little lively. Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu are quiet. Feeling the warmth of home, their hearts were sour. They used to do this with their parents as a family, eating together around the same table. In the past, I never seemed to care about this. I never thought there was anything precious about such a scene. But now I feel that everything is so precious. But such a scene will never happen again. As the two of them ate, their beautiful eyelashes became a little moist. Sumyu glanced at the Kachu sisters slightly, then picked up a dish and fed it to Hai Hua Luo and Kanapira's mouth, afed. The pear blossom fell, Kano swallowed it in a small mouth, and his beautiful eyes blinked slightly next to him. Nezuko saw this scene, and his little nose couldn't help but let out a heavy hum. Sumyu couldn't help but glance at Nezuko. Nezuko immediately turned his little head away. Seeing this scene, Sumyu also found it funny, and couldn't help but pull Kamado Aoid next to her with her hands, almost biting Kamado Aoeda's ear. You see, your daughter is not jealous anymore. You are so jealous when you are so young. When you grow up then. Kamado Aoi's cheeks were slightly hot when Makajun almost bit her earlobe and spoke, especially in front of her children, and such an intimate gesture with an outsider like the Kachu sisters. It made her feel even more shy. That's because Nezuko cares too much about Mukun. So he's jealous of Kano, Kamado Kuiji whispered, and couldn't help but glance at Lihualuo Kano, who was held in Sumyu's arms. In fact, seeing Mujun doting on Kano so much made her feel a little bit disgusted. It's just that Lee Hyulyu and Kano's life experience was so miserable. And because of her recent pregnancy, she always cherished children with such a tragic life experience as Lee Hyulyu and Kano. Just like the children she would give birth to for Mujun in the future. Like children, it's not good to be too jealous. In the future when you get married, if you meet an intolerant husband, I'm afraid you will suffer a loss, Sumyu whispered again. Kamado glanced at her daughter Nezuko again, and then whispered into Mujun's ear, actually, when Nezuko grows up there is no need to get married. Not getting married, Sumyu frowned. Kamado Ai's face became increasingly red. Just stay home. Kamado Ai spoke again in a weak voice that was almost like a mosquito wing flapping its wings. Moreover, Nezuko will definitely be very beautiful when she grows up. I am not willing to hand over such a beautiful daughter to outsiders. Kamado said softly in a low voice after hearing this. Sumyu suddenly raised her head and looked at Kamado Kuiji with some disbelief. Let's eat Mukun. Kamado put a chicken leg into Mujun's bowl and said softly. The meat is delicious only when it rots in the pot. Sumyu looked at Kamado Kyuji in a daze. Without reacting for a moment, after a while, Sumyu came back to her senses. And an excited smile appeared on her face. Pour me a glass of wine. I want to drink a few. Well, I'll go get it from Mujin. With that said, Kamado stood up from his seat and around, and went to another room to get a drink. Sumyu watched the swaying figure of Kamado Kyuji leaving, and took a hard bite of the chicken drumstick in the bowl at her waist. Feel this chicken delicious, sister, it hurts so much. After returning home as soon as he sat down, Kachu Shinobu's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Kachukani also felt a little sorry for his sister and couldn't help but hold her in his arms. How about? Sister, I won't go to training tomorrow and just rest at home. No sister, I want to go. Kachu Shinobu bit his lips slightly and shook his head stubbornly. Sister, come here to find some herbs. I remember they are in the medicine box at home. Kachu Shinobu said softly and at the same time said the name of the needed herbs. She comes from a family of medicine. When her father was still alive, Kachukani would sometimes help her father. She was familiar with some medicinal materials. She also knew some of the medicinal materials mentioned by Kachu Shinobu. Well, sister, go get those herbs right now. Kachukani patted her sister's little head tiredly. After a day of training, she was also sore all over, however. Because she was older than her sister and had much better physical fitness than her sister, her condition was better than her sister's. Go to another room, find the medicine cabinet. And then find the medicine that your sister wants to find from the medicine cabinet. Kachukani probably also knows why his sister is looking for these medicines. Maybe these medicines can relieve the current pain all over her body. Kachukani is very aware of his sister's talent in medicine. Since she was a child, her sister has been interested in medicine. Her father also praised her for being very smart in medicine, even before he made the potion alone. These agents have also proven useful. This is something that is difficult for even a father to do. But his young sister has done it. If such a thing had not happened in the family, maybe my younger sister would have become a doctorite. Thinking of this, Kachukani's eyes became slightly sad. If something like that hadn't happened, maybe my sister wouldn't be like this now. She'd be woken up by nightmares every night. Her heart wouldn't be completely filled with hatred. And she would never be the same again. He shook his head, shook off the sudden extra thoughts in his heart, packed up the medicinal materials and hurried back. Kachu Shinobu looked at the medicinal materials brought by his sister and started to get busy. When it comes to medicinal materials, Kachu Shinobu seems to be really talented. He combines several medicinal materials and crushes them with a medicinal twister to make a medicine specially used to treat body aches and pains. You can also apply some of these herbs on the sore areas. It will be much better. Kachu Shinobu handed the prepared medicine to his sister. Kachukani nodded and followed his sister's request to apply these medicines to the sore areas on his body. As soon as I applied it, I felt a cooling sensation on my skin. Under this cooling feeling, most of the soreness in my body due to a day of training seemed to have gone away at once. The medicine made by my sister is so effective. Feeling the feeling of the medicine being applied to her body, Kachukani couldn't help but praise it. If the medicine is well made, what's the use? In the past, Kachu Shinobu would have been very happy when faced with such praise from his sister. But no, doesn't feel happy at all. It would be great if I could have the same physical fitness as my sister, Kachu Shinobu said softly. Kachukani didn't know how to persuade his sister. It seemed that this made the environment in the room a little dull. Kachu Shinobu laughed again and grabbed his sister's hand. Have you noticed? What did you find? Kachukani couldn't help but turn his head. A little curious, Mrs. Huijai seems to have some relationship with Mr. Sister, don't say this nonsense. When Kachukani heard this, his face suddenly became serious. After all, in this era, a woman's reputation is very important. And many women have died in order to maintain their reputation. I'm not talking nonsense, Kachu Shinobu muttered. Then whispered into his sister's ear, I found out Mrs. Aieta seems to be pregnant. Yes, what is there? Kachukani didn't understand it at first. But then his eyes widened and he looked at his sister in disbelief. You can't see it wrong, how is this possible? Kachukani couldn't believe it. Although he had only met Kamado Ai a few times, Kachukani still had a good impression of him. It was really hard to imagine that Kamado Ai would do such a thing. Of course, in this era, it does not mean that a woman cannot remarry after losing her husband. But after all, it is not good in people's impression. People are used to thinking that once a woman loses her husband, she should be disciplined and should not remarry. Even women in this era think so, but I didn't expect that Mrs. Kyuji not only had not remarried, but she even had a child with someone else. Such behavior is somewhat debauched, you must be right. Sister, you don't know my medical skills. Kachu Shinobu said softly, hearing what his sister said. Kachukani couldn't help but become silent. Kachukani has great faith in his sister's medical skills. Even though his sister is still young, her medical skills are very powerful. Even when his father was around, he praised his sister's medical skills for almost surpassing him. You must know that my father is a famous doctor in the town. Anyone who can be praised by his father more than him in this city cannot exceed the number of palms. 0, please give me flowers. Sister, tell me, whose child will this be? Kachu Shinobu asked quietly. Kachukani opened his mouth and glanced at his sister again. Their eyes met in the air and they understood each other's meaning at once. Obviously, I didn't expect MRTO be that kind of person. After all, the other party is a widowed woman, how could she? Moreover, with the strength of the husband, how can a widowed woman be worthy of the husband? This is completely uncomfortable. Based on your conditions, it's not possible to find any kind of woman who has not left the court outside. But look for someone like this. If people find out, your reputation will be ruined in vain. Sister, be careful in the future. Kachu Shinobu buried his little head in his sister's arms and whispered. What should I be careful about? Kachukani is still shocked by the news that her sister just said. It is really unimaginable that Kamado Ai, a woman who looks dignified and is so virtuous, can be so wanton. 0, as for the child's father, Kachu is not held accountable so much in this era. Women's character is always too harshly criticized. Even as a woman, I think it is normal for a man to have several women if he is excellent. Therefore, I just felt that the husband was a little too much. But I didn't think that the other party had a big problem. Instead, I blamed Kamado Ai more. Be careful, sir. Seeing that his sister did not understand what he meant, Kachu Shinobu also became anxious. Kachukani also recovered from the shock at this time, and was shocked when he heard his sister's words. Sister, don't talk nonsense. How could your husband be such a person? If you can even eat Mrs. Kyuji next to you, how can you let your sister go? Kachu Shinobu didn't believe it, Freeze said. Kachukani was a little anxious. I'm not talking nonsense, Kachu Shinobu muttered, thinking about the scene he experienced during today's training. He suddenly felt a little bit disgusted. Didn't sister notice it during training? Sir, he always treats you, Freeze said. Kachukani hurriedly covered her sister's mouth. How could such a thing be said casually, moreover? As a woman who had never left the government, how could she talk about such a thing? I'm not talking nonsense. My sister is the most talented beauty in the town. Whether it's gushing flower arrangement or tea ceremony, she can do it all so well. In addition, my sister is so gentle and beautiful. Which man would not be tempted by her? I don't believe that the gentleman can be blind or deaf. And he won't even let Mrs. Kyuji go. How could he let his sister go? Sister, let's have some snacks. Her silky black hair was scattered on the bed like a waterfall. The woman's soft and slender hands seemed to have lost their strength and were casually placed on the quilt. Rosy complexion. The slightly blurred eyes seemed to hear the movement and opened slightly. Seeing Mujin put on his clothes and leave, Kamado closed his eyes slightly again. Su-Mu walked out of the room and bought some food from a restaurant in a nearby street as usual. Because he often comes here to buy things, he is quite familiar with the owner of the restaurant. While packing the food he wanted to buy, he did not forget to chat with him for a few words. Su-Mu simply said a few words with a gentle expression. Sir, it's not just me saying a few words. Although the woman is sensible, she is not suitable for your status. Before leaving, the owner of the restaurant whispered something. Su-mu stopped and frowned slightly. After all, I wasn't very familiar with the nearby neighbors when I first moved here. But as time went by, I got a rough idea of the situation of Kamado's family. And I also understood that Kamado Ai is a 667 widowed lady who lost her husband. And Su-mu is not the other party's husband. And with the two of them walking so close, there would naturally be no shortage of gossip. Su-mu didn't care much about these gossips. If she didn't hear them, it would be embarrassing. A few days ago, a neighbor asked him face to face how Mrs. Hui Zhai's kung fu was and whether she was very y. Not knowing whether it was because she was drunk. On the spot, Su-mu beat the man half to death. He is probably still lying on the bed now. Therefore, few people dare to discuss him recently. But what is certain is that there are definitely many people discussing him behind his back. Su-mu didn't care about this. But she had to care about Menjai's feelings when she heard this. After all, she is his own woman. And besides being able to bully her as much as she wants in some aspects, in other aspects still feels very sorry for her. I'm also worried that Kamado Ai will feel bad after hearing this. Especially in this era. Women still take these very seriously. After returning home full of thoughts, Tanjuro, Nezuko and Lihua fell. Kano got up early and started regular training recently. Seeing Kano starting to learn, Nezuko was not to be outdone and started training TXT. Seeing Su-mu enter the room, Tanjuro immediately stopped training. Uncle. Nezuko also shouted. Lihua fell. Kano didn't speak, but looked at him quietly with a pair of pink-purple eyes. Su-mu nodded and pointed at the meal in her hand. Mrs. Hui Zhai was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. So I bought some food outside, washed my hands and came over to eat. Hearing what Su-mu said, Tanjuro nodded and wanted to say something. But in the end he didn't speak, looking like he was hesitating to speak. As for Nezuko, he turned his head away and seemed a little angry. Su-mu just glanced at it and didn't care. As her relationship with Kamado Ai became public in the future, there were more mornings when Kamado couldn't get out of bed. She had to get used to it. Could it be that he still endures it when he needs it? Putting the purchased food on the table in the living room, he looked at the somewhat narrow living room and frowned slightly. When he moved to this city before because of his money, the house he purchased was only average, but it could accommodate the Kamado family living. But as the number of people increases, it will definitely not work, especially for training. There are certain requirements for the venue before. Tanjuro was the only one training, so the courtyard was quite spacious. But with the Kachu sisters Nezuko and Kano coming to train together, the courtyard space was not suitable after all. Breathing training requires a lot of exercise, and the venue is too small to perform it at all. I want to find time to change to a bigger house, with a bigger yard and the best surrounding. Su-mu murmured and thought while carrying a piece of food and walked to Kamado Kuiji's room. When he got to the door, he didn't knock on the door and just opened the door. At this moment, Kamado was still lying on the bed. Following the movement of the door, she opened her eyes and relaxed slightly when she saw it was Mujin. Su-mu closed the door, smoothly put the food on the bed table, came to the bed and unpacked the food. Kamado struggled to get up. As soon as I started to move, I couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. I'll feed you, don't move. Su-mu turned around, looked at Kamado Kuiji, who was frowning, and said with a bit of joking. Kamado raised his head and saw Mujin's slightly teasing eyes at first sight. His face turned red and he said angrily, "It's all your fault." Su-mu smiled and didn't refute. She started to pick up the soup, poured some porridge and handed it to Kuiji's mouth at the mouth of the stove. Kamado Kuiji swallowed it in small mouthfuls, raised his eyes and looked at Mujin's gentle movements, and all the slight resentments in his heart dissipated. I feel that if she can make Mujin like her, nothing will matter. Besides, she actually likes her very much. It's just that Mujin is sometimes too domineering, which makes her a little. However, sometimes Mujin becomes gentle, which makes her like him very much. While feeding Kamado Kyuji breakfast, Sumyu said indifferently, "When I went shopping today, I heard a lot of gossip. What did Mujin hear?" Kamado Ai's slender little hands hugged Mujin's waist tightly, and she swallowed the food that Mujin's spoon put to her mouth, and asked curiously, "It's some gossip about Madam?" Sumyu said softly as soon as he heard this. Kamado Kyuji's originally rosy face immediately turned pale, and his little hands suddenly clenched the quilt tightly, lowered his head and bit his lip with his white teeth. Maybe because he was too much with such force, his lips were bitten, and bright red blood flowed from his lips, making Kamado Ai's bright red lips even more obvious. "How does Mukun think of me? Do you think that Kyuijai is a st who doesn't follow the rules of a woman, as those people said, goods?" When he said this, Kamado Kyuiji raised his head and looked at Mujin nervously, and his little hands that clenched the quilt so tightly turned a little white. Obviously at this moment, Kamado Kyui felt unspeakable tension in her heart. Although no matter what Mujin said, she would never regret her choice, but deep down in her heart, she still looked forward to it. Sumyu stretched out her hand and gently grasped Kamado Kyuiji's warm little hand. Then he touched his little hand to his heart. "Can't Mrs. Kyuijai see my heart for Mrs. Kyuijai? If Mrs. Kyuijai doesn't believe it, you can throw away my heart and give it to Mrs. Kyuijai. See if there is Mrs. Kyuiji in this heart." Kamado Kyuiji has never heard such words. For a woman who is trapped in the kitchen all day long, mostly busy with household chores, she has not seen much of the world. Although she has heard some disgusting love words from Makijun before. But this sentence was not as direct as this one. It made her heart feel like it was on fire, setting her feelings on fire. "Then what are you telling me, Mukund?" Kamado held Sumyu's waist tightly with both hands and pressed her head tightly into his arms. At this moment, she only felt that there was indescribable happiness in her heart. How could she not hear the gossip of the neighbors outside? "If there are not many thoughts in my heart, though, is it possible? Sometimes my heart is extremely depressed. I'm just worried that these gossips will affect Mrs. Kyuijai." Sumyu stretched out her hand and lifted Kamado Kyuiji's white chin, exposing her delicate face to her. She stretched out her hand and gently lifted the soft green hair scattered on his forehead. "I'm afraid of Madam, I feel bad." Kamado felt warm in her heartand at this moment of intuition. She was willing to do anything for Mujin, no matter what it was. Even if she died right now, there would be no hesitation. "I'm not afraid of these," Kamado said softly. "I don't care about these gossips. I only care about what Mujin thinks about me. I'm willing to do anything for Mukun. I am also willing to dedicate everything to MRMU. As long as Mujin likes it, what? It will be all right." Yard. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu continue to train seriously, and Sumyu will also provide guidance from time to time. However, Sumyu discovered a very strange phenomenon today. Whenever she was close to Kachukani, the other person seemed to be a little too nervous at first. Sumyu thought it was her illusion, but after a few times, she realized that it was not the case. It seemed that the other party was overly wary of her. This made Sumyu a little confused as to why. "There's something wrong with the way you hold the sword." Sumyu walked to Kachukani again, stretched out her hand, and wanted to guide the other person's shortcomings. But as soon as he made a move, the other party quickly took a step back as if he was electrocuted. It seemed that he felt that his actions were a bit excessive, and Kachukano couldn't help but lower his head slightly. Seeing this scene, Sumyu also looked thoughtful. "Okay. Let me practice the action of holding the sword just now for you." Sumyu also picked up a sword. "Watch it." Sumyu holds the sword with steady hands. When holding the sword, the hand holding the sword must be firm and there must be no slack. Sumyu demonstrated and explained in person this time. Since there was no personal hand-holding guide, Kachukana group was there to guide me. "Sister, is it 8 that you made a mistake?" "Sir, he shouldn't be that kind of person." After training at noon, Kachukani whispered to his sister in his ear. Kachu Shinobu was also a little confused at the moment, and wondered whether he had misunderstood Mr. "Let's wait and see. If your husband is really that kind of person, with your sister being so beautiful, He will definitely not be able to bear it, talk nonsense. Kachukani hit his sister on the head angrily. Night. Unknowingly it's here again. Su Mu picked up the Nichiren blades and walked out of the room. After walking a few steps, Su Mu stopped, raised her head, and looked at a dark shadow somewhere. As he looked around, a young man wearing a standard Demon Slayer uniform quickly walked out of the dark shadows. "I've met my lord," seeing Su Mu looking over. The man immediately knelt down and spoke respectfully. "What's the matter?" Su Mu raised her head and looked at each other. "Master Yanju is waiting for you." The young swordsman spoke respectfully. "Lead the way." Su Mu nodded casually. "Yes, sir." The young swordsman then raised his head and glanced at Su Mu. But his eyes were somewhat curious. The A-class swordsmen and demon slayers are definitely at the top. Basically the highest-ranking person besides the pillars. He had heard that the master had appointed a new Class A swordsman. But he didn't know if it would be the person in front of him. But regardless of whether it was true or not, the young swordsman felt that this person should be a capable person. Not that he had seen Su Mu's strength, but because of his trust in the master. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the master is definitely not the strongest, but his prestige is the highest. Almost every swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps admires the master from the bottom of their hearts. The same goes for swordsmen. Under the leadership of the young swordsman, the two quickly arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Squeak. Su Mu opened the door. It was already dark at night. And because there were no lights on, the whole room looked even darker. Crack. A flint was struck, a candle was lit, and the slightly flickering light dissipated some of the darkness in the room. The tall figure of the rock pillar, Hajime Kyoyume, was also revealed. The flickering lights reflected on the face of Hajime Kyoyume with his eyes closed. Grandmaster. Su Mu nodded, and at the same time walked over to himself, and continued with dissatisfaction, "If anything happens, just go to the place where I live and look for me. You brought me here so mysteriously, but what's the matter?" Something. Hajime Kyoyume did not speak, but instead looked up and down his body with his white eyes. "What happened?" The movements of Hajime Kyoyume made Su Mu feel very uncomfortable, and her head wrinkled unconsciously. "Recently, 12 Kizukai, the evil spirit on the string, has been appearing." Hajime Kyoyume looked at Su Mu for a long time before speaking in a muffled voice. "It's just a ghost. If it comes and goes, it will come and go." Su Mu said something casually, but immediately realized something was wrong. She stared at Hajime Kyoyume with a somewhat ugly look on her face. "Are you doubting me?" Hajime Kyoyume shook his head. "Infidelity is just necessary vigilance. Personally, I am willing to believe Mukun. But not long after my lord met with Mukun, the evil spirit and 12 Kazuki began to appear. And it seemed to be coming to this city, which has to make us suspicious." Hajime Kyoyume did not hide anything and told the recent information obtained by the Demon Slayer squad. Recently, 12 Kazuki online team Pot Demon Jaco is suspected to be approaching the city where we live now. And these days, 2 teams of the Demon Slayer squad have been killed by it. After hearing this, Su Mu's face looked a little better. After all, not long after he met the master, 12 Kazuki approached, which made people suspicious. If it were him, I'm afraid he would be muttering in his heart. And, just like the Demon Slayers want to kill Kibutsuji Musen, Kibutsuji Musen is also fed up with the Demon Slayer Corps. An invincible bug. Just because the Demon Slayer organization is too tenacious. And the swordsmen are scattered all over the place. Unlike ordinary organizations that have fixed locations, it is difficult to kill them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, how could the Demon Slayer Corps be allowed to survive to this day? If Kibutsuji Musen knew the location of the leader of the Demon Slayer squad, he would definitely not mind sending 12 Kazuki to kill the leader. As long as the leader, who is in charge of the Demon Slayer Corps, is killed, the remaining swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps will be like limbs that have lost their minds and will not be able to move around for long. So, it is normal for Iwazuku Hajime Kyoyume to have such doubts. But Su Mu still felt uncomfortable. He thinks that his contact with Hajime Kaioyume these days is pretty good. But he is not so suspicious. The safety of my lord is very important. Xing Ming has to treat it with caution and ask for your forgiveness. MRMU Hajime Kaioyume whispered again, I see. Su Mu nodded, although she still felt a little uncomfortable. But since Hajime Kaioyume had already talked about it, she wouldn't dwell too much on this aspect at the same time. I once again lamented the position of the Master Yubayashiki Kaguya in the Demon Slayer Corps. If he hadn't been very concerned about the safety of the Master and put his safety first, Hajime Kaioyume probably wouldn't doubt himself so much. Master, if you are looking for me so late, you are probably not just telling me these things to 857. Right? Su Mu spoke again, of course that's not all. Hajime Kaioyume also shook his head. In addition to confirming that Mujun has no connection with the evil ghosts, he also invited Mujun to kill the ghosts of Wu Jin who were on the line in Yi Ergui Yue. Is it just the two of us? Su Mu frowned. The waning moon and 12 Kazuki. Hajime Kaioyume may be easy to deal with, but the evil spirit of the first quarter moon is not so easy to deal with, even if it is Hajime Kaioyume. Although they are both in 12 Kazuki, the concept of 12 Kazuki is completely different from 12 Kazuki. Each pillar can kill the last quarter moon in 12 Kazuki. But for the first quarter moon in 12 Kazuki, even against the low, last quarter moon demon, at least 3 pillars are needed to kill it. Deal with. Of course not, Hajime Kaioyume shook his head. In addition to several, a swordsman like Mukun Mr. Water Pillar Lintaki will also come. If time were not pressed, the other pillars would also have their own important matters. And I would probably contact a few more lords to come over. Hajime Kaioyume spoke seriously. Evil ghosts are not easy to deal with, especially the winding evil ghosts in 12 Kazuki. No matter how cautious you are, you can't be too cautious. It was also the first time that Su Mu saw the Demon Slayer Corps' cautious attitude in dealing with evil spirits. While Su Mu and Hajime Kaioyume were talking in the room, there was a slight sound outside. It should be other Class A swordsmen coming over. Hajime Kaioyume heard the movement and couldn't help but said, let's go out just in time to meet and get to know each other. If we hunt evil ghosts in the future, Mujin may cooperate with these people. Su Mu nodded and followed Hajime Kaioyume out. A total of 4 Class A Demon Slayer swordsmen appeared outside the door. A Grade A swordsman's face looked a bit old, and his skin was wrinkled. Obviously he was an old man. 2 of the swordsmen are middle-aged. One is tall and thin. The other is short and fat, with very personal characteristics. The remaining one is like Su Mu, also a young man. The most eye-catching thing about this young man is his golden hair. Even in the dark night it is extremely obvious, especially the bright red at the end of the hair that seems to be on fire. Is it you, who was recently appointed as a first-class swordsman by your father-in-law? The young man looked at him with an unceremonious tone. Even so, it did not offend people. On the contrary, he felt that this man was extremely happy. Class A swordsman Rengoku Kaioyujuru, I have met you, but I haven't asked you for your name yet. After the young man finished speaking, he asked unceremoniously and looked at him with burning eyes. There was a cheerful smile on his face, and his dark eyebrows seemed to be divided like blades. Gives people a very sunny, very passionate feeling. Su Mu also looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. Obviously she did not expect to meet him. What's more, I didn't expect that the other party hadn't become a pillar yet. But when I think about it carefully, it doesn't seem strange. It is impossible for Su Mu to be unfamiliar with this person. After all, he is so famous in the anime Demon Slayer, and his popularity is even as high as that of the protagonist Tanjuro. Su Mu met Rengoku Kaioyujuru. Su Mu raised her head and also spoke, ha ha ha. Rengoku Kaioyujuru also showed a cheerful smile, walked forward and put his arm around his shoulders. Have you brought anything to eat? I'm a little hungry. Su Mu felt a little uncomfortable with Rengoku Kaioyujuru holding his arm so familiarly. No, he shook his head. When he came out, he didn't bring any food. However, I brought a bottle of wine. Kyoujuru, would you like to have a drink? He took out the flask he carried with him from his pocket. Seeing the wine, Rengoku Kyoujuru's distinctive eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. And his cheerful smile froze. Sorry, I don't drink. Rengoku Kyoujuru shook his head and suddenly thought of his father. Since his mother passed away, his father had been drinking to relieve his sorrows all day long. He had completely lost his fighting spirit in the past, and he was not optimistic about him and his younger brother. This made Rengoku Kyoujuru very sad. Unconvinced, he wanted to prove himself to his father. Because his father was drunk all day long, he had a natural aversion to alcohol. That's such a shame. Sumiu shook her head. This wine is a good thing. Men should drink the strongest wine, and women should sleep the most beautifully. After saying that, he took a sip of his own thoughts. Seeing Sumiu drinking, Rengoku Kyoujuru frowned, unconsciously opened his mouth, and finally said dully, wine is not a good thing. Sumiu shook her head and handed the wine bottle over. If you don't taste it, how do you know that this wine is not a good thing? Facing the wine handed over by Sumiu, Rengoku Kyoujuru shook his head and refused. Sorry. Mukun, I don't drink, that's really boring. Sumiu smiled. Rengoku Kyoujuru raised his eyebrows but hesitated to speak. I met you in Zayagao village in Zia. Hashimoto Shinya, I have met Makaki-kun. I met Mukun in Shimidahara Kewamo at this time. The other three people also came over to introduce themselves. Takamura Kazatsu was the older-looking grade A swordsman. Hashimoto Shinya and Tahara Kawamomo are two middle-aged swordsmen. Tall and thin and short and fat respectively. After meeting each other, no one appeared to be dissatisfied because he was appointed as a swordsman by the head Yubayashiki Kaguya, or even came to provoke him. They are very friendly to each other. This surprised Sumiu slightly. He originally thought that someone on the other side would be dissatisfied after seeing him become a grade A swordsman and come to trouble him. Now it seems that such a thing did not happen, however. He soon figured out that in the process of dealing with evil spirits, everyone would be companions. Friends with whom you have a good relationship can even trust each other with your back. Even if the companions are not friendly to each other, they are never willing to enmity with each other, after all. In the process of hunting ghosts, not only the evil ghost factors must be considered, but also the companions. This is obviously not a situation that the swordsman wants to see. Of course, the trust of these, a swordsman and the master, must be inevitable. After meeting each other, chatting briefly, and getting acquainted for a while, a figure in the distance quickly ran towards the eaves. Soon, the figure landed on the eaves closest to them. The visitor was wearing a tengu mask and blue wavy cloud-patterned clothes, with Nikarin blades hanging around his waist. The breeze blew, blowing the other person's white hair up. The silver moon hung in the sky, and the visitor also fell from the sky, and the feathers on his body danced as he fell. After landing on the ground, nodded slightly to everyone. Yurikodaki Sakanji, I have met you all. A very gentle voice came from under the tengu mask. Nan Amitabha. Haimjima Kyoyume clasped his hands together. Xingmei has not seen Lin Taki for a long time. The last time we met it was at the Hashira meeting, yes. Yurikodaki Sakanji also sighed slightly. Now I am old but Xingming is in his prime. The burden on your shoulders, Xingming, is very heavy. Linlong is not old yet. I heard that Linlong has taught two extremely outstanding king's disciples recently. Hearing Haimjima Kyoyume mention the two disciples, Yurikodaki Sakanji raised his head slightly unconsciously. They are two useless disciples. One day, I will bring Xingming to meet them so that I can guide them. When talking about his two disciples, Yurikodaki Sakanji's face was obviously a little proud. Yurikodaki Sakanji and Haimjima Kyoyume chatted for a few words. And Haimjima Kyoyume turned sideways and simply said, These swordsmen will cooperate with the two of us to kill 12 Kazuki. Online Jiwu, the ghost of the pot, Jako. My dear Gaokun and Zia have seen the world. Hashimoto Shinya Tahara Kawamo and Rengoku Kyoujuru have met Mr. Water Hashira. My Sumiu, I have met Mr. Linlong, except for Sumiu. The four of them bowed slightly and looked respectful. Sumiu still roared calmly. Urokodaki Sakanji also nodded slightly to everyone. I'm going to trouble you all a lot during this trip. Dark Naite figure was moving through the woods. 1 second it was still in the same place. And the next second it was in another place. The speed is so fast that it is shocking suddenly. As if he felt something, the figure suddenly stopped. His scarlet eyes slightly raised looking at the sky. A rook hovered in the sky, as for the Chinese letter crow. It is naturally clear that it is the crow that connects the Demon Slayer swordsman and the Demon Slayer headquarters. Each team member has one, which can recite orders in human language and can also have self-aware conversations. It is a species cultivated by the Demon Slayer Corps. There are usually crows hanging around. And there is most likely a ghost hunter from the Demon Slayer Corps nearby. Thinking of this, his scarlet eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, then, with a flick of his wrist, a cold light suddenly disappeared. Next second, the Sakro hovering in the air let out a shrill cry. And then its wings fell to the ground as if they had lost their strength. It sneered slightly, which ghost hunter is he again? Along the way, since its traces were spied by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, it killed at least 13 swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps along the way. Such a tragic death. I didn't expect that the Demon Slayer squad would dare to send people here. They really didn't know how to live or die. Is it possible that you still want to kill the first quarter moon? Yeah. The figure played with the Gyako in his hand and let out a jai laugh. It's 12 Kazuki Jako. And as the song crow fell from the sky, an old figure suddenly sprang out from the treetops, holding the fallen song crow in the palm of his hand. Hateful. The old figure landed on the ground and looked at the song crow, who was unable to move in his palm. His face was trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Class A swordsman, seeing the old man appearing, playing with Jayak, he said with a bit of sarcasm, a Class A swordsman also wants to hunt 12 Kazuki. I really don't know whether I should admire your courage. Just right-tie this Jayako still needs some decorations. So I'll use your bones instead, Mimi. After saying that, he seemed to feel something and suddenly sneered. The others also came out and hid. A figure flew out and landed on the treetops. The crescent moon hangs in the sky, and the person's toes are stepping on the top of the tree. Looking at it at this moment, it seems as if he is stepping on the crescent moon. The gentle wind was blowing, her white hair was blowing, and she was wearing a Tengu mask. It is none other than Water Pillar Urokodaki Sakanji. The slender figure of Urokodaki Sakanji stood and glanced at the old figure holding the Chinese letter crow in his front hand with a sad expression on his face. Takamura Kazatsu, you made the lowest mistake. This is not a mistake that a Class A swordsman should make. Being taught a lesson by Urokodaki Sakanji. The figure sadly placed the dead Songkro in the palm of his hand gently on the ground behind him, Aya. And first knelt down to the body of Aya. And then just got up, feel sorry. Takamura Kazuka lowered his head in shame towards Urokodaki Sakanji. I shouldn't have made such a mistake. But after Alit is a teammate who has been with me all my life. Eyes. As he spoke, the old figure's eyes were filled with tears. Every swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps will have his own Nichiren blades and his own Send Crow the moment he joins the Demon Slayer Corps. Since embarking on the road of ghost hunting, he has experienced a lot along the way, one after another. His companions died on the way to hunt ghosts. And one after another, his friends left one after another. In the end, only this old ghost like him was left. Crows depend on each other for company for him. They are already more like relatives than relatives. Therefore when Songya died, even a fully experienced Class A swordsman could not hold back and made such a low-level mistake. In this regard, Zhangkun and Zia are deeply biting. If he hadn't been unable to hold it back, I'm afraid that at this moment 12 Kazuki, the group on the Lineth Pot Demon, Gyako would have stepped into the encirclement. Even though the strength of the first quarter moon demon would not kill the opponent immediately, it would definitely be possible, give it heavy damage. Looking at the look of Takamura Kazatsu, Urokodaki Sakanji shook his head slightly. Humans are not grass and trees who can be ruthless, however. As a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps and an experienced, Class A swordsman, he made such a low-level mistake, which really made him quite angry. After all, such a mistake may cost the death of a companion. Takamura Kazatsu obviously also understood this. He lowered his head and after a while, he gritted his teeth, "Todd, even if I die, I will atone for my actions." After saying that, he pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist and pointed the blade at the evil spirit, Class A swordsman Takamura Kazuka. "I am asking you for advice, Todd, either you die or I die." Class decoration. Gyako glanced at Takamura Kazatsu with a sneer. He didn't pay attention to the swordsman at all, but set his sights elsewhere as Gyako's eyes fell. A giant man dressed like a monk walked out of the dark forest, clasping his hands together and chanting scriptures. When passing by the body of Songya, his steps paused slightly, and his white eyes also showed a trace of moisture. Why? A slight sigh came from his mouth. Rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume. When he saw the other party, Jaco's originally relaxed face immediately turned serious. Originally, there was only one water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji. And he didn't care. It was not easy for a pillar to kill him. But if there is another pillar, it will be different. Moreover, both the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji and the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume are among the most powerful among the pillars. Seeing that the buried figure had been exposed, including the rock pillar and Himejima Kyoyume came out of the ambush. And the others also came out, Class A swordsman. Hashimoto Shinya, I've been waiting here for a long time. The A swordsman Tahara Kawamo has been waiting here for a long time. The A swordsman Rengoku Kaifujirao has been waiting here for a long time. Class A swordsman Sumyu has been waiting here for a long time. Several people came out, with all the Nichiren blades in their hands drawn out. The bright blades glowed coldly in the moonlit night. Gyako's eyes just glanced at a swordsman and didn't pay attention. More eyes fell on the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji standing on the treetops and the rock pillar Wailing Island with his hands clasped together. Banquet 0 for Gyako. The only real threats to it are the two pillars. The figure of Yurikodaki Sakanji fell from the treetops and stood at the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume today. I never thought that a decayed body like mine could also cooperate with Zingaming. A day to kill evil spirits together. With that said, Yurikodaki Sakanji took out the Nichiren blades that he had been wearing at his waist and stroked the blade with his hand. The gentle eyes under the Tengu mask seemed as sharp as an unsheathed sword at this moment. It's like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, causing cold ripples. I've been staying in Zaiwu Mountain for a long time, and I haven't used this old friend of mine for a long time. Yurikodaki Sakanji whispered. With a faint sword glow in his eyes, Mr. Lintaki is joking. How can you be a broken body when you are getting stronger? Himejima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and took out his Nichiren blades. His Nichiren blades were an axe and a boluses connected by a long chain. He was holding the chain, and the axe and boluses were still on his iron tower, on top of a generally strong body. The two figures looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume. Water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji, come on. Different voices came from the two people's mouths. The next second, the two figures suddenly disappeared from the place. The figures of water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji and rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume instantly appeared next to Gyako. And Nichiren blades also slashed at them boldly at this moment. The sharp blade passed by, as if the air was cut open at this moment mistaken. Gyako sneered and at the same time, his body flashed and his whole body retreated instantly. Water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji and rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume attacked closely. Every time Yurikodaki Sakanji's Nichiren blades slashed out, there were faint blue ripple sand every time it slashed. The sound of the water was faintly heard. His moves are Endelson move is taken, and the next move follows closely. As for the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume, its attacks are even more wide open. With its broad axe and meteor hammer linked by chains, every attack hits as heavy as a mountain. And when it hits the ground, It makes everyone nearby feel like it was like an earthquake. Compared with the water pillar attack like Mr. Kainkian, the rock pillar attack was like a rough giant. Although they have different fighting styles, the two of them cooperated perfectly for a moment. Jayako was forced to retreat continuously, and with just a few movesone of Jayako's arms was injured tilde. At this time class, a swordsman such as Rengoku Kyojuru, Takamura Kazatsu, and Hashimoto Shinya also joined the siege, making Jayako's situation even worse. Su Mu and another, a swordsman named Tahara Kawamo, were hovering vigilantly on the outside, ready to substitute at any time. But they were not immediately broadcast. This was also discussed before the battle, after all. If something unexpected happens while fighting evil ghosts, someone will need to check and fill in the gaps. What's more, the main force in this trip to deal with this waxing moon evil spirit is the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji and the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume. These as swordsmen mainly play a supporting role. This was agreed upon from the beginning. Although Su Mu thinks that his strength is not inferior to that of the pillar, or even stronger than the Imstone pillar Himejima Kyoyume, he will not stand out if the two of them can deal with Jayako. He doesn't mind lying flat, moreover. Facing the evil ghost of first quarter moon for the first time, Su Mu felt that she should be more cautious. After all, you only have one life. If you die, you die. He still values his life very much. He would rather all the swordsmen here die than he would die. He does not have the firm belief of these demon slayer swordsmen. Nor would he choose to fight for the evil ghost in order to hunt it down. The team of Jayako and 12 Kazuki is extremely powerful. Even if they encounter the cooperation of 2 pillars and several, a swordsman assisting in the attack, they are only slightly depressed, hateful, being slashed again by the Nichiren blades of the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji. Jayako also roared, although for evil spirits, especially for a waxing moon like it, even if the body is injured, it can recover quickly. But it will still hurt. Is it possible that you think you can deal with me by bullying the minority? Jayako dodged another meteor strike from rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume. While stepping back, he also took out the white pot body in his hand. It is called Jayako, and its abilities are naturally superior to Jayako. Normally it can hide in the pot. Its body is connected to the pot, and it can continuously practice to increase its strength. When fighting, you can also summon various aquatic creatures from the pot to fight. At this moment, facing the siege of everyone, Jayako summoned him immediately without any hesitation. Along with a burst of water mist, aquatic creatures came out one after another. In just the blink of an eye, they hid from 7 or 8 aquatic evil spirits exuding powerful auras. Sir, leave these to us and you can concentrate on dealing with Jayako. As soon as these water attribute evil spirits appeared, they immediately entangled with the rock pillar and the water pillar. If they continued, the situation would be very unfavorable. After Aleph, the 2 pillars were involved. Then no one can deal with Jayako. As for the ace swordsman, in a head-on confrontation with Jayako, he would probably be able to withstand only a few more attacks. Therefore, as soon as these evil spirits summoned by Jayako appeared, Rengoku Kyojuru immediately rushed forward to stop them, and also issued a warning to let the string pillar and the water pillar concentrate on dealing with Yu-Jai. Yurikodaki Sakanji and Himejima Kyoyume naturally understood the key. So with just a flicker of their figures, they dodged the attack of several summoned evil spirits. When these evil ghosts caught up and were about to come to entangle them, Rengoku Kyojuru and several Class A swordsmen, the warriors, had already greeted them and blocked these summoned evil spirits, allowing Yurikodaki Sakanji and Himejima Kyoyume to have a powerful space to deal with Jayako alone. Guys, please. Rengoku Xingju slashed away an evil spirit that wanted to attack him with one sword, and at the same time kicked away an evil spirit that tried to attack Yurikodaki Sakanji, and spoke to the remaining swordsmen, no problem. Several Class A swordsmen also spoke seriously. These evil spirits summoned by Jayako were also extremely powerful, almost possessing the strength of the lower string evil spirits. Even if they were Class A swordsmen, they were not easy to deal with. Zero. Please give me flowers. As Jayako summoned evil spirits to fight, Sumyu and another, a swordsman named Taharagawa Momo, also had to take action to suppress these evil spirits summoned by Jayako. Even though Taharagawa Momo, a Class A swordsman, was short and Fathai's movements were surprisingly agile. Every time he slashed with the Nichiren blades in his hand, he suppressed a summoned evil ghost and kept retreating. Sumyu also faced an evil ghost with fish gills at this moment. This evil ghost looked very tall, but its movements were as agile as a fox. Sumyu Waiwei is generally familiar with Ji's strength after a few moves with him. Mr. Mu, if you are defeated, just say hello and I will come to help you. Next to him, Tahara Kawamomo suppressed her opponent and kept retreating. At the same time, she did not forget her kind reminder. Zero after Alotho Sumyu is a Class A swordsman. He is too young certainly. Rengoku Kyoujuru is roughly the same age as Sumyu. But after all, Rengoku Kyoujuru comes from the Rengoku family that kills evil spirits. And there have been fire pillars born in generations. Although he is young, his strength is obvious to all. Sumyu, on the other hand, has no special qualifications. MRMU, just stop him. I will help you after I kill the evil ghost in my hand. Not far away, Rengoku Kyoujuru, who was fighting one against Tulso, spoke at this moment. The other, a swordsman, also deliberately approached Sumyu, obviously intending to help in time if something happened to Sumyu. Sensing this scene, Sumyu's eyes flickered. At the same time, I also have some emotions in my heart. No wonder Rengoku Kyoujuru and Mugen Train faced 12 Kazuki. Tamaki no-san fighting Ghost Akaza, when he clearly had the chance to escape, but chose to protect Tanjiro and others, and chose to fight Rengoku Kyoujuru to the end, and finally died in the hands of Akaza among them. There are some responsibilities that Zhuang Zingshu had when he was a pillar, and some were the responsibilities of his predecessors. I'm afraid it may be related to the inheritance of the care of the younger generations like the siege team. It's just a pity his strength is not weak, and he does not seem to need the care of these people. The night was still dark and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Bringing a faint light, starlight fell, reflecting the chaotic jungle and the fierce fighting. Also at this moment, Sumyu holds the hilt of Nichiren blades. It's time to take action, Dark Knight. The long sword of Nichiren blades was slashed out like a rainbow. The demon who faced this sword only felt a flash of light, and then felt a slight pain in his neck. The evil ghost touched his neck with his hand in confusion. With this slight movement, his head suddenly moved away from his neck, and then a spurt of blood flowed out from the forehead and neck of the missing head. Congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. A familiar and mechanical voice sounded in my ears. After killing this evil ghost, Sumyu's figure flashed and she was already killing an evil ghost beside her. The Class A swordsman Tahara Kawamomo, who was fighting against this evil ghost, was slightly startled, and couldn't help but look at the evil ghost who had just fought against Sumyu. A headless evil ghost lay quietly on the ground, died. Tahara Kawamomo murmured, it was a bit unbelievable. Only by fighting against these evil spirits in person can we understand how powerful this evil ghost is. It is not easy to deal with even a Class A swordsman. Originally, he thought that he would help Sumyu after getting rid of the evil ghost he faced. After all, the opponent was too young, and problems would inevitably arise when facing such a powerful evil ghost. But I didn't expect that the other party would solve it in one step first. Could it be that the evil ghost he was fighting against was just of no use? Tahara Kawamomo couldn't help but think of this, and her eyes couldn't help but fall on Sumyu again. With a bit of doubt at this time, Sumyu had already fought with the evil ghost he had just faced off with. In just a moment, the opponent's blade was slashed out. Even he could only vaguely see an afterimage at such a speed. So fast. Tahara Kawamomo couldn't help but widen her eyes. If such a fast slash fell on her body. When he thought of this, Tahara Kawamomo suddenly felt his scalp numb. The demon that faced him did not resist even 2 moves, and was directly beheaded by its Nichiren blades, Ding. Congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. The familiar and mechanical voice sounded in her ears again. Su Mu was already used to it and didn't care much about it. He raised his head and looked at the grade A swordsman next to him. Looking at Tahara Kawamomo, who was looking at him blankly. He couldn't help but smile under the moonlight. The white teeth showed out, causing Tahara Kawamomo's body to tremble for no reason. And a chill unconsciously rose in her heart. I'm afraid even the pillars aren't that powerful, right? Tahara Kawamomo lowered his head and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. No wonder the master would directly appoint him as a Class A swordsman. As expected, the master really has a discerning eye. Tahara Kawamomo obviously didn't know that Su Mu became a Class A swordsman not because of their master wisdom, but because of Su Mu's cultivation method of Breath of the Sun. Originalish wanted he became a pillar, but he didn't agree and became a Class A swordsman. Su Mu once again killed the evil ghost with one blow, which also attracted the attention of others. I didn't expect MRMU to be so powerful. Rengoku Kyoujuru drove the evil spirit back with a knife, and murmured with an extremely fiery light in his eyes, Maki-kun is so powerful. I Rengoku Kyoujuru can't hold me back, say it. Rengoku Kyoujuru's hand tightly grasps the hilt of Nichiren blades. The breath of flames the shape of the fire. The meandering of the inflammation, the next second. With Rengoku Kyoujuru as the center. A whirlpool-like sword technique slashed towards the evil ghost. The evil spirit hurriedly resisted. But the sudden burst of Rengoku Kyojuru's sword skills was obviously too strong, breaking through the defense in an instant. And Nichiren blades had already pierced the belly. Although stabbing through the abdomen would not kill the evil spirit, the severe pain still made the evil spirit go crazy. Taking this opportunity, Rengoku Kyoujuru also drew his sword and slashed in the air again. The evil ghost tried to escape, but it was obviously too late, and his head was cut off directly. After killing an evil ghost, Rengoku Kyoujuru half knelt on the ground with a knife, panting obviously. Killing two evil ghosts was not without consumption for Rengoku Kyoujuru. In addition to this evil demon that he killed, Rengoku Kyoujuru also killed an evil demon just now. On the other side, the battle between the other two Class A swordsmen was also heating up, especially with the addition of Su Mu. Two familiar and mechanical voices soon sounded in Su Mu's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. Ding, congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 0.5 attribute points. After killing the two evil spirits, Su Mu couldn't help but look towards Rengoku Kyoujuru. When she saw that the two evil ghosts she faced had been killed by him, she couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in her eyes. You won't get a lot of attribute points. Seeing Su Mu looking over, Rengoku Kyoujuru raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. At this time, Rock Pillar Himejima Kyoyume and Water Pillar Urikodaki Sakanji were fighting fiercely with Jayako. At this time, Jayako's appearance has already changed. His whole body seems to be covered with a layer of hard scales. Occasionally, when Urikodaki Sakanji's Nichiren blades slash the scales on his body, a burst of ice sparks will erupt. On the contrary, the weapon of Rock Pillar Himejima Kyoyume has great restraint on Jayako. But it is difficult for Himejima Kyoyume's attack to hit Jayako. Boom! The chain-link boluses was once again hit by Himejima Kyoyume towards Jayako. Jayako dodged it and fell to the ground, directly making a huge hole in the ground. Jayako retreated. As if he sensed something, Gand raised his head suddenly, only to realize that the evil spirits he had just released through the body of the pot had all been killed by these Class A swordsmen. How could it be so fast? Jayako couldn't believe it. Just now, all its attention was focused on the Rock Pillar Himejima Kyoyume and the Water Pillar Urikodaki Sakanji. But it didn't pay that much attention to the A swordsman. In Jayako's opinion, even if these evil spirits released by it using the pot body were no match for several A swordsmen, They could still delay enough time, but obviously, the result was different from what he expected. And as these A-level swordsmen come to support, then its situation becomes a bit not good. It is already at a disadvantage in the battle with the two pillars. If these A-level swords are added to the situation is probably even worse, thinking of that. Gyako did not hesitate and took out the pot body in his hand, and then poured the pot body towards the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji and the rock pillar Haimjima Kyoyume. And a continuous stream of water poured out. Vampire Art Blood Hell Bowl. With the sound of Gyako's bottom box, the splashed water suddenly turned into a cover-like water wall, trapping the rock pillar Haimjima Kyoyume and the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji. Drink! Rock pillar Haimjima Kyoyume shouted loudly and swung the meteor hammer and hit it on the water wall. Boom, there was a dull sound, and a depression was made in the water wall. But it was not broken, obviously. The water wall that trapped them was tough enough. And Haimjima Kyoyume also discovered that the air in the water wall seemed to be getting lower and lower with his breathing. The rock pillar failed to break through the water wall, and the water pillar naturally could not break through either. However, as the two Nichiren blades continued to chop at the water wall also began to ripple, obviously. With a few more swords, the water wall could be broken. Obviously, Gyako also knew that his vampire technique Blood Hell Bowl could not trap the two of them for too long. So after performing the vampire technique Blood Hell Bowl, Gyako's body also whispered slightly, and at the same moment he let out a low cry again. Vampire technique Array Killing Fish Scales. The next second his figure suddenly flickered on the spot. The last second he was still there, the next second he appeared behind the swordsman Takamura Kazatsu. The dark ghost claws grabbed hard and a heart beat. The scarlet heart was caught in Gyako's hand. There was almost no hesitation, and he just swallowed it in one gulp. As the heart was devoured, the injuries Gyako suffered while fighting the two pillars were completely healed in an instant. As for Takamura Kazatsu's heart was removed by Gyako. He fell to the ground unwillingly before his death. He still maintained his chopping posture, but when the Nichiren blades fell on Gyako, sparks flew out. Obviously, Gyako's body defense capabilities are so amazing that even Nichiren blades cannot cut through his body. After killing Takamura and Natsu, Gyako's body flashed again and appeared behind the swordsman Hashimoto Shinya. With the same claw thrust out, Hashimoto Shinya, who was well prepared, used Nichiren blades to block the moment Gyako disappeared from the place. However, Gyako seemed to have anticipated Hashimoto Shinya's defense method 3-4, and its black ghost claws suddenly appeared. Disappeared, already caught on his neck, crack. The sound of bones breaking sounded, and Hashimoto Shinya's neck was directly broken, killing two people one after another. The eyes of the rock pillar and the water pillar were split. You must know that the swordsmen are very precious in the Demon Slayer Corps. Every death of one person is extremely important to the Demon Slayer Corps. What's more, two swordsmen have died in a row now. The rock pillar and water pillar wanted to stop them, but they were trapped in the water wall and could not be rescued for a short period of time. At this time, Yajai had already set his sights on Sumu. A cruel laugh of Jai came from the corner of his mouth, and his scarlet eyes stared at Sumu. Next, it's your turn. Next, it's your turn. Gyako opened his mouth and showed a ferocious smile to Sumu. The next second his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, was on Sumu's back, and his black ghost claws grabbed Sumu's vest directly. Careful, next to him. Rengoku Kyoyujuru couldn't help but said in surprise. The trapped rock pillar and water pillar also had red eyes when they saw this scene. Drink! Sumu turned around sharply and slashed behind her with a knife. Gyako seemed to have seen through Sumu's knife. He just turned his body to the side to avoid Sumu's knife. At the same time, his black ghost claws instantly caught Sumu's back. However, it is different from the expected touch that pierces the flesh and catches the beating heart of the human body. Its ghost claws seemed to have caught something hard. The clothes on the back were torn open, revealing the iron plate wrapped around Su Mu's back and front. Seeing this scene, Jayako was slightly shocked, obviously. He did not expect that a swordsman would have iron blocks tied to his back and front. In order to facilitate movement, a swordsmen often wear tight-fitting clothes, so that they can more easily hunt evil spirits. It is rare to see such a fully armed eight. After all, evil ghosts are different from people. The biggest advantage of evil ghosts is their near-inexhaustible physical strength and powerful healing ability. When dealing with evil ghosts, wearing iron plates can certainly improve defense capabilities. But it will also reduce mobility, moreover. It will also increase the operational burden and further reduce the sustained combat capability. Especially when dealing with creatures like evil ghosts that have almost inexhaustible physical strength. It is necessary to kill them in a short time instead of fighting against them. Wearing iron armor, although the defense is high, the attack will be weakened due to the weight. So, taking all factors into account, the Demon Slayer squad would not wear such fully armed clothes when hunting evil spirits. But Su Mu is different. His physical fitness has already exceeded the limit of the human body. Although his continuous fighting ability is not as strong as that of an evil ghost, he can still fight for a long time. Although the defense ability has exceeded the limits of the human body, and the recovery ability and healing ability have also been greatly improved. After all, it is still a body of flesh and blood, and it will die just as if it is killed. Therefore, iron blocks are tied to key parts of the body. While Jayako was in a daze, Su Mu slashed Jayako's head with another knife. Jayako raised his hand and struck with a knife. The blade of Nichiren blades instantly struck Jayako's scales as hard as diamond. Sparks flying, but he failed to cut off Jayako's wrist. However, the powerful force of Nichiren blades instantly penetrated the whole body, sending Jayako flying directly, and broke several large trees before stopping. After Su Mu slashed Jayako away with his sword, he immediately chased after him. Holding the sword in both hands, he slashed in the air. While still in the air, Yajai saw Su Mu, who was pursuing and slashing with a knife. Yajai immediately wiped the body of Shijai hanging on his waist with his hand. Vampire magic octopus pot hell, as Jayako's voice. A giant octopus as big as a house appeared instantly. The octopus is very huge, especially the dozen tentacles that are like thick vines. As soon as the octopus appeared, it immediately waved more than 10 tentacles and struck at Su Mu. Su Mu is in the air at the moment, and those tentacles cannot change the direction in the air when they hit her. Moreover, these tentacles are very flexible and cannot be avoided. Su Mu is also a craftsman. Then come on. The breath of the sun, the shape of the land. The bone-burning sun, holding the long sword in his hand. He slashed forward in an instant, and the center of the blade burst into fiery red flames. Moment the blade split open tentacles as thick as vines, and black sweat splashed all over the body. One of the tentacles was cut off. Giant octopus was in pain, and the remaining tentacles struck Su Mu crazily again. Su Mu landed on the ground, rolled around a few times, and avoided being struck by several tentacles. When she stood up, Aginch bent her knees slightly, stepped on the ground suddenly, and her body was instantly close to the octopus. The breath of the sun, the shape of 8. Flying wheel Yang Yan. At this moment, the blade of the sword seemed to be swaying with the wind like an ignited flame. The swaying blade fell into the body of the octopus, which was as huge as a house, and immediately swirled up like an ignited flame. Only momentarily, the huge octopus like a house was directly enveloped in flames. Congratulations to the host. You killed the octopus and gained 0.5 attribute points. The familiar, mechanical and emotionless voice sounded in her ears again, which also made Su Mu feel slightly relaxed. And just when Su Mu relaxed a little, Jayako's figure appeared next to him again. The ghost claws clawed at his neck like a phantom. Looking at the ghost claw grabbing at her neck, Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, she also raised her hand and grabbed the opponent's ghost claw. The ghost claws and hand claws touched each other, and the 5 fingers were instantly clasped together. At the same moment, both of them exerted their strength. Crack! The crisp sound of broken bones was heard. Gyako couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. But his ghost claw was directly crushed by the opponent's palm. Damn it, how could you be so strong? Gyako looked incredulous. A Class A swordsman's physical fitness is comparable to that of an evil ghost. In terms of strength, he is even stronger than this evil ghost. Sumyu ignored the opponent, held the Nichiren blades tightly with her other hand, and slashed at Gyako. The blade hit the scales attached to the opponent's skin, sputtering outbursts of sparks. Apparently, the scales on its body are as hard as diamond. Sumyu stabbed Gyako in the chest several times with the tip of the knife. But the scales on his body blocked the stabbing. Although it didn't penetrate, it still made Yujai let out a shrill scream. Taking advantage of the moment when he screamed, Sumyu suddenly released the hand that had pinched Gyako's ghost claw, then made a fist and punched him in the mouth. He punched the person in the mouth, knocking his teeth out, then drove straight forward and stabbed directly to the back of the head. Same moment, Sumyu also clenched the Nichiren blades with her other hand. When she retracted her fist, she held the tip of the Nichiren blades towards his mouth and stabbed him fiercely. Blood splatter. Sumyu's blade was violently twisted in his mouth. Roar. The blade stirred inside his body, and this pain simply drove Gyako crazy. As a demon on the string, he had fought against many swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps, but he had never encountered such a ferocious swordsman. It wanted to resist, but it was unable to resist the opponent and could not escape. Open it for me, Sumyu roared again, holding the handle of the knife with both hands and exerting force. Puff, the blade of the blade pierced the jaw along the mouth, splitting the mouth and jaw in half. With another strong twist with a click sound, the upper jaw and neck were cut off in an instant. As his neck was cut off, Gyako had been struggling. Stop struggling, hu. Sumyu put down the handle of the knife, stood up from the ground, and gasped for air, and as he got up, only then did I realize that the surroundings seemed a little too quiet. Whether it was Rengoku Kyoijuru, the other surviving Class A swordsman Tahara Kawamo, or the rock pillar or water pillar, they were all looking at him blankly at this moment. The air seemed to suddenly become quiet at this moment. All that was left was the lingering stench of the evil spirit's death and the sadness that had begun to permeate the scene that made one almost cry. With the death of 12 Kazuki, Gyako, a familiar, mechanical and emotionless voice, sounded in Sumyu's ears again. Congratulations to the host. You killed the evil ghost and gained 5 attribute points. After listening, Sumyu also knew clearly in her heart that a powerful evil ghost only provided 5 attribute points, which was not too much. He originally thought that the winding evil ghost would provide a lot of attribute points, but obviously his expectations were disappointed. And with the death of 12 Kazuki online team, Gyako, a handsome young man wearing a black evening gown and a white-brimmed hat who was attending a banquet suddenly raised his head. A pair of scarlet eyes glowed with violence at this moment. Gyako is dead, it murmured, clenching its fingers suddenly, and at the same moment, it closed its eyes. As its eyes closed, the scene before Gyako's death also circled in its mind at this moment. The moment he saw the man who killed Gyako. Kibutsuji Musen's scarlet eyes shrank slightly. Last time it saw this person killing evil spirits, but at that time, this person was not that strong. How long has it been? Its strength has reached the level that it can kill evil spirits. This gave Musen a sense of fear in his heart, faintly. The figure of this young man overlapped with the figure that had always been imprinted with fear in his heart. In an instant, the handsome face began to become distorted. Hateful, it growled. At the same moment, Sumyu, who had just killed 12 Kazuki, Gyako, suddenly raised his head as if he sensed something. The surroundings were quiet, except for the people who were still staring at him dumbfounded. There seemed to be no one around. But just now, he felt like he was being spied on. Can't help but. Sumyu lowered her gaze to Gyako's body and was slightly silent. If I remember correctly, Kibutsuji Musen has the ability to read the memories of evil spirits before they die. Apparent live death of Gyako, the ghost of the pot, allowed Kibutsuji Musen to read the memories of the other person before his death. So, Kibutsuji Musen must have seen the scene where he killed Gyako. That is to say, starting from today. Will I be officially targeted by Ghost Dance Musen? There was a sense of crisis in my heart for no reason. But when I saw Jayako's body lying on the ground and dissipating into a little smoke, I felt a little calmer. No even 12 Kazuki. Subo no Oni and Jayako are no match for him. His strength is not weak. Even if he is no match for Kibutsuji Musen, he can still escape if he wants to. What's more, with Kibutsuji Musen's cautious and timid character, he probably wouldn't have the courage to come and trouble him in person. Just like 1,000 years ago, when Enishi Tsukuni was still alive, Kibutsuji Musen hid like a mouse for nearly 100 years, only to come out again when he thought Enishi Tsukuni was dead. With Kibutsuji Musen's personality, if he wasn't sure, he would probably wait silently for himself to die of old age. After all, compared to the almost endless life of evil spirits, human lifespan is too short. I didn't expect Mr. Mew to be so powerful. Rengoku Kyoujuru came over at some point and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Sumiu also came back from her meditation. Looking at this passionate man, she couldn't help but smile. It was just a fluke. It's not a fluke. Rock Pillar Himejima Kyoyume came over, clasped his hands, and stared at him with white eyes. I thought I had tempered my body to the limit that a human can achieve. But no looking at Mukun. Only then did I realize how ridiculous my previous thoughts were, and that the limits of human beings are far beyond that. Among the Demon Slayer squad, Himejima Kyoyume's body is the strongest, and he has been tempering his body, and over the years, it has become inexhaustible. Himejima Kyoyume feels that the training of his physical body has come to an end. However, seeing the energy displayed by Sumiu's physical body today made Himejima Kyoyume feel that perhaps she still has room for improvement. Of course, Himejima Kyoyume did not know that Sumiu had exceeded the limits of the human body. However, Himejima Kyoyume also has doubts in his heart. A few days ago he fought and discussed with Sumiu. He has a good understanding of Sumiu's strength and the strength of his physical body, which is roughly the same as his own degree. But in just a few days, the opponent's physical fitness had improved to such an extent that he felt incredible. Sumiu smiled but did not explain, although he was curious in his heart. Seeing that Sumiu was not willing to say Himejima Kyoyume, he could only clasp his hands and did not continue to ask. Everyone has their own secrets. Perhaps it involves a person's method of becoming stronger. How can he easily tell others about it? Everyone was slightly shocked by Sumiu's strength. But soon their eyes fell on Jayako's body that was dissipating into smoke. This is the first evil ghost that the Demon Slayer squad has killed in these years. This made several people very excited. This is of extraordinary significance to the Demon Slayer squad, although everyone had made a lot of preparations to kill this evil spirit. In fact, neither the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume nor the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji had ever thought that they could actually kill it. After all, the Shanxian evil ghost is so powerful that if he is defeated, he can easily escape. It is not easy to kill him. In the past 100 years, in the history of the Demon Smashing team, there has never been a record of a Shanxian evil ghost being killed. On the contrary, there have been many pillars devoured by Shanxian evil spirits. According to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, the requirement for a Class A swordsman is to kill at least 50 demons. If you want to become a pillar, you need to kill a 12 Kazuki at least, or have an extremely outstanding contribution to the Demon Slayer Corps. In recent years, those who can become pillars have killed basically all the demons who are the lower string demons in 12 Kazuki. Both the rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume and the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji originally became pillars by killing the lower string evil ghost in 12 Kazuki. Congratulations to Mr. Mew, you will be promoted to pillar. Rengoku Kyoujuru spoke with envy. He was very eager to become a pillar. After his mother passed away, his father began to become depressed and began to drink alcohol. He no longer taught the two brothers sword skills, and even gave up his identity as Xiao Zhao's Yan Gan. Responsibilities. Not only that, His father was no longer optimistic about him and his younger brother. He even directly told himself and his younger brother that they did not have much talent and would not achieve much. Moreover, the position of fire pillar held by the Rengoku clan would also be with him. A generation has passed away. Rengoku Kyoujiro has always been unconvinced by what his father said and always wanted to prove himself to his father. Therefore, he is really envious of Su-Mu being able to become a pillar. Su-Mu smiled, not so excited about becoming a pillar, but looked elsewhere. 2 corpses lay there silently. It tells that this battle is not as simple as imagined. Nor is it without losses, as Su-Mu stared at the corpse. Everyone's eyes also fell on the corpses of the 2 swordsmen. Because of the killing of 12 Kazuki, the excitement and joy of the team also dissipated a lot. And the atmosphere even started to drop down. Not everyone all can share the joy of victory. The death of the 2 Class A swordsmen made the atmosphere at the scene a bit gloomy. Even Rengoku Kyoujiro, who had always been enthusiastic and high-spirited, felt depressed at this moment. That's how ghost hunting is. No one can predict whether they will die on this road the next time they hunt ghosts. Rock pillar Himejima Kyoyume clasped his hands together and sighed silently. However, immediately raised his head, but from the moment you join the Demon Slayer Corps. Aren't everyone aware? Yes. From the moment we joined the Demon Slayer Corps, we have already realized something. The A swordsman named Tahara Kawamomo also spoke. He came to the body of the A swordsman named Hashimoto Shinya and knelt down. We agreed to live together. Death. But I didn't expect that you would not be walking in front of me. Everyone was slightly silent, clean up the scene. But it was the water pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji who spoke at this moment. Everyone was silent and started to pack up. The main purpose was to clean up the bodies of the 2 dead, Class A swordsmen. As for the evil ghosts they killed, no one cared about it. They were waiting for the dawn of the next day. And when the sun shined, all traces of the ghosts would dissipate. Su-Mu did not follow everyone to clean up the bodies of the 2 A swordsmen. He just used the clothes torn by Gyako to wipe the Nichiren blades in his hands. Before, when fighting against Gyok, this Nichiren blade struck the evil spirit several times. But unfortunately, it fell on the opponent's scales that were as hard as diamond, and did not achieve much effect. It's still not sharp enough. Stroking the blade, Su-Mu murmured, so, when your body strength reaches the level of Mu-Jun, it is more suitable to use blunt and heavy weapons. Himejima Kyoyume came over at some point and took out his Nichiren blades. Himejima Kyoyume's Nichiren blades are a broadaxe and a bolas linked by a chain. Whether it is an axe or a meteor hammer, they are extremely heavy. If they are struck with great force, even if they are blocked with weapons, they will be unbearable if they are hit directly on the body. They can basically smash the person to pieces. Even if it is an evil ghost, it will never be uncomfortable if it takes a blow. Su-Mu also glanced at the weapon of Himejima Kyoyume, then shook her head and said, I still don't like such weapons, I prefer knives. Himejima Kyoyume smiled, and then pointed to the wine bottle hanging on Su-Mu's waist. Give me a few sips. Su-Mu raised her head and glanced at Himejima Kyoyume in surprise. Master, didn't you never drink before? I promised Mr. Mu last time that after killing the evil ghost I would ask Mr. Mu for a drink, huh? Su-Mu also thought of this and couldn't help laughing. Then take a sip. Himejima Kyoyume also puts his hands together. The 2 casually lit a bonfire nearby and watched silently as Rengoku Kyoujiro and Tahara Kawamomo collected the remains of the deceased. The firewood burned, swaying with fierce firelight. Su-Mu opened the jug. The lid, took a big gulp of wine, and the hot liquid went down her throat. She felt that her whole body was much more relaxed, cool. He couldn't help but drink, and then threw the wine bottle to Himejima Kyoyume. Himejima Kyoyume took the jug, looked at the wine at the spout and hesitated slightly. It was not because Su-Mu had just drank from the jug, but because it was his first time drinking, and he was a little uncomfortable with it. If you can't drink it, don't drink it. Not everyone is suitable for drinking, Su-Mu smiled. Himejima Kyoyume shook his head, stopped talking, raised the wine bottle and saluted Sumyu. I also imitated Sumyu and took a big gulp. The hot wine flowed down the throat and into the mouth, which made Himejima Kyoyume burst into tears. Himejima Kyoyume is a strong monk who loves to shed tears. But when he was stimulated by the wine, he shed tears even more at the same time. The burning feeling stuck in his throat, which made Himejima Kyoyume cough non-stop next to him. Sumyu was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, and then laughed loudly. I thought the master was a strong man like an iron tower. But I didn't expect that his reaction to drinking was similar to that of those girls who were twisting ninny. They are the same, PFFT Urokodaki Sakanji. The water pillar who is walking over here couldn't help laughing when he heard this. This was the first time someone said Himejima Kyoyume like a girl. After all, he is such a strong man like an iron tower, Abe. Give me a bite too, Urokodaki Sakanji also smiled. Himejima Kyoyume also hurriedly threw the wine bottle to Urokodaki Sakanji, and at the same time said in a low voice, I'm afraid you will do the same. I'm not like you, Urokodaki Sakanji shook his head, picked up the wine bottle and took a swig as well. The wine entered his stomach, and he couldn't help but let out a big breath. The strength of this wine is not bad. Urokodaki Sakanji laughed. Himejima Kyoyume glanced at Urokodaki Sakanji in surprise, but she did not expect that the other party was a person who knew how to drink. The three of them gathered around the bonfire, shared a wine flask and started drinking. The night was dark and the cold wind was blowing, but as the strong wine entered my stomach, I didn't feel cold. Instead, it seemed that the surroundings were steaming. Himejima Kyoyume talked about his experience of killing evil spirits over the years and some interesting things he encountered. Urokodaki Sakanji mainly tells the story that he has recently accepted 2 good disciples with good talents. In the future, they are very likely to become the seeds of pillars. Obviously, for these 2 disciples, Tsunasa has great expectations these days. Next time, which disciple are you going to let take part in the trial at Tengsi Mountain? Himejima Kyoyume couldn't help but ask. Please excuse me. Urokodaki Sakanji hesitated and said, the strength of Kingtu is no less than that of the official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. There should be no more problems in this 10-raid mountain trial. When he said this, Urokodaki Sakanji's voice seemed a little dull, and Tianku took several sips of wine. Himejima Kyoyume also understands Urokodaki Sakanji's abnormal behavior at this moment. After all, the disciples he trained have failed the Tengzishin test for many consecutive years. Not only have they failed to pass the Tengzishin test, moreover no one could come down from Tengsi Mountain. And all died on Tengsi Mountain. If these disciples were not good at learning, perhaps Urokodaki Sakanji would not be so depressed. But the disciples of each class are better than the previous one. Even the worst disciples of the first class are as strong as those who participated in that class. The forefront of the disciples of the Tengsi Mountain trial. But none of them came back. Urokodaki Sakanji also suspected that there was something wrong with Tengzai Mountain and went to Tenzai Mountain several times to investigate carefully. But everything is normal in the end. I can only attribute all problems to myself as a master who failed to teach well. In his heart he was also holding back a sigh of relief. This sullen mood has depressed him for many years because he always felt that his disciple was very good and could definitely pass the Tengzishin test. Sumyu listened silently, but when she heard the 2 mentioned the Tengzishin assessment, her eyes flashed slightly. With a hint of drunkenness, Sumyu started to rush home. The wind is a bit cold at night, but for my current physical condition I don't feel cold, but rather cool. When I walked to the door, I saw a figure lingering outside the door. He thought some thief had stolen something into his house, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Almost instantly stepped forward, grabbed the little thief by his hair, and pressed him against the wall. What do you want to do with that sly look at my door? With a hint of drunkenness spoke in a cold voice, but he could smell a bit of fragrance in his breath. No, I didn't want to do anything. A gentle and somewhat panicked voice came out. although the voice seems a bit panicked. It is very pleasant to listen to, like the warm sunshine of spring, giving people a very gentle feeling certainly. What Su Mu cared about was not the pleasant sound, but that the sound was somewhat familiar, doubts in mind. He also grabbed the hair of the other person's head and pulled him in front of him. Under the dim moonlight, it fell on the girl's face. Hidden under the long eyelashes were beautiful purple eyes, a pretty fair face and slightly dewy lips, canny. Su Mu was slightly stunned. "Why don't you rest at home in the middle of the night and come to my door?" Su Mu looked at the other party hesitantly, stared by Su Mu's seemingly penetrating gaze. Kachukani subconsciously wanted to lower her head, but as soon as she lowered her head, she felt a tingling sensation in her hair. But Su Mu still held her hair and didn't let go. Hearing Kachukani's cry of pain, Su Mu released her grip on Kachukani's hair in time, but looked at Kachukani with confusion, looking at him. Kachukani also bit her lips slightly and lowered her head. Looking timid, Su Mu's eyes twinkled slightly. "Come in with me," the cool wind was blowing. And Kachukani couldn't help but shiver. She looked at the gentleman who had already entered the house, hesitated for a moment and then followed him in. "Close the door." Seeing that Kachukani had entered the room, Su Mu said smoothly. Kachukani's body trembled slightly. She bit her lips and closed the door. Su Mu picked up the teacup in the room and made 2 cups of tea. She looked at Kachukani, who was leaning against the door with his head lowered and biting his lip. He took a sip of tea first and let the slightly cool tea enter his stomach. The alcoholism in my mind also dissipated a bit. He glanced at Kachukani again before walking towards him. Soon Su Mu came to Kachukani. As Su Mu's tall figure approached, Kachukani instinctively wanted to retreat. But as soon as he took a step back, his warm back was blocked by the cold door. At this moment, the panic in Kachukani's heart made Kachukani's heart beat violently. Su Mu stretched out her fingers and gently lifted the girl's chin, revealing the girl's beautiful face. "It's so late, what are you doing with me?" he whispered, looking at Kachukani's slim figure. Watching the other person's fair face quickly turn pink as he lifted his chin. "First, sir, let me go," the girl whispered, making a wow sound like a small animal. Obviously, Kachukani could easily push away his hand on her chin, but she just made a meaningless plea for mercy. Seeing the girl like this, Su Mu let go of the hand that provoked Kachukani with some boredom, then returned to her seat and continued to drink tea. At first, when I saw Kachukani coming late at night, I thought she was secretly interested in him, so I came late at night. But after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head. Although he thought he was pretty handsome, he didn't think his charm would be that great. Moreover, with Kachukani's character, it is impossible to do it late at night. Seeing her husband step away, Kachukani also breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but press her chest slightly. Just now, her husband was so close and her chest was really tight. Now it's a little better. "Tell me, it's already late and you came here secretly. What's the matter?" As he spoke, he tapped the teacup gently with his fingers. Facing the husband's inquiry, Kachukani raised his head. The flame of the oil lamp lit in the room was swaying, barely illuminating the room, but it was still a little dark. At this moment, the gentleman was sitting on the chair next to the oil lamp. At this time, Kachukani discovered that the husband's upper body was naked, exposing his extremely strong muscles. This caused the rosiness on the girl's cheeks that had just faded to quickly become crimson again. "Lower your head quickly." Even so, the scene she just saw immediately came to mind again. However, this time, her attention was not on her husband's strong muscles, but on the iron plates tied to her chest and back, and the quilt-torn clothes. Although it was just a quick glance, who has always had very good eyesight, still saw very clear claw marks on Mr.'s iron plate. The claw marks were like scratching through the steel plate. The claw marks were extremely clear, as if they were made not long ago. Thinking of her husband going out late at night, Kachukani felt a sense of awe in her heart. "Why don't you speak?" Looking at Kachukani, who stayed in place, Su Mu frowned slightly as the sound rang out. Kachukani reacted as if he was electrocuted. Only then did he realize that the reason why he was wandering outside his husband's house tonight was because he had something to ask the doctor for. Sir, it's like this. I would like to ask you to take more care of my sister during training. The training is too heavy for my sister. Take care of Nin. Sumyu was a little confused. But then she seemed to understand something. Did Ren come here to ask you to tell me? Zero, please give me flowers. No, no, no. Kachukani waved his hands hurriedly. My sister is very strong. Even if she can't bear the intensity of training, she won't say anything. She will just grit her teeth and persevere. I feel that my sister is strong after training today. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of his sister coming home after training. Her whole body seemed to be dehydrated. Her face was full of exhaustion and pain. And Kachukani felt distressed in her heart. Hearing Kachukani's words, Sumyu frowned slightly and said with a hint of impatience, "You should let Ren tell me in person. Instead of you. Okay, if it's just this matter, you can go back." After saying that, he had already decided that Dixiangru was really out. Gentlemen, Kachukani was also anxious, and even grabbed Sumyu's sleeve directly. Sumyu frowned and looked at Kachukani. After all, this is your own idea. If you can't bear it, your sister will naturally say it. 0-0 hunting ghosts is not as simple as you think. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. If you suffer more now, you will have more chances to save your life in the future. I'm also doing it for your sister's own good, I know, sir. It's just that no matter how hard the training is, forbearance will never say anything. Even if it can't be completed, it will be done with all its strength. I'm afraid that if I continue, my sister's body will be broken. Will the body break down? Sumyu looked at Kachukani. Nin herself is a doctor. She knows her body better than me. She will not let her body break down, at least. She will not let herself break down before taking revenge. Dropped *#, Kachukani begged again. Sumyu frowned, looking at Kachukani, who was full of distress for her sister, and nodded helplessly. Okay, starting from tomorrow, I will reduce the training level of Nin. When she heard that her husband finally agreed, Kachukani was very happy. Thank Yaosir. Go back quickly, it's not good for others to see you so late. It doesn't matter to me. As a girl you will be gossiped about. He shook his head. Kachukani's face turned slightly red, remembering that it was inappropriate for her to come to see her husband late at night. If she hadn't seen her sister getting more and more tired and distressed every day, she wouldn't have come to see her husband. Kani is causing trouble for you, sir. Kachukani first bent down, put his little hand on his abdomen bowed, then closed the door and slowly retreated. His eyes fell on the girl's leaving back. Her dark hair was hanging daintied up with red satin, and her slim waist was straight, sound. He couldn't help but touch his chin with his hand and looked at the other person's leaving figure, as if a hunter had seen the most beautiful prey. It feels like the blood is boiling slightly. He smiled and took another sip of herbal tea to relieve some of the heat in his heart. Under the moonlight, cold wind blows. Kachukani couldn't help but shrink while walking on the street. Tomorrow, my sister won't have to suffer so much, the girl murmured, feeling a little happy in her heart. These days me sister has been training hard, even without sparing her body. Every time after training, she feels a pang of distress when she sees her little sister's trembling hands. It's just that my sister has always been stubborn and strong, and her own persuasion was useless. So she decided to go to her husband. Mr. Suxing is easy to talk to, and he is not a pervert like my sister said. If your husband is really that kind of person, if you run to your husband's place tonight, you will definitely not be able to come back. Didn't you come back in good health? Actually, sir, he is quite good. Kachukani murmured softly, thinking of her inadvertent glance in the room. 2 blushes appeared on her pretty cheeks. On weekdays it seems that MRIS not that strong, but I didn't expect that. Oh, what am I thinking about? Kachukani hurriedly shook his head, throwing away some bad things. At this time, Kachukani started to think seriously. Tademi husband went out 907 late at night, and the iron sheet tied to his body was caught like that. It was obvious that he had experienced a very fierce battle before. And what can make Mr. fight fiercely in the middle of the night is obviously an evil ghost. When thinking of evil spirits, Kachukani couldn't help but think of the horrific scene that night. In order to protect their sisters, his parents stood in front of the evil spirits, but were devoured by the evil spirits. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but start to tremble all over. As a gust of cold wind blew, I looked back in fear behind. The silence was unusual, there was nothing but at this moment. I always felt like something terrifying was staring at me. Bang bang bang. His heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. And he ran home quickly with almost no hesitation. Wait until you get home then, he breathed a sigh of relief. I've been so scared before I even saw the evil ghost. What would it be like to face the evil ghost head-on like this, sir? Kachukani couldn't help but think. And she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Mr. I walked back to the room with light steps, seeing that my sister was still sleeping soundly. I couldn't help but pat my chest slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. He gently took off his clothes, walked to the bed carefully, and then gently hugged Kachu Shinobu from behind. Feeling her sister's small body, Kachukani felt even more distressed. Sister will definitely protect you. Thinking like this, I hugged my sister a little tighter with both hands. Night passed by quietly and unconsciously. The sun rises quietly without realizing it. Time also passed by unknowingly for another day. The warm sunshine falls in the room along the window. The warm spring sun brings a slight warmth that makes people want to sleep a little longer. Kachu Shinobu opened his eyes lazily. The little head couldn't help but rub forward. Two big soft cotton-like things rubbed her face warmly. Ah woo! Looking at her sister who was still sleeping soundly, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her little hand, for fear of waking her up. Miss Ren doesn't want to go to bed for the first time. She really wants to continue sleeping with her sister in her arms. Kachu Shinobu muttered quietly. But I still climbed out of bed carefully and got dressed. When her white little feet landed on the ground, she couldn't help but shrink back. The ground was a little cold, making her little feet feel a little cold. I quickly found socks and put them on, after a lot of busy work. A petite and cute girl soon appeared in front of the mirror. Miss Ninja, today is another full day. Kachu Shinobu looked at himself in the mirror, clenched his fists and encouraged himself. I almost failed to persist in yesterday's training. Today I will definitely be even better than tomorrow. One day I will become super powerful after inflating. Kachu Shinobu tilted his head again and looked at his sister. Her sister was still sleeping soundly, which made Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes appear confused. On weekdays, her sister always wakes up before her. It seems that my sister must have been very tired during this period of time. Kachu Shinobu feels a little sorry for his sister. The little hands clenched slightly unconsciously. If the evil ghost hadn't destroyed their happiness and killed their father and mother, maybe now the mother would have started looking for a husband for her sister. As my sister is so outstanding and is a well-known beauty in nearby villages and towns, she will definitely marry a very good husband who loves her very much. In that case, my sister will definitely be very happy, maybe. It won't be long before my sister gives birth to a little niece. Thinking of this, Kachu Shinobu's beautiful long eyelashes drooped unconsciously, and his purple eyes were slightly sad. My sister should have had a better life. She whispered softly. Awu tilde tilde, a low voice came out. And Kachukani stretched lazily, revealing her extremely beautiful curves. Under the warm sunshine, Kachukani didn't want to get up. She hugged her sister out of habit. But she didn't hug her sister as she was used to. These words made Kachukani couldn't help but open his eyes. His sister was not in his arms. Sister, I stayed in bed today, next to him. There was a sound of laughter, and Kachukani couldn't help but turn his head. In front of the dressing table, the girl was sitting on a stool, her calves shaking slightly. Nin got up so early today. Kachukani couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It's my sister who got up late. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile. That's it. Kachu-chan, I frowned and immediately put it on. My sister has such a good figure. Kachu Shinobu muttered quietly. When Nin grows up, he will be like his sister. Kachukani tapped his sister's little head with his hand, and then gently held his sister in his arms. Ooh. Let go, sister, I'm going to be out of breath. The girl clapped her little hands. Kachukani then let go of his sister. Don't you know how cruel you are, sister? You're going to suffocate your sister to death. Kachu Shinobu muttered. What nonsense are you talking about? Kachukani's face was slightly red, and he stretched out his hand to hit his sister on the head. But Kachu Shinobu made a face and ran away with a smile, looking at the back of his sister, leaving easily. Kachukani also had soft eyes, if possible. I really hope that my sister will be carefree, happy and grow up happily. I hope that my sister can find her own happiness. In front of the dressing table, Kamado Ai is wearing a long smoky dress with a light gauze cover. Her smooth black hair is tied into a bun, and she has a beaded flower hairpin on the bun. Facing the mirror, Kamado took a careful look. As her head moved slightly, the hairpin had tassels hanging on its wing. This hairpin given by Mujin is so beautiful. Kamado touched the hairpin in her hair with her hand. Her eyes full of love, he glanced at the mirror again then. Kamado Ai lowered her head unconsciously. Her bulging clothes held up high blocked her sight. My feet can no longer be seen at all. They are completely blocked, it feels a bit stuffy. Kamado muttered softly, then leaned unconsciously in front of the dressing table and placed it on the dressing table. Only then did she feel a lot more relaxed. His hand unconsciously touched his abdomen. Since I felt pregnant, I seem to have grown a lot bigger. Duh, there was a crisp sound from the door. Kamado Kyuji hurriedly ran to open the door, and his clothes shook as he moved. The door opens. Sumiu looked at Kamado Kyuji, who opened the door and narrowed her eyes slightly. Mr. Mu. Kamado Ai lowered his head slightly, placed his hands naturally on his lower abdomen, and then bowed slightly. Sumiu nodded, walked into the house and closed the door. Seeing the closed door, Kamado's face turned slightly red. Sumiu naturally stretched out her hand, touched Kamado Kyuji's head, and casually took off the hairpin. As the hairpin that bound her hair was taken off, her jet black hair fell down to her hips like a waterfall in an instant. Seeing that Mujin had ruined her combed hair, Kamado looked at Sumiu with an angry look, but she was not angry, but more like a coquettish person. After all, wasn't the hair you combed specifically for Mujin in the morning just for you? Sumiu sat casually on the bed, looking at Kamado, who was still standing there, and her eyes fell on the other person's clothes that looked a little tight. The clothes are a little too small. Kamado's face was slightly red. After I became pregnant, I felt a little 4.1 inches older. As he spoke, he lowered his head shyly. Mr. Mu, don't you hate it? I still like it very much. Sumiu held her chin and looked at Kamado Kyuji. I will buy you some clothes another day. There's no need to waste it so much. I still have several pieces of clothing, so there's no need to waste it so much. Kamado Kyuji whispered, and then he came to Sumiu naturally, knelt down in front of Sumiu, and gently hammered Mujin's legs with his little hands. Sumiu closed her eyes slightly. What he liked most was that Kamado was so well-behaved and obedient. This is his favorite, Mr. Mu. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Kamado Ai asked in a low voice while beating her legs. Sumiu stroked Kamado Ai's smooth black hair with her hand, and hesitated slightly. Kamado's cooking skills were very good. If she wanted to eat something in the morning, she could basically cook it. She had difficulty choosing for a while, just said, just the same old thing. Well, it's 2 coconuts. But don't they deserve 1 intestine? Sumiu nodded. I like the sausage made by Kyuji the best. The heat is well controlled, he whispered softly. Mr. Mu likes it. Kyuji cooks it for you every morning. Kamado said with his head lowered. Sumiu's hands are tight. Hold down Kamado Ai's head long time. Then he left with a sigh of relief, stand outside the door. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu are already waiting in the courtyard. One is slender and tall, while the other is petite and cute. They have almost the same face, but give people a different temperament. My sister has a gentle temperament, like soft water. The younger sister has a heroic spirit, as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Gentlemen. Seeing him come out, Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu immediately greeted him respectfully. Sumiu glanced at the two of them briefly, then nodded. Start training. Run 100 laps around the yard as a routine. After running, I will start teaching you the breathing method. Both Kachukani and Kachushinabu's eyes lit up slightly when they heard that their husband was finally going to teach them the breathing technique for hunting evil spirits. However, the two of them still suppressed their inner excitement, straightened their delicate bodies at the same time and said, "Yes." Then he was ready to start running 100 laps around the yard. Just as Kachushinabu was about to start running with his sister, he was stopped by Sumyu. Kachushinabu looked at Sumyu with some confusion. "Just run 80 laps," he said casually to Kachushinabu standing in front of him. Kachushinabu was also slightly stunned. She obviously didn't expect that her husband would ask her to run only 80 laps. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the scene of yesterday's training. After running 100 laps yesterday, she almost collapsed to the ground. Could it be because of this performance that my husband felt that I could not run 100 laps? When he thought of this, Kachushinabu couldn't help but bite his lips and clasped his hands slightly. "Sir, I can run 100 laps no problem," with her strong temper. Kachushinabu doesn't want her husband to look down on her. Sumyu glanced slightly at Kachukani 8, who was running in the yard, and could feel that the other person was paying attention to this side at the moment. He raised his eyes and glanced at Kachushinabu lightly. "I said 80 laps. 80 laps." Kachushinabu showed a hint of stubbornness in his eyes, and he stood still. Sumyu frowned, disobedient. He looked at Kachushinabu indifferently. "I can run 100 laps." Kachushinabu bit his lip with a stubborn look on his face. Sumyu was also slightly surprised. She had never seen someone take the initiative to endure hardships, but she understood after just thinking about it. "I have my own considerations, just do what I say." His voice became softer, buttsier. "Why can my sister run 100 laps? But I can only run 80 laps." Kachushinabu is clearly still unconvinced. Seeing Kachushinabu's stubborn temper, Sumyu also roughly understood why Kachukani made requests to herself. At this time Kachukani, who was running, had stopped and looked at this side with worried eyes. "You keep running," he gave orders to Kachukani. Although Kachukani was worried about her sister, she did not dare to disobey her husband's orders. After giving the order to Kachukani, Sumyu took another look at the girl who was biting her lip and looking unconvinced. "Come with me." Kachushinabu immediately followed her husband. At this moment, she had made up her mind that she must be like her sister. Since her sister can run 100 laps, so can she. Soon Sumyu took Kachushinabu to an open space outside. There are stones of different sizes placed in the open space. The largest stone is almost as big as a human being, and some are only as big as a fist. "Go pick up that stone now." Sumyu pointed to the stone as big as a human. Kachushinabu was stunned for a long time and did not react. After a while, Kachushinabu said dissatisfiedly, "How can I hold such a heavy stone? I simply can't do it." Sumyu glanced at Kachushinabu and sneered. "You also know you can't do it." When Sumyu said this, Kachushinabu also lowered his head, but it could be seen that the girl was very unconvinced. "Carrying rocks is just like running, do you understand? How can it be the same? I can't hold that stone at all. But I can run 100 laps, but I can persevere." The so-called perseverance means that after running 100 laps, you will be as tired as a dog at the end. You will have no strength at all, and you will be unable to do other training at all then. In order to keep up with the training progress, you have to grit your teeth and endure physical wear and tear to finish it. Sumyu sneered. Kachushinabu bit his lip and said nothing, but his widened eyes told the girl's inner dissatisfaction. "People are different." Sumyu stepped forward, patted Kachushinabu on the head, and then pointed to the stone as tall as a man. Just like this rock, he walked up to the stone, held the stone with both hands and exerted force. The stone as tall as a person was easily picked up by him, and then he gently carried it on his shoulders. Seeing his husband lifting a stone that was almost as tall as a person, Kachushinabu couldn't help but widen his eyes. The eyes were full of shock. Boom. Sumyu put the stone down and pointed at the stone he had just thrown to the ground. "Try again and see if you can hold it." Kachushinabu immediately trotted over, stood next to the stone, took a deep breath, and went to lift the stone. "Call." The girl's mouth was bulging and she tried all her strength. But the stone tattoo did not move. After a while, Kachu Shinobu let go in despair. I can't hold her at all. That's why I let you run 80 laps. You and your sister are different. Just like people are different. I can easily pick up this stone, but for Ren, it's not the same. It cannot be picked up. Even if the strength improves in the future, it is still very difficult for Nin to pick up such a heavy stone. He said softly after hearing this. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but bite his lip with his teeth and clenched his fist slightly. I know what Sir means. He means that I am not as good as my sister. So I am asked to run 80 laps. But I want to say that just because I am not as good as my sister, I have to work harder. My sister can run 100 laps. I can also run 100 laps even if it is harder. I will still achieve the same progress as my sister. As she said that, the girl's eyes seemed to be slightly red. She also knew that she was not as good as her sister. But when someone directly said that she was not good, she felt very uncomfortable. I felt very wronged. Wei Wei's eyes were slightly moist, and she was obviously almost aggrieved and about to cry. But the girl's stubborn character did not allow her to cry. That was not what I meant. Su Mu shook her head. Kachu Shinobu turned his head away from Mr. Forbearance now. You run from here to there as fast as you can. And then run back as fast as you can. Su Mu pointed to a big tree in front and patted Kachu Shinobu's little head. Although he felt very aggrieved, Kachu Shinobu still obeyed his teacher's instructions and ran quickly. Although the girl is petite, her speed is surprisingly fast. Like a civet cat that explodes at super high speed when catching prey. Soon Kachu Shinobu returns again. The run is over. It's very fast, Su Mu couldn't help but praise. Certainly. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but raise his head slightly, but immediately felt that something was wrong with him. So he lowered his head again. Su Mu looked at Kachu Shinobu's performance with some amusement. Almost like a little girl. Compared to your sister, how fast are you running? Su Mu asked with a smile. Even my sister can't outrun me in terms of speed. Kachu Shinobu raised his head and said with a bit of arrogance. Sa compared to medical skills. How does your sister compare to you? Su Mu asked again. My sister's medical skills are definitely not as good as mine. I have been very good at medical skills since I was a child. For this my father often praises me. After hearing this, Su Mu patted Kachu Shinobu's little head again. Your advantage is not to compete with your sister in physical fitness. Your advantage lies in other aspects. You should explore your existing advantages instead of use your own weaknesses to compare with others' strengths. People are different. Some people are born with strong bodies and strong strength, while some people are born with weak bodies. Even if they exercise day and night, they may not be as good as those who are born with strong bodies. We have to admit this gap, but at the same time, we can't give up on ourselves. Because after all, everyone has their own shining point. If you discover these shining points, you will find your own strength. So, I let you run 80 laps. Not because I look down on you as inferior to your sister, but because I want you to have enough time for other training. Other training, Kachu Shinobu tilted his head. For example, you can make rapid progress in this short time. Or you can study medical skills. Medical skills cannot deal with evil spirits. Kachu Shinobu muttered dissatisfiedly. Who stipulates that medical skills cannot deal with evil spirits? Doesn't it mean that doctors can't kill the toxins of evil spirits? But poison cannot kill ghosts. Kachu Shinobu muttered quietly again. In the past, it was impossible to kill evil spirits because no toxins that could kill evil spirits were developed. But that does not mean that it will not be possible in the future. There will always be people who can develop toxins that can kill evil spirits. But very few people can do this. After speaking, he put his hands behind his back and continued, as far as I know, Kibutsuji Muse, an ancestor of ghosts, was not an evil ghost at the beginning, but a human being like us. It's just that the person who was healed changed from a human to an evil ghost. Then, is it possible to develop a potion that turns ghosts into humans? If such a potion can be developed, it will be different from other swordsmen who have to work hard to fight evil ghosts to protect a few humans. If this kind of potion can be developed, it may be possible to completely eliminate the ghost creature. 713 finished. He turned back and looked at Kachu Shinobu. I am very optimistic about your medical skills. And I also think that you have a unique talent in this area. Why don't you give it a try? Why? You must choose to work out hard like your sister. But in the end you find that no matter how hard you work, you can never catch up with your sister on this track. And then you start to feel depressed and will only continue to I squeezed myself and tortured myself. And in the end, Devon, if I could barely keep up with my sister. I was already bruised as he spoke. He patted Kachu Shinobu on the shoulder, running on another track. You will find that your prospects are far broader than anyone else. If you can develop toxins that can kill evil spirits, that is not what can be compared with killing one ghost is nothing that can be compared with killing hundreds or even thousands of evil ghosts. The girl's purple eyes became extremely bright at this moment. I understand, uncle, I know what to do. I will go back and run 80 laps. Instead of asking myself to run 100 laps like my sister, I will use my talents and give full play to my own talents. The girl spoke excitedly. She has always felt a little inferior due to her sister's powerful talent. Although she is not jealous of her sister, you still can't help but envy her at this moment. She seemed to have discovered the best part about herself. The discovery of this excellent place made Kachu Shinobu feel so good that his heart was soaring at this moment. After saying that, Kachu Shinobu will go back for a run. Wait a minute, the sir's voice suddenly came out. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but turn his head and look at Mr. with a bit of confusion in his purple eyes. Didn't she already want to go back and run 80 laps? Isn't she no longer stubborn? There is a punishment for disobeying your husband. Sumyu looked at Kachu Shinobu and smiled coldly as he spoke. Sumyu picked up a cane and pointed at the big stone in front of him. Go lie there, looking at the cane held by his husband. And hearing his instructions, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but tense up. And his little hands instinctively covered his back. Can you not fight? The girl's eyes were frightened. Like a frightened little beast. There is no room for negotiation. Sumyu waved the cane slightly in her hand. Go quickly and lie down. The warm sunshine passed through the dense leaves and fell on the ground, with only a few sparse beams of light. The beam of light fell on the face of the girl named Kachu Shinobu, causing her face to turn slightly red. Even when her father was still alive, he never received such a lesson, which made her a little scared perhaps. She must be naturally afraid of being spanked. Go quickly. Sumyu frowned slightly. The girl bit her lip and looked back 3 times, hoping that her husband would change his mind. In fact, any punishment would be fine, but spanking. It's so shameful. It's a pity that no matter how Kachu Shinobu turns around, no matter what kind of prayer those purple eyes carry, Mr. His face is always calm and serious, which makes Kachu Shinobu want to run away. But he doesn't dare to. I could only run to the big rock obediently. Sumyu walked in with the cane end as his footsteps approached. The body of Kachu Shinobu lying on the stone visibly shook more violently. Sumyu did not expect such an effect, after all. Judging from the stubbornness shown by Kachu Shinobu before, she is a very strong girl. It stands to reason that she would not be so scared. Sumyu waved the cane, and a crackling sound was heard in the air. Kachu Shinobu was so frightened that he hurriedly buried his head on the stone. It's just that the stone was too cold and too hard. She moved too fast and touched it at once. Suddenly her nose hurt so much that she almost burst into tears. Don't hit there, okay, don't hit there, okay. The girl begged very quietly. But obviously nothing works. Who told you to be disobedient? Sumyu sneered and waved the cane. Looking at the cane waving by his husband, Kachu Shinobu really regretted it at this moment. Why did he have to resist his order? If I had been obedient before, I would definitely not have been beat. The moment this thought came to his mind, the cane fell down. And the pain behind him made Kachu Shinobu clenched his white teeth slightly. Sumyu swung the cane and hit Kachu Shinobu. Seeing the fear in Kachu Shinobu's eyes, Sumyu nodded slightly. At this moment, Kachu Shinobu could only grit his teeth. For Kachu Shinobu, he has never encountered such a scene. When her father and mother were still alive, They loved her very much and never hit her. Even if her parents passed away, her sister still loved her and would not really teach her a lesson or even hit her. So I have never encountered this scene before, in fact. Sumyu had already reserved her hand when she hit Kachu Shinobu with the cane. Although she would feel pain, it was not as severe as expected. There are more symbolic punishments than actual punishments. But for Kachu Shinobu, it was this kind of punishment that she had never accepted. It was also embarrassing for her, because she had never been treated like this before. And no one had ever controlled her so harshly. I was wrong. Sir, I was wrong, sir. Don't hit me again. I know I was wrong. Although the cane was not painful when hit on the body, the blow on the back was more of a psychological shame. This kind of psychological shame is far stronger than the pain of being beaten. It even feels more unbearable than the pain of training hard on weekdays. Where did you go wrong? Sumyu sneered. I shouldn't have disobeyed my husband. I shouldn't have questioned his methods. And I shouldn't have secretly said bad things about my husband. Woo. I'm wrong about forbearance. Please don't hit me, sir. Kachu Shinobu sobbed quietly. Well, it's not that you can't question the method I proposed. It's just halfway through the sentence. Sumyu narrowed her eyes slightly and said, what bad things did you say, secretlessier? Kachu Shinobu was also shocked. Only then did he realize that he had just spilled the beans. Especially with his sharp gaze. He became even more panicked. Me. Seeing the panic on the other person's face, Sumyu waved her hand casually. Forget it. I won't argue with you anymore, Call. Kachu Shinobu also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that her husband would continue to ask questions. But immediately, a sense of guilt rose in my heart. My husband is so generous. But I am speaking ill of my husband to my sister behind her back. It is really inappropriate. Moreover, although Mrs. Kyuiji looks like she should be the same as Mr. But maybe it was Mrs. Kyuiji who seduced the gentleman on purpose and then he. At this moment, countless reasons to argue for her husband suddenly appeared in the girl's mind. Get up. Sumyu threw away the cane in her hand and said to Kachu Shinobu, who was still lying on the big rock with his butt raised. Yes, sir. Kachu Shinobu stood up hastily. After standing up, he couldn't help but cover his back with his little hands. In fact, the cane hitting his body didn't hurt very much. But he couldn't bear the shame in his heart. Sumyu looked at the girl after being beaten. Kachu Shinobu obviously seemed to be well behaved. In the past when he looked at himself, he always gave people an unruly feeling. Of course it's just a feeling, but now, it's as if the monkey has been put under a tight spell and is much more well behaved. Go to training, Kachu Shinobu nodded. And just as he was about to leave, I turned around again. Sir. I will be obedient in the future. Sumyu squinted her eyes slightly and looked at the girl. I didn't necessarily hit you just now. It's just that your temper was too outrageous and needed someone to control it. Your sister was too gentle to you, which made you a little willful. Kachu Shinobu lowered his head slightly and couldn't help but cover his back with his little hands. He had never been beaten since he was a child. But this was the first time he was taught a lesson. He felt a very different feeling in his heart. It was a feeling of being controlled. In the past, his strict father had given him this feeling. If he made any mistakes in his medical skills, he would always scold himself severely. But as his medical skills surpassed his father no longer had any reason to scold himself. Even if sometimes he deliberately made a mistake in some medicines, his father no longer scolded himself. She began to reason with herself like a gentle mother, which made her feel a little bit disappointed in her heart. At the time, she didn't understand why she felt lost, but now, I probably understand a little bit. She wanted that feeling of being controlled. It's like being controlled by a father. Okay, let's go for training. Sumyu waved her hand, vaguely feeling the change in Kachu Shinobu's attitude. But she didn't care too much. Kachu Shinobu did not leave immediately, but stayed where he was, but with a touch of pink on his face. Anything else? Sumyu looked at Kachu Shinobu, who was standing there with his head lowered and couldn't help but ask. Sir, can I ask you a favor? Say it. Sumyu nodded. Sir, please don't tell anyone else. Especially your sister about what you just Just beat me, they're okay. Kachu Shinobu said in a low voice. She was more worried about this than the pain she suffered in training. Did I just hit you? Why don't I remember? Sumiu shook her head. Ah. Kachu Shinobu was shocked at first, after all. The pain behind his back had not completely disappeared yet. However, he soon understood that the husband was pretending to be stupid to reassure himself. This made Kachu Shinobu feel grateful for no reason in his heart. I just think that Mris a really good person. That's very kind of you, sir. Kachu Shinobu lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice. When I beat you, I didn't see you praising me. Sumiu sneered. Kachu Shinobu blushed and said in a low voice, from now on, I will definitely listen to your teacher and I won't make any mistakes again. After saying that, I felt something was wrong and hurriedly added, if I make another mistake. Sir, Mris hitting me, I will definitely be very obedient. The girl lowered her head. Her cheeks were slightly red. And she seemed to be looking forward to it, snapped. The little head was hit hard. Kachu Shinobu raised his head in confusion. His cheeks still slightly red, go to training quickly. Yes sir, Kachu Shinobu hurriedly ran towards the yard. But in his mind, he unconsciously recalled the way his husband yelled at him sternly just now. I just feel that Mris a little fierce. But there are some inexplicable people who like this kind of unkindness towards themselves. There's a feeling of being controlled. There is a kind of willingness to be unfortunate. Ever since her sister was called over by her husband, Kachukani has been worried, after all. She knows her sister's character and is afraid that her sister will anger her husband. After all, her husband is not her nor their parents. He would have so much patience with her sister. If she offends her husband, her sister may suffer a loss. It is this mentality that makes Kachukani always seem absent-minded when running. Simply without worrying for a long time, my sister came back. Ren, are you okay? Sir, he's not making things difficult for you, right? As soon as Kachukani saw her sister coming back, she couldn't wait to ask, no. Sir, you didn't make things difficult for me. Kachu Shinobu said hurriedly. But the girl's face turned slightly red. Kachukani gave Kachu Shinobu a strange look. Keep running, sister, I still have 80 laps to run. Seeing that his sister was still looking at him, Kachu Shinobu felt a little guilty and hurriedly changed the subject. Kachukani actually had something he wanted to ask in his heart. But seeing his sister like this, it was hard to ask. Seeing her sister start to run obediently again. Not as before, Kachukani felt even more confused. I don't understand what happened to my sister. I always felt that something had changed after my sister was called out by her husband, which gave her a strange feeling. It's like he suddenly became much more well-behaved. When the two of them finished running, Sumiu appeared again. Both of them were panting and looked very tired. From now on, I will teach you the breathing method. Feeling that the Kachu sisters were staring at him with blazing eyes, Sumiu also spoke. The so-called breathing method is a technique that people use to enhance their physical abilities in order to fight against ghosts whose physical abilities far exceed those of humans. It is also collectively known as full concentration breathing. The main function is to strengthen the heart and lung function, thereby allowing the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, which can greatly increase the body's ability in an instant, and then temporarily possess the physical fitness of a ghost. Sumiu briefly told the story, and Sister Kachu also listened attentively, with eyes full of expectation. Different breaths have different characteristics. For example, the breath of the sun can emit the same energy as the sun, which is extremely lethal to ghosts. Another example is the breath of the moon, which can release a wide range of sword energy, and it will always be accompanied by countless full moon blades, with high attack speed and large attack range. After explaining the characteristics of different breathing methods, Sumiu looked at Sister Kachu. Different people have different adaptations to different breathing methods due to their personal attributes. Some people are born with the ability to breathing. Some people are unable to practice breathing of the sun. Then what kind of breathing should we practice? Kachukani couldn't help but ask. Sumiu glanced at Kachukani before continuing, I will teach you the flower breath. The so-called flower breath is a branch of the water breath. Its moves are gorgeous and its attack trajectory is also as elegant and soft as petals. However, if you Ada really think that this is the breathing of a dance, you are totally wrong. Its attacks are hidden under the gorgeous and gentle appearance, and are often unexpected. People realize that they are not far from death. With your gentle nature, you are very suitable for such a breathing. After hearing that her husband taught her the flower breathing, Kachu Kani agreed without thinking. Then Kani will learn the flower breathing. What about me? Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but asked. Sumyu glanced at Kachu Shinobu. Among all the breathing techniques of the Demon Slayer Corps, I didn't find one that suits Yaoso for the time being. You learn the flower breathing with your sister. In the anime Demon Slayer, the breathing method practiced by Kachu Shinobu is the breath of insects. It's just that this breathing technique is an original breathing style created by Kachu Shinobu. It mainly combines his high-speed stabbing skills with poison to make up for the fact that his wrist strength is too small and it is difficult to kill with Nichiren blades. The breath created by the flaw in the demon's neck. Since this breath was created by Kachu Shinobu in the future, it naturally does not exist now. Hearing that there was no breathing method suitable for him, Butterfly Ninja also had a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Actually, with your nin physical condition, it's not really suitable for killing evil spirits. After all, compared to your sister, you have very little strength. And your height is also a problem. 1. Hearing his husband talk about his shortcomings, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but lower his head with a bit of frustration. Seeing the girl's depressed look, Sumyu also reached out and touched the girl's head. However, since there is no breathing or forbearance that suits you, you can also create a breathing that suits you. Create your own breathing that suits you. Kachu Shinobu murmured, looked at Mr. again and asked with a bit of unconfidence, Can I? If you don't try, how will you know you're not good? Sumyu smiled and said with some praise, I think you should be able to create your own breathing. Seeing that his husband was so optimistic about himself, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help clenching his fists. Then I will try my best. Good. Sumyu nodded. Next, Sumyu began to tell the Kachu sisters about the breath of flowers. As for the breathing method of flower breathing, he got it from the Demon Slayer squad. Because he has the practice experience of sun breathing, he can still tell some about flower breathing. But it is definitely not as good as the practice. The profoundness of flower breath, however. It was also the first time for the Kachu sisters to come into contact with the breathing method. And his current description is completely sufficient for these two sisters. Time flies. These days Sumyu has also begun to teach everyone training. Not only the Kachu sisters but also Nezuko Rikaru. And Kano also joined the training. As for Kamado Kuiji, he taught the other party the practice method of water breathing. But because the other party is pregnant now, he cannot do too strenuous training. Lihua Falls. Kano practices the same breath of flowers as Kachu Kani. It has to be said that these people are very talented and progress very quickly. In just a few days, Kachu Kani has completely mastered the flower breathing. Kachu Shinobu also started to study the flower breathing, creating a kind of breathing of her own. It was only because of the shortcomings of her own wrist strength that the breathing she created stagnated. On the contrary, it was Lihua Luo. Kano's progress was the slowest and compared to others. His talent was a bit dull, and the best of them all is Nezuko. It stands to reason that, with his physical quality, he should not be suitable for practicing sun breathing. After all, practicing sun breathing requires very high physical fitness. But this requirement seems to have lost its effectiveness when placed here with Nezuko. Generally, since Nezuko came into contact with the breath of the sun, his progress in practice has been rapid. In just a few days, he surpassed Tanjuro, who had been training. Boom. In the courtyard, Nezuko's petite body flashed slightly, then reappeared already behind Tanjiro and punched him. Before Tanjiro could react, he was punched by Nezuko and staggered forward. In the end, he lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Tanjiro struggled to stand up, turned around, and looked at his sister, who looked a little proud of his hand just now. Feeling quite complicated in his heart. Nezuko, it's really amazing. Kamado Kyuji came to Sumiu with a trace of worry in his eyes. Why isn't it great to be awesome? Sumiu stretched out her hand, hugged Kamado Kyuji's waist, and asked at the same time, girl, why do you want to be so powerful? Kamado lowered his head and whispered, besides, if you don't obey me in the future, it won't be easy to teach you a lesson. If I can't teach you a lesson, I'll teach you a lesson as a mother. Sumiu stretched out her hand and touched Kamado Kyuji's little nose, so Kyuji should take good care of Nezuko and let her listen to her uncle's words. Otherwise I will bully you to death. With that said, he picked up Kamado Kyuji by his waist and walked towards the house. Door closed quickly in the yard. Nezuko, who had just defeated his brother Tanjiro and was feeling a little proud, suddenly moved his ears. He seemed to hear something and suddenly turned his head. The little fist suddenly clenched tightly. Damn uncle, he bullies mother even in broad daylight. Night came unnoticed. Sumiu once again chose to go out. In the room, Kamado Ai lay lazily on the bed. Her body as limp as if she had no bones. The long white eyelashes are slightly closed. Outside the door there was a knock on the door. The beautiful eyelashes opened slightly, and she opened her eyes weakly. Mujun. I really have no strength. Breath, Kamado Kyuji whispered, thinking that Mujun was coming again. The door was pushed open, and Nejai walked in wearing pajamas. Seeing Nezuko coming over, Kamado's eyes flashed with panic. But he quickly calmed down. Nezuko looked at the messy room with a hint of anger in his eyes. She naturally knew that her mother was a very clean and tidy person. The room was always tidy and tidy. And it must be her uncle who made it look like this. Hateful. Nezuko gritted his teeth slightly, but still started to squat down and tidy up the room. Kamado Koeda originally wanted to stop it, but I seem to have thought of something. Finally, Nezuko was allowed to tidy up the room. Nezuko inherited Kamado Ai's virtuous nature and packs things quickly. Pick up the torn stockings scattered on the ground. He rearranged the messy table and straightened the chairs that had fallen on the ground. It took a while to clean up the messy room. While cleaning up, Nezuko still said angrily, you just got used to your uncle and let him bully you. However, mother, when my strength surpasses that of uncle, I will definitely support you. If uncle dares to bully mother like this, I will definitely. Kamado I, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, looking at the aggrieved daughter. A hint of sternness appeared in his gentle eyes. Nezuko, she suddenly spoke. The sudden harshness of her mother's voice startled Nezuko. For Nezuko had never seen his mother treat him so harshly. However, Kamado soon realized that his tone seemed a bit bad, and his voice lowered and became softer. His fair and tender arms stretched out from the quilt and waved to Nezuko. Nezuko, come here. Nezuko immediately walked over honestly. She listens to her mother the most. From now on, respect your uncle, do you hear me? You must listen to your uncle. Nezuko was a little unconvinced after hearing this. Actually, I like my uncle quite a lot, and he is very nice on weekdays. I just can't stand it, he always bullies you. And the same goes for my mother, who let her uncle bully her and always doted on him. Hearing what Nezuko said, Kamado Ai's face turned slightly red, and he held Nezuko in his arms. Actually, it's not my uncle who wants to bully mates, me who is willing to let him bully me. When he said this, Kamado felt that the roots of his ears were a little hot. But in order to prevent Nezuko from resenting Makun, he had to say softly, it's not what Nezuko thinks. When Nezuko grows up, he will understand that this is not bullying but what? Nezuko's eyes widened and his tone sounded a little impatient. He told himself this every time there was something he didn't understand. What you will understand when you grow up only. It will take a long time to grow up. Anyway, it's not what Nezuko thought. Kamado patted Nezuko's head gently. Uncle is very good to my mother. Better than your father is to my mother. And he makes my mother experience a different kind of happiness that she has never experienced before. What the hell? Nezuko felt very annoyed. She couldn't understand what her mother meant. You are still too young, Nezuko. When you grow up, you will understand. Kamado AI is caressing Nezuko's long, silky hair. In the future when Nezuko grows up, he will definitely be very beautiful. And his uncle will definitely like Nezuko very much. After all, Nezuko is so cute. She must be very popular with uncle. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu are very excited and nervous at the moment. For their sisters. Today is their first time dealing with evil spirits. The fear of evil spirits makes the Kachu sisters feel a lot of inner uneasiness. And even the hands holding Nichiren blades are shaking slightly. These Nichiren blades were specially made for them by the Demon Slayer squad a few days ago. Sister, can I do it? Kachu Shinobu held her sister's hand tightly and couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Sister, you are very powerful. Kachukani also held her sister's hand tightly, in fact. She was also very uneasy but as an older sister. She couldn't show her uneasiness in front of her younger sister. What's more MRIS here? Kachukani said softly to his sister. Said Sir Kachukanajin couldn't help but look ahead. The husband walked in front of their sisters. His tall figure gave her some peace of mind when she was originally nervous. Hunting ghosts is not easy, you have to be careful later. Sumiyu turned around at this time, looked at the nervous Kachu sisters holding hands, and said calmly, this time with me here. You don't have to worry about your own safety. But I can't always be by your side. As he spoke, he looked at the Nichiren blades held tightly in the hands of the Kachu sisters. What's the reason you hold the knife? The reason for holding the knife? Sister Kachu murmured, lost in thought for a while. Please give me flowers. Sumiyu was not in a hurry, but quietly waited for life. Sister, let's talk first. After Sister Kachu opened her eyes again, Sumiyu spoke again. Kachu Shinobu's little hand is holding the handle of Nichiren blades tightly. The blade of her knife is slender, with a barb at the tip and a 4-leaf blade. The handle is mainly mint green, and the scabbard is white. The reason I hold the sword is to kill all the evil spirits. The girl's words were like an unsheathed sword, filled with angry flames. Sumiyu nodded and looked at Kachukani. What about you? What is your reason for holding the sword? Kachukani was slightly silent, lowering her head and looking at the Nichiren blades in her hand. The jaws of her Nichiren blades were orange, like her sister's Nichiren blades. They were also in the shape of a 4-leaf clover. But the handle was emerald green, the blade is peach color. These days, I have also asked my husband that those ghosts were originally humans like us. They were once humans. But they gnawed on humans and were even afraid of the beautiful morning sun. It is really sad. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but turn his head and looked at his sister in disbelief. My sister actually pities those evil spirits. This is something Kachu Shinobu never expected, you know. This is how parents were taken away by these cruel creatures. In Kachu Shinobu's view, these creatures are not sad. And they are very sad cruel, although he was angry. Kachu Shinobu did not interrupt his sister. As long as I can kill an evil ghost with Nichiren blades, then the ghost I killed can save the person I am about to kill. And then the ghost himself can be freed from the sad cause and effect of eating people come out. I want to protect the happiness that has not been destroyed. Just like Suryu protect me. I also want to protect someone important. In this way, I think I can stop the chain of grief. Sister, you are really too gentle. Kachu Shinobu muttered dissatisfiedly. Kachukani lowered his head slightly, feeling guilty for his thoughts. After hearing what the sisters said, Sumiyu also nodded and said, remember. This is the reason why you hold the sword. No matter what, you must believe in yourself. Sir, don't you think my reason for holding the knife is bad? Kachukani asked in a low voice. She was actually pitying the evil spirits. After all, those evil spirits brutally killed her parents. She also felt that her thoughts were bad. The sword that exists for protection must not only protect yourself, but also protect the person you want to protect. You can feel sad for the enemy, but you will not show mercy just because you feel sad for the enemy. This is the reason why you hold the sword for protection. Sumiyu said calmly. There is nothing wrong with gentleness itself. It is precisely because of this gentleness that you have to use more ruthless methods to deal with your enemy, Sichuan. The night is cool. Su Mu and the Kachu sisters were squatting outside a village. It was okay at first, but as time went by, Kachu Shinobu, who had an active personality, couldn't help it anymore. And his purple eyes couldn't help looking around. When will the ghost appear? At first, she and her sister were still deeply afraid of ghosts. But after waiting for so long and no ghosts were seen, the fear gradually subsided, and she began to look forward to the appearance of evil ghosts in her heart. Then, she could use Nichiren blades chop off the evil spirit's head. At the thought of being able to cut off the head of an evil spirit with Nichiren blades, Kachu Shinobu was so excited that he felt his blood boiling. The hatred in his eyes seemed to shine through. The cold wind blew, whirring. Time passed by minute. As time passed, there was still no movement. Even Kachukani couldn't help but look at the gentleman, thinking 260 to ask him when the evil ghost would come back. "Sir, when will the ghost come out, finally?" Kachu Shinobu couldn't hold back and asked in a low voice. Su Mu raised her head and glanced at Kachu Shinobu. "You don't even have the patience to hunt evil spirits. If so, just go back and be an ordinary person." Hearing what his husband said, Kachu Shinobu immediately lowered his head and began to wait patiently like his sister. At first it was difficult for Kachu Shinobu to persist. But slowly, he began to adapt and began to observe his surroundings carefully. Suddenly, as if she felt something, Su Mu suddenly opened her eyes, which had been closed. "Walk," he whispered. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu were shocked and hurriedly followed. Under the night, Su Mu was very fast. The Kachu sisters who were following behind couldn't keep up. However, the place where the evil ghost appeared was not too far from here. About 10 minutes later, the two finally found the husband by following the traces he left behind. This is a relatively good house in the village. The house is large and spacious with its own yard. But at this moment, both Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu's pretty faces turned extremely ugly. The house was covered with corpses, and several corpses lay silently on the ground. Scarlet blood flowed quietly along the corpses, dyeing the ground red. The strong smell of blood filled the room. Kachu Shinobu and Kachukani held Nichiren blades tightly and rushed into the room quickly. The tall figure of the gentleman was standing at the door. In the room, an evil ghost was huddled in a corner, its scarlet eyes full of fear. "Gentlemen." Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu hurriedly came to Su Mu's side. Here, Kachukani couldn't help but ask, "I'm late." Su Mu smiled bitterly and shook her head when I noticed the movement and rushed over. The entire family was killed by this evil spirit. As he spoke, he pointed at the evil ghost huddled in the corner. When he arrived, the evil spirit tried to attack him, but he slapped him on the head, crushing his skull with a slap. If he had not kept this evil ghost for the Kachu sisters to practice, he would have killed it directly. "I'm late," Kachukani murmured, the unbearable memories in his mind echoing at this moment. At first, an evil spirit broke into their home. In order to protect their sisters, their parents chose to resist the evil spirit. However, they were no match for the evil spirit. Soon they were killed and eaten by the evil spirit. At that time, how she longed for someone to save them. Save her father and mother. Although they were rescued in the end, their parents died tragically at the hands of evil spirits. If Hajime Kyoyume could have appeared earlier, perhaps their parents would have been rescued and would not have died. But Hajime Kyoyume came too late after all. Just like now, of course, she and her sister did not resent Hajime Kyoyume. Nor could they were just deeply grateful to Mr. Hajime Kyoyume for saving their sisters, but equally, I have thought about it more than once. How great it would be if Hajime Kyoyume could have come earlier. However, this time, they are no longer sisters who need to be saved, but they want to save those who have been harmed by ghosts. Just as Hajime Kyoyume was late, they were also late. This family, under the brutal attack of the evil spirits, left no one alive. They all died tragically in the hands of the evil spirits and became corpses lying quietly on the ground. Such a scene made both Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu feel extremely guilty. At this moment, The Kachu sisters probably understood why Himejima Kyoyume didn't want to see them, or even pay attention to them. Probably there's also guilt in my heart, after all. If I had come earlier, I could have saved the people who were hurt by the ghost. Sorry. Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu bent over the corpses on the ground. I will kill this evil spirit to avenge you. Kachu Shinobu held the hilt of Nichiren blades tightly in his hand, his eyes burning with hatred like a sword. I will save this evil ghost from the cycle of sorrow so that she can no longer hurt others. Kachu Kani also raised his head at this moment. The two sisters looked at the evil ghost huddled in the corner again, and almost simultaneously pulled out the Nichiren blades in their hands. Under the cold moonlight it fell on the blade, exuding a deep chill. Sumiu looked at the determined-eyed Kachu sisters, smiled slightly and then set her sights on the evil ghost. And as he looked over, the fear in the evil ghost's eyes became deeper and deeper. I'll give you two choices, one is to be killed by me. The evil ghost's body couldn't help but tremble. And then he shook his head vigorously. As for the alternative, as he spoke, he turned sideways and pointed at the Kachu sisters beside him, as long as you can defeat them. Of course, you can't hurt their lives otherwise. Sumiu's voice paused for a moment before she said coldly, otherwise, I will still kill you. The evil spirit's body couldn't help but tremble. It was deeply afraid of the man in front of it, just now. It was enjoying delicious food in this family. And this man suddenly appeared and interrupted it, which made it very angry and attacked it on the spot. But his head was smashed with a slap. If it weren't for the evil ghost's immortality and powerful self-healing ability, he might have died long ago. Even though the smashed head gradually recovered due to the ghost's immortality, it still frightened the man in front of him deeply, now. After hearing the other party's request, its eyes also fell on the Kachu sisters. From the two sisters, it smelled a very sweet 5.9 scent which made it a little restless, however. Feeling the gaze of the man on the side looking over quietly, he suppressed the greed in his heart. It knew that the man was treating himself as a training tool for the two human women in front of him. But no, there is no choice. However, my heart is filled with unspeakable anger. These foods have actually become a tool for hand training. What a shame, go to hell damn humans. Almost the next second, the evil spirit rushed towards the Kachu sisters. Seeing the terrifying figure rushing towards them, the Kachu sisters could not help but tremble slightly. This is them. For the first time, I really faced the devil head-on. Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu both held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. Their delicate bodies tensed, and stared at the evil ghost in front of them. This evil spirit has an appearance similar to that of a human, but its teeth are like those of a ferocious beast. They are extremely sharp fangs. Its fingers are very long and are as black as ink. Under the cool moonlight there are flashes of coldness, meaning pupils are scarlet. Hiding cruelty and violence, sister, be careful. Kachu Kani instinctively stood in front of his sister, holding the Nichiren blades with both hands, in a sword-drawing stance. Kachu Shinobu was beside his sister. His Nichiren blades tended to be smallened at this moment. He also pulled them out, roar. Along with the low roar of the evil ghost, the evil ghost's figure rushed forward, and its scarlet claws rushed towards the two of them. Perhaps because they were afraid of Sumiu's words just now. The evil ghost's attack did not hit the vital position of the Kachu sisters. More on the shoulders, arms, etc. originally. When it came to evil spirits, it should be easy to deal with these two humans, however. When the ghost claw fell, the expected touch of tearing the opponent's arm did not occur, but instead seemed to have caught steel at this moment. It realized that the ghost claw it had grabbed was blocked by its Nichiren blades. Kachu Kani blocked the demon's claws in front of him, and the figure of Kachu Shinobu suddenly flashed out from beside him. The blade of Nichiren blades flashed with a sharp light and slashed directly on the demon's thigh. Tisk, the blade crossed the thigh and cut in, but when it reached the thigh bone it was blocked. 08 Obviously Kachu Shinobu's strength was too weak, so her knife could not cut through the thigh bone. Although the leg bones were not cut, the pain caused by the Nichiren blades entering the flesh made the evil spirit roar in pain. and he used both claws to exert force. Kachukani, who was holding the knife to block it from the front, felt a huge force coming from the blade. The whole person couldn't help being knocked out by this force. As soon as Kachukani was knocked away, the evil spirit leaned over and grabbed Kachu Shinobu, who was looking at his thigh with the knife. It's just that Kachu Shinobu is very dexterous. Before the devil's claws can catch him, he has already backed away like a graceful Kachu. The evil ghost wanted to pursue him at this time. Kachukani came again and fought with him head-on with a knife. Roar! The evil ghost roared and stretched out its claws, drawing claw shadows in the air. Faced with this scene, Kachukani gritted his teeth slightly and resisted with a knife. Nichiren blades collide with ghost claws. Waves of sparks shot out. Kachu Shinobu felt that the hand holding the knife became more and more numb with every resistance. And even as time went by, there was a feeling that he could no longer hold it. Obviously, this evil spirit is much more powerful than her. If he were not in the breathing state at this moment, his physical fitness could be comparable to that of an evil ghost in a short period of time. So how could he possibly resist the evil ghost head-on? And when the evil spirit was pressing down and beating Kachukani from the front, Kachu Shinobu's petite figure had already reached behind the evil spirit at some point. The sharp blade suddenly slashed. A blue blade flashed across the night sky. The evil spirit felt a chill in his heart and wanted to dodge. But it was obviously too late. Kachu Shinobu had already slashed in the air and struck the evil spirit on the back of his neck with his sword. There are generally two ways to kill evil spirits. One is to cut off the neck with Nichiren blades, and the other is to bathe in the sun. At this moment, the evil ghost felt the blade of Nichiren blades standing on the back of his head and neck, and felt that the soul of the dead was coming out. Thinking that he was going to die, the expected pain came from the neck, but as expected, the blade did not cut off the neck directly. When the sharp blade stood on the bones of the neck, it seemed to be stuck, unable to move any further. Hateful. The blade was stuck on the evil ghost's neck, and Kachu Shinobu bit it secretly with her silver teeth. She was very angry. If she had enough strength, this knife would kill the evil ghost. Roar! The demon's neck was not cut off. The evil spirit was happy but also extremely angry. He rushed out suddenly, turned around like a wild beast, and attacked Kachu Shinobu crazily. Kachu Shinobu retracted his sword and retreated. Facing the attack of the evil spirit, he hurriedly dodged. The girl was obviously much faster than her sister. The evil spirit attacked several times, but not only failed to hit the evil spirit, but she became dizzy. Damn it, oh, damn it! The evil spirit roared, seeing that it could not catch Kachu Shinobu, who was like a flea, and once again set its sights on Kachukani. Compared to his younger sister, Kachukani is stronger and more skilled in moves. But compared to his sister's speed, Kachukani is obviously much worse. Roar! The evil spirit roared loudly and stamped its feet on the ground trembled, and the whole person suddenly moved forward. Before the flying dust could rise, the evil spirit's figure was already approaching Kachukani like a stream of light. The terrifying aura of the evil spirit came directly towards him like a wild and ferocious beast, causing Kachukani to instinctively grasp the handle of the knife and prepare to block with it. But at this moment, a calm voice sounded in his ears. Step to the rightly and up, draw the sword. Raise the blade 3 inches and cut, the sound sounded. Almost instinctively, Hudekanahi stepped slightly to the right, and at the same time, she raised her body and slashed the Nichiren blades in her hand. The whistling ghost claws passed by her and scratched her cheek. Only within a short distance, she could vaguely feel the sharp coldness of the ghost claws. The advancing figure of the evil ghost almost brushed past her, and she instantly drew her sword according to the sudden sound, and stood on the evil ghost's arm with the sword. PFFT. The sharp blade penetrated and directly removed one of the evil ghost's arms. Back, the evil ghost growled, looking at the chopped-off arm. His scarlet eyes shrank slightly. Type 5. The calm voice sounded in Kachukani's ears again. With almost no hesitation, Kachu suddenly clenched the handle of the knife in her hand, and at the same time she tapped her toes lightly, and her gentle voice was accompanied by a hint of scolding. Flower breath 5 types fruitless peony. along with the girl's scolding. The blade in the girl's hand transformed in all directions in an instant. For a moment, it seemed like 9 gorgeous blade shadows were slashed out. Then, the 9 shadows merged into one and stabbed the evil ghost's neck together. Its moves are as gorgeous as peony petals, but they contain cold, murderous intent. The evil ghost's eyes narrowed slightly, and the 9 sword shadows that appeared made it somewhat unclear which was real and which was false. When it came to its senses, the 9 sword shadows had condensed into one sword and slashed towards it. Neck. The evil spirit hurriedly fled. Left side 3 inches cut horizontally. The calm voice sounded again. Kachukani didn't hesitate at all, and the arc of the blade suddenly changed. 3 inches to the left, diary slashed horizontally. Vda. The sharp blade passed across and struck the evil ghost's neck. The evil ghost's hard bones blocked it for a while, but in the end it was unable to resist. And the blade continued to move, crack with a crisp sound. A head was thrown out, and the evil ghost's figure also shook for a while, and finally fell to the ground with a bang sound. Kachukani touches the ground with his toes, and his body is graceful. Kachu usually falls a few steps away. It worked. Looking at the evil ghost lying on the ground, Kachukani could not help but smile. I succeeded, sir, I succeeded. Kachukani raised his head and looked at the eaves with expectant eyes. I don't know when the full moon hung high in the sky. With it as its back, a tall figure was standing above the eaves, standing quietly with the slight wind blowing. His hair fluttering held the knife on his chest, and his whole body was glowing with emotion. An extremely unique temperament. Yeah, well done. Sumi leaned over, looked at the girl asking for credit with her calm eyes, and spoke calmly. The teacher's praise made Kachukani feel indescribably happy. But thinking about the battle just now, if it hadn't been for the teacher's explanation, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to kill this evil ghost. A few casual explanations from her husband turned her from bad to good. Her husband's power frightened her. Now look at MRMR. Under the full moon, it seems that there is a kind of physical power, so powerful that a kind of worship and admiration unconsciously arises in the heart. It's all taught well by Sir. Kachukani hurriedly lowered his head, feeling his heart beating slightly faster at this moment. Inexplicable feeling in my heart. She felt at a loss and didn't know how to face it. After all, she had never experienced this feeling before. No one has ever been able to make her worship and admire her before. Sumiu jumped down from the eaves, looked at the messy scene on the ground, shook her head slightly. Let's clean it up, it's soil. Kachukani and Kachushinabu immediately began collecting the family's bones. The bloody mess on the ground made the Kachu sisters who cleaned it up no longer feel the joy after killing the evil ghost. Seemed very silent back then. Their happiness was also destroyed in such a scene, however. In the past, when faced with their own happiness, they had no ability to resist and could only watch helplessly. Now they already have certain abilities, but the happiness that belonged to them has long been destroyed. This made the sisters feel an indescribable complexity in their hearts. The body recovered quickly. The whole family was neat and tidy, but no one could survive. Both adults and children were dead. This is the evil ghost, the cruel evil ghost. Kachushinabu gritted his teeth, clenched his hands slightly, and his eyes were filled with flames of hatred. Like an unsheathed sword, sharp and firm. It's really sad. Although we were once human beings, we eat human beings. We can obviously bathe in the morning sun, but we are afraid of the beautiful morning sun. Kachukani muttered, Sister, you are always so gentle. Even when facing these cruel evil spirits, you will still be so gentle. Kachushinabu raised his head and couldn't agree with his sister's idea at all. After burying the entire family, it was time to go back. Sumiu walks in front. The Kachu sisters followed. Compared to her elder sister Kachukani, who has gradually calmed down, her younger sister Kachushinabu is somewhat depressed at the moment. From the initial excitement of cooperating with my sister to kill the evil ghost, to the pleasure in my heart after killing the evil ghost, to the silence after seeing the tragic scene after the ghost destroyed my happiness, and finally the inner loss. The reason why she was disappointed was because of her own strength. If she had the same strength as her sister in fact, she would have killed the evil ghost as early as 10. Because she was too weak. Although she hit the evil demon's neck with her Nikarin blades, she was unable to cut off the evil demon's head. Naturally, the evil ghost cannot be killed. With my sister and husband by my side, it doesn't matter even if I can't cut off the evil spirit's head. But what if my sister and husband are not around? Thinking of this, Kachu Shinobu bit his lip unconsciously with his white teeth. Of course she understands. What will happen to the swordsmen who are unable to cut off the necks of evil spirits? Gentlemen, suddenly, her fair and pretty face looked at the tall figure in front of her. And she couldn't help but speak. Sumiu stopped. Sir, is there any way to increase a person's strength? Kachu Shinobu raised his head and looked at Sumiu expectantly. Looking back and looking at the expectant girl, Sumiu shook her head. There is no other way to increase strength except exercise. However, I have also exercised, but my strength is still too weak. Kachu Shinobu may not have paid much attention to this problem before. But today when he faced off against the evil spirit, he clearly realized the seriousness of this problem. The result that awaits the swordsman who cannot cut off the demon's head is, not only will he die, the people you want to protect will also die. I don't have any methods to increase strength, to be honest. Judging from your physique, even if you exercise hard, you will still have a shortcoming in terms of strength. Kachu Shinobu lowered his head slightly, feeling a little disappointed. However, instead of increasing your strength, you can try other methods. After all, you have a more agile body and faster speed than your sister. These are your advantages. However, as long as I am not strong enough, none of these will play a decisive role in facing evil spirits. Whether it is speed or dexterity, she can gain a far greater advantage than her sister in dealing with evil spirits. But these advantages cannot play a decisive role, because ghosts, unlike humans, can be injured and weak. Ghosts have inexhaustible physical strength and powerful self-healing power. The results they have achieved by relying on agility are not worth mentioning in the face of ghosts' advantages. Because humans cannot have endless physical strength like evil ghosts, cannot kill evil ghosts in a short time, and cannot chop off the heads of evil ghosts, then, after losing physical strength, they will only become the food of evil ghosts. Then you can also try other methods to kill the evil spirit. You don't have to use Nikarin blades to cut off the evil spirit's neck like your sister. Sumiu said gently. Other methods. Kachu Shinobu was slightly confused. Oni are almost immortal, and the only way to kill them is to cut off their necks with Nikarin blades and let them bathe in sunlight. If there were other ways to kill evil spirits, I'm afraid they would have been researched long ago. For example, the medical skill of forbearance. Sumiu said, I remember that Nin's medical skills should be very powerful. Right, Sonin? Can you develop a toxin that can kill evil spirits? The poison that kills evil spirits. Kachu Shinobu murmured, full of expectations but not too confident. Can I really develop it? Kachu Shinobu raised his head and looked at Mr. with expectation hidden in his eyes. Sumiu stepped forward and gently touched the girl's head. I think forbearance is still very powerful. Others can't study it. It's not like forbearance can't be studied, real. Kachu Shinobu asked happily, certainly. Sumiu shrugged her shoulders. Sister, your medical talent is very high. When my father was still alive, he always praised you for your high medical talent. You might be able to develop toxins specifically designed to kill evil spirits. Kachukani also said on the side. Hearing what his husband and sister said, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but clench his fists slightly. Then, Kachu Shinobu must develop a toxin that can deal with evil spirits. Chatting along the way unknowingly, we arrived at a house. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu also stopped. Sir, we are home. It turned out that before I knew it, I had arrived at the place where the Kachu sisters lived. Sumiu nodded but did not leave, but said, go in and rest quickly. 17 Yes live. The taller sister took the shorter sister to unlock the room key and open the door. Only the Kachu sisters did not close the door, but stopped at the door. Sir, how about you rest at our house tonight? We have an extra room. Kachukani bit her lips slightly. The sister next to him didn't speak. She just raised her eyes and looked at the husband. Such words are actually not good, after all. If you invite a man to spend the night late at night, and in a home with only girls, it is inevitable that there will be a lot of gossip. Even if nothing happens. In this era, girls also have a bad reputation. Su Mu did not expect that the Kachu sisters would invite him to spend the night at their house. Late at night while girls are at home, and you invite me, man. To your home, you are not afraid that I will eat you. Su Mu couldn't help but have a bit of a smirk on her lips. The faces of Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu immediately turned rosy. Although they knew it was a joke, they could not help but feel nervous. If you want to eat me, sir, let me eat my sister. My sister is almost at the age of marriage. She should have found a man long ago. But it was Kachu Shinobu who was a little bolder and suddenly spoke. As soon as he said these words, Kachu Kani's face turned as red as a cooked prawn, and he hurriedly hit his sister. After Kachu Shinobu finished speaking, he ran into the room as cunningly as a little fox, where his sister could hit him. Even though he didn't hit his sister, Kachu Kani was so angry that he stomped on the ground with his little feet, which made him look a little cute. However, Kachu Kani soon realized that her husband was still outside, and her face became even hotter. Sir, my sister is too naughty, she is just talking nonsense. Sir, don't take it seriously. The girl explained anxiously. Wang Li Zhao, it's okay, I know. Su Mu smiled and spoke. Kachu Kani was slightly relieved when he heard it. But for some reason he felt a sense of loss in his heart. And just when such complicated emotions were surging in the girl's heart, Su Mu appeared in front of Kachu Kanifu unknowingly. The tall figure stood in front of him, making Kachu Kani's heart beat faster. Su Mu leaned over slightly and pressed it against the girl's earlobe. First I blew a breath of hot air. Looking at the girl's round earlobes, a blush quickly appeared. And she said softly, Kani is really gentle, Mr. Jean. Likes it very much, hoo-hoo. The girl's breathing suddenly became rapid, and she couldn't help but step back, as if she had been greatly frightened. He raised his head in a panic, wanting to say something, but found that the gentleman who was standing in front of him just now had already disappeared. The place is empty, no sign of Mr. Gen, however. Although the figure of the gentleman disappeared, the words that the gentleman just said still echoed in Kachu Kani's ears. The girl's face became more rosy and shy. A breeze blows. The cherry blossoms in the courtyard fall with the wind and fall on the Kachu hair ornament in the girl's hair, bringing with it an intoxicating fragrance. A rather luxurious room. A woman is kneeling and sitting on the pedal, holding a pen and writing something carefully. From time to time she encounters some problems, and her beautiful eyebrows frown unconsciously, which makes people can't help but have a feeling. Heartache. The black cotton dress hugged the woman's tall and mature figure. Long black hair falls to her waist. Kneeling on the pedal are white and well-proportioned legs. The straight clothes held up the woman's cotton top. Obviously this is a very perfect woman. She is none other than the head wife of the demon slayer core. Yubayashiki Amin, tap tap tap. The sound of crisp footsteps came quickly, and someone walked in quickly holding a large pile of paper. When he arrived in front of the woman, he immediately knelt down respectfully, put down a large pile of paper sand, then retreated silently. Looking at the large pile of paper that was delivered, the woman couldn't help but stretch out her little hand. Her white and tender arms were as white as tender cream. He put his little hand on his brow and exhaled slightly. Mother. These are the recent situations in which various groups have killed evil spirits. Among them, 3 groups have sacrificed their lives because of encountering powerful evil spirits. Next to him, a girl with a somewhat similar appearance to the woman said softly while helping to sort out the papers. Hey, there is no good news. I heard that after that appeared, the ghosts in various places became more active. The transfer of team members in all aspects needs to be coordinated. If there is a little carelessness, 930, there may be swordsmen who may die because of the mission. It's really like Mount Tai, Zia. The so-called that one is naturally the ancestor of ghosts. Kibutsuji Musen, quack. A burst of bird noise suddenly came, causing the 2 women, one large and one small, who were still discussing, to stand up suddenly. Soon a sending crow landed by the window. The younger girl immediately stepped forward and found a mailbox from the crow. Took out the paper inside and quickly handed it to her mother. Yubayashiki Amin also opened it immediately without hesitation. As the person in charge of the intelligence of the Demon Slayer Corps. And at the same time, the person who assists the master in handling various affairs. She naturally understands that once a hawk delivers information, it must be something extremely important. Hopefully it's a good thing. Yubayashiki Amin bit his lip and murmured silently. When the letter was opened, the first thing recorded was the news of the sacrifice of two swordsmen. Takamura and Natsu and Hashimoto Shinya seeing this. The woman couldn't help but touch her forehead. Her eyes drooped slightly and she showed a look of sadness. The A-class swordsmen can almost be said to be the most powerful beings in the Demon Slayer Corps besides the pillars. The entire Demon Slayer Corps only has more than 50 A-class swordsmen. The loss of two people can be said to be a very serious loss. It's a big deal that breaks your muscles and bones. It was an unbearable pain for the Demon Slayer squad. Takamura Kazatsu and Hashimoto Shinya. These two swordsmen. Do they have any relatives or descendants left behind? Closing his eyes slightly, Ashiyashiki Amin asked. Takamura Kazatsu no longer has any relatives or anyone close to her. And has been living alone these years, the woman whispered. As if she already knew the situation of the swordsmen. Why Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but sigh softly. With a touch of heavy sorrow. What about Hashimoto Shinya, after a while? His grief subsided. Yubayashiki Amin asked again. Hashimoto Shinya also has a younger sister. Make arrangements to ensure that his sister will have a worry-free life in the future. As for the situation of Hashimoto Shinya, it is better not to tell her sister, yes, mother. The woman lowered her head and immediately spoke respectfully. Yubayashiki Amin rubbed her brow with her fingers and prepared to continue reading. The opening of the paper was to describe the death of two Class A swordsmen, which made her afraid to look at the situation behind the envelope. However, no matter how reluctant she was to continue watching, she had to continue watching on see behind. Yubayashiki Amin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her straight chest also rose and fell violently, making her already loose clothes seem to start to sway. What's wrong, mother? Seeing her mother's sudden situation, the girl also looked nervous. After all, to make her mother so moved, something extraordinary must have happened. For a while, Yubayashiki Amin calmed down, his heart full of emotions. Even so, Yubayashiki Amin's beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at the nature a few more times. After confirming that he had seen it correctly, his face that was originally slightly tired also showed an excited look. There's 12 Kazuki, dead. Yubayashiki Amin suddenly clenched his fists and spoke excitedly. 12 Kazuki, which one from last quarter moon? The woman also looked at her mother expectantly. Every last quarter moon was an extremely powerful being. In recent years, the Demon Slayer squad had been able to kill very few last quarter moons. Killing a 12 Kazuki every time even the last quarter moon in 12 Kazuki, is very exciting news for the Demon Slayer squad. Yubayashiki Amin did not answer her daughter immediately, but asked with a slight smile on her lips, so Hinyi. Who do you think it is? Could it be the ghost of the second shadow in 12 Kazuki? Pay lang these days. There are hermits who have found traces of the other party in Tokyo. And there are several classed swordsmen has passed. Yubayashiki Amin shook his head, seeing this. The girl called Saoyi also frowned slightly. It seems that my clever and good daughter Chui also failed to guess it. Yubayashiki Amin was obviously in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh. As his smile bloomed, the clothes on his chest trembled slightly. Chui couldn't help but take a peek. Even a girl was attracted by the size of her mother. It's 12 Kazuki Jayako. Yubayashiki Amin didn't want to let her daughter guess anymore, and directly told the story about the evil ghost that was killed. When she heard that the person who was killed was actually the first quarter moon, Chui's beautiful eyes widened with an incredulous look on her face. Since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps for thousands of years, there have been only a handful of waxing moon demons that can be killed. In the past 100 years, there has never been a waxing moon demon that has been killed by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the contrary, many members of the Demon Slayer squad have been devoured by ghosts. No, a head-scarred evil ghost was killed, which really surprised Chui. Did a swordsman find traces of where Jayako was hiding, then attack him during the day, let him bathe in the sun, and then kill him? Hinai hurriedly spoke. In her opinion, this was the only way to kill 12 Kazuki. Jayako, however, evil spirits in general, especially 12 Kazuki, hide very secretly during the day and are almost difficult to find. Even if they can be found, those evil ghosts are almost always hiding in some bottomless caves. It is difficult to use sunlight to let those evil ghosts bathe in the sunlight. It's not. Yubayashiki Amin shook his head. He is a Class A swordsman. Class A swordsman. Hinai had a look of disbelief on her face. That was the evil demon of the first quarter moon. Even the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad was very difficult to deal with. Mother, I wonder what the name of that first-class swordsman is. Hinai asked curiously. Sumyu. Yubayashiki Amin narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming curious about this unfamiliar grade A swordsman. Sumyu, Chui murmured, searching her mind for the treatment of all the swordsmen. But she did not remember this Shin-level swordsman. After a while, Hinai seemed to remember something. I heard that a few days ago, someone made a deal with our Demon Slayer Corps, and someone handed over the lost breath of the sun from the Demon Slayer Corps. That person was appointed by his father as a newly promoted A swordsman. Yes, that's the one, Yubayashiki Amin nodded. And at the same time there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I don't know how ferocious the man who killed First Quarter Moon looked like. Perhaps Mother will be able to see it soon. Hinai laughed at the side and said, according to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, anyone who can kill the last quarter moon in 12 Kazuki will have a chance to become a pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps. Not to mention that the opponent also killed the 12 quarter moon. Yue, it is inevitable to become the master. It seems that a new pillar meeting will be held in the near future. Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but murmur, this time. A new pillar will be born. And it may be the strongest pillar in the current demon slaying. After returning home, Sumyu took a shower, put on her pajamas, and gently knocked on Kamado Kuiji's door. While knocking on the door, I was still thinking about the shy look of Kachukani who left, and I couldn't help but reveal a hint of amusement at the corner of my mouth. Soon the door was opened. Now, Kamado Ai was wearing very loose pajamas, and the buttons on her top were slightly loose, revealing her looming snow-white skin. The black waterfall-like hair hung down behind the young woman, making Sumyu's eyes light up slightly. She almost instinctively entered the house and closed the door at the same time. However, as soon as he made a move, he was blocked by Kamado Kuiji. Sumyu frowned slightly. Nezuko is still in the room. Kamado Ai's face was slightly red, even a little hot. Sumyu's expression also froze, and she obviously didn't expect that Nezuko would run into Kamado Kui's room today. And she felt a little guilty. Then I go back to sleep, he whispered, and was about to retreat. Uncle. Just as she started to take steps, the girl's soft voice came out, and she seemed to be a little sleepy, on the bed. Nezuko had just sat up from the bed, with his black and messy hair hanging on his shoulders, the delicate and beautiful face, the slightly thin pajamas revealing the white wrist, are different from the maturity and charm of Kamado Ai. But she exudes more youth and vitality at this moment. A pair of slightly confused and beautiful eyes looked over. It's so late, what's uncle doing here? Kachu Shinobu rubbed his eyes with his hands and stared at his uncle suspiciously. Sumyu forced a smile and first glanced at Kamado Kuiji, looking at Mujin's eyes that looked like she was begging for help. Kamado Kuiji's face also turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but lower her head. She didn't have the nerve to explain that to Nezuko. Well, I'm hungry, so I want Mrs. Kuiji to get me something to eat, he explained. Yes, uncle, Nezuko muttered, beauty's so late. And my mother is very tired, Sumyu smiled. Kamado lowered his head, not daring to look at Mujin. Then I'll get myself some food. Well, uncle, thank you for your hard work, Nezuko said softly. When Sumiu closed the door and only her mother was left, Nezuko's little nose couldn't help but snorted. Fortunately, I'm here today. Otherwise, uncle will definitely bully you again. Kamado reluctantly glanced at Nezuko. I'm going to see what your uncle is doing and see if I can help, Kamado said softly, and after saying that, before Nezuko could say anything else, ran out quickly. Hey, Nezuko pouted and sat on the bed angrily. I was on guard against my uncle bullying you. But you rushed to let your uncle bully you. It's really annoying, Nezuko was furious. Sumiu left Kamado Kuiji's room feeling somewhat depressed. But before he took a few steps, crisp footsteps could be heard behind him. Sumiu couldn't help but turn her head. Sure enough, it was Kamado running out of the house. And her cotton pajamas trembled as she ran, quite tempting. As soon as she arrived in front of him, Kamado threw herself directly into his arms and picked him up. Sumiu gently stroked Kamado Kuiji's black and smooth hair. Why did you run out with such little clothes? Mujin, don't you want to have a midnight snack? I just want to come out and make some food for Mujin, Kamado whispered. Sumiu leaned over slightly and put her mouth next to Men Kuiji's ear. Don't, Mrs. Kuiji, I know what I mean by eating midnight snacks. As he finished speaking, you could clearly feel that Kamado Ai's earlobes quickly heated up and turned red. Starting to feel hot. Kuiji is willing to cook for Mujin every night. The woman lowered her head, her voice as low as a mosquito flapping its wings. Just stay in my room tonight, he whispered softly. Kamado was a little hesitant, biting his lip, and whispered, then what should Nezuko do? Nezuko is too old to sleep alone, isn't this bad? Kamado said softly. Then you can't let me be alone all night, Sumiu muttered. As soon as he heard this, Kamado was confused for a while, and finally lowered his head. Listen to Mukun, hey. Hey. Sumiu looked at the well-behaved Kamado Kuiji and couldn't help but laugh. Nezuko was waiting around in the room. Before Kamado Ayed came back, she couldn't sit still, so she put on a coat and ran out. Outside the door it was quiet. She ran to the kitchen first, but there was no one in the kitchen. She seemed to have thought of something, and then hurried to her uncle's room 0. He vaguely heard the movement in the room and knocked on the door almost without hesitation. For a while Sumiu just opened the door and looked at Nezuko, who was wearing a coat. With a bit of complaint in her tone, it's so late. Why don't you go and rest? Nezuko couldn't help but look up. At this moment Sumiu was naked with her upper body exposed, showing extremely strong muscles. The tall and muscular body came with an extremely hot breath, which made Nezuko's breathing uneasy. His long eyelashes trembled slightly because of the girl's rapid breathing, and he almost instinctively wanted to retreat. He was just standing unsteadily, staggered, and was about to fall to the ground. Sumiu immediately stepped forward and clasped Nezuko's slender waist with her big hands like cattail leaf fans. Perhaps because he was wearing too thin clothes, Nezuko could vaguely feel the warmth of his palms touching his waist. 0. This made Nezuko panic so much, and his eyes became confused, especially at this moment. It felt like his uncle was filled with some kind of strong hormonal atmosphere. Especially at this moment, just a little closer, he felt that strong sense of oppression, which made him feel uncomfortable. She was almost out of breath. Be careful, don't fall. Sumiu loosened her arms around Nezuko's waist and said. She just unconsciously lowered her hands slightly. Even though it was just a simple contact, she felt that Nezuko's waist was too soft and too thin. I didn't notice it carefully before. After a while, Nezuko came back to his senses, raised his head, and glanced at the figure who had half opened the door and then blocked the doorway with his body. Then with his small body, he hit the door directly. Sumiu was also frightened, fearing that Nezuko would hit the door and break it. So she hurriedly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Nezuko burst into the room instantly and immediately saw Kamado Ai, who was getting dressed in a panic. He raised his head again and looked at his uncle, who had helplessly spread his hands. Snort! Nezuko snorted heavily with her little nose, and then looked at Kamado Kui. Anyway, I won't allow uncle to bully you today. Kamado raised his head and glanced at Mujun. Lowering his head slightly, his face as bright red as if stained with blood. Looking at Nezuko pouting again, then looking at Kamado Ai. Su suddenly felt like a couple raising a child. Very weird. Because Nezuko was here, nothing could happen that night. Of course, a night of suffering is inevitable. Nezuko, I really care about you. Holding Kamado Kyuji in her arms, Su whispered into Kamado Kyuji's ear. When Makoto said this, Kamado Ai's round earlobes also felt slightly hot. He took a careful look at Nezuko and confirmed that his eyes were closed. As if he was asleep, and then he relaxed slightly. It would be great if Nezuko cared about Memi uncle. As much as he cares about you, Su sighed slightly. Kamado raised his head and glanced at Su coquettishly. For a moment, the woman's charming charm made Su heart heat up. But after looking at Nezuko nearby, he didn't move much. When Nezuko grows up, he will be very filial to your uncle. Kamado bit her red lips slightly with a hint of resentment. Su pretended not to see that hint of resentment. But his eyes couldn't help but fall on the face of Nezuko, who was already sleeping soundly. The pretty and childish face of 750 exudes the youth and firepower of a young girl, which is completely different from the mature charm shown by Kamado Ai. In the future, I'm afraid Sui Doozy will be as beautiful as Mrs. Kyuji, he said seemingly unintentionally. Kamado Kyuji, who buried his head in Mujin's arms, couldn't help but raise his head, glanced at Su and said nothing. It's not all yours yet. Su couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Her depressed mood at being interrupted by Nezuko tonight also dissipated a lot. Nezuko is still young now and is too naughty. When he grows up and becomes sensible, I as an uncle will teach him a lesson on behalf of Mrs. Kyuji. He gritted his teeth and stared at Nezuko's small figure greedily. Kamado gave Su a rolling look but did not speak, but closed her eyes slightly. She was really tired now. And it was too late. She was really sleepy. Go to sleep. Su also felt the sleepiness in Kamado Kyuji's eyes, touched his head with his hand, and felt Kamado Kyuji's smooth hair. I won't bother you tonight. Kamado's face turned slightly red and he muttered, bad guy. Then he closed his eyes in relief. Not long after, all she could hear was the woman's even breathing. And then in the dim moonlight, Su could clearly see Kamado's beautiful long eyelashes. He stretched out his hand and gently scratched the woman's cute little face, then closed his eyes and began to rest. Morning. The warm sunshine shines in through the window, and the beautiful eyes with long eyelashes are also opened. A little laziness after waking up. He raised his head and looked at the majestic body he was hugging tightly, and couldn't help but stick out his beautiful tongue. He got up carefully, fearing to wake up the sleeping Mujin. He glanced at the side again, and saw that Nezuko was still sleeping. However, at this time, Nezuko still looked like he was deliberately staying away from Mujin before going to bed. His whole body was hanging on Mujin's body like a wombat. For Kamado Ai to see, it's helpless and funny. Shaking his head, Kamado didn't care about this. He got up slowly and first took some clothes from the bedside table, because she sometimes goes to Mujin's room to rest, and because Mujin is sometimes careless and always damages and tears her clothes. She has several spare pieces of her own in Mujin's room. Clothing. Put on clothes and stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at herself in the mirror. Under the dress that covered her buttocks, the woman's plump figure was fully displayed. Kamado Ai carefully combed her waterfall-like black hair while looking at herself in the mirror. The clothes don't seem to fit. Kamado used her handbag to lift the collar of her upper body, but it always felt too tight, making her feel breathless. I'm always worried that this top will burst the clothes. After all, the material is too thin in the past few days. Mujin also bought several clothes for himself in the city, but he always felt that they didn't fit well. I still have to sew some clothes myself when I have time, Kamado thought in his mind. Then I started to draw my eyebrows in front of myself in the mirror. Suddenly I seemed to feel something. Kamado Ai's delicate body couldn't help but tense up, because in front of the mirror behind me, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Hugging myself in the mirror from behind, is this makeup? The warm voice reached my ears, making Kamado Ai's hand holding the makeup pen tremble. Kamado Kyuji whispered, lowering his head and blushing slightly. Maki-kun, it's always like this. Kamado Kyuji complained a few times. Sumyu smiled and didn't think it was anything wrong, you know. Everyone likes to play ball, ba ba ba. Kamado pretended to say baba twice. But she didn't really blame Mujun. It's just that Mujun made a mess every time she put her clothes in order. It was very annoying and it cost a lot of money. Have the strength to do it again. Although it's annoying every time I put my clothes in order. I just mutter it with my mouth. But I'm willing to do it in my heart. Sumyu also watched Kamado Kyuji carefully draw eyebrows in front of the makeup pen. Is this drawing on your eyebrows? Sumyu asked curiously, actually Mrs. Kyuji's eyebrows are already very beautiful. So why do you need to draw them in? He was a little puzzled. Then when I finish the painting, Mujun will see if it looks better, Kamado said in a low voice. Oh yeah. Soon Kamado Ai used a makeup pen to draw her eyebrows. Needless to say, she seemed much prettier than before. Seeing Mujun staring at her seriously, Kamado Ai's face was flushed. And she turned her head unconsciously. Doesn't this make her more beautiful? It's much more beautiful, Sumyu was also impressed. No wonder Kamado couldn't put it down since she bought this cosmetic box from a lady's shop in the city. It seems that women are naturally obsessed with things that can make them beautiful. Even if Kamado Ai is already beautiful enough. Actually with Mrs. Kyuji's beauty, she doesn't need any makeup at all. Sumyu muttered, you must put on makeup. If the husband wakes up in the morning and a woman looks sloppy, her husband will definitely be unhappy. Moreover, keeping her best look will also make her husband look good. Sumyu raised her eyes and said with a hint of teasing, Mrs. Kyuji, it seems she has lost her husband. Kamado Kyuji glared at Mujun resentfully, Mr. Tanjuro died not long ago, doesn't Mrs. Aida miss him? Sumyu whispered in Kamado Kyuji's ear, already given you everything, Mr. Mew, why do you still need to mention that person? He has been yours for a long time. Kamado turned around angrily. Sumyu smiled, hee. Stretched out her hand and held the somewhat angry Kamado Ai in her arms. Aren't I worried that Mrs. Ai is still thinking about Mr. Tanjuro? You know I'm a bit suspicious. Because I really care about you too much, he said softly. Hearing that Mujun said this because he cared too much about himself, Kamado felt a little better. I already belong to you completely. Both physically and mentally, from now on, Mr. Mew, don't talk about those tests or test me anymore. Sumyu held Kamado Kyuji in her arms and whispered in his ear, I know. Kamado Ai made a slight hum sound from his nose. And then opened the drawer. Sumyu saw that in the box of the drawer, a circle was blooming quietly. Sumyu looked at Kamado Kyuji again. Kamado Ai lowered his head. Kyuji. It's a pet raised by Mujun. I will only be loyal to Mr. Mew. Stop doubting others. Sumyu walked out of the room and stretched slightly. The sun in early spring was not as harsh as the sun in summer. Under the warm sunshine, there will be a few cool breezes blowing from time to time. In the yard, Tanjiro got up early. Had already started training, as hard as before. Every time Sumyu sees it, she feels sad and ashamed in her heart. After all, he cannot do as hard as Tanjiro, however. Tanjiro was not the only one training in the small courtyard today. Wearing tight-fitting clothes, Lee Hyulyo Kano also got up early and holding a sword. Was thinking about something. Gorit was not thinking, but more like being in a daze. Next to them, the Kachu sisters were sparring together. The elder sister was holding Nikaran blades, and her figure was as graceful as Kachu. From time to time, the blades would swipe at Kachu Shinobu. But Kachu Shinobu's figure was more dexterous, always dodging her sister's attacks quickly. And the two individuality is like two Kachu. One big and one small, dancing in the courtyard. Very beautiful. The yard is not that big to begin with, but with a few people carrying out activities, it obviously feels a bit crowded. In fact, this yard is not small, and there is no problem in accommodating at least dozens of people for activities. But training is different from ordinary activities. And the requirements for the activity venue are far from being as high as ordinary venues. I need to move to a bigger house as soon as possible. Sumiu murmured. And as he came out, several people looked over. Uncle Tanjuro was as respectful as ever. 08 Good morning, sir. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu also stopped sparring and spoke respectfully. Lihuafel Kana remained silent as usual, just looking at him with his big pink-purple eyes. Keep training. He nodded to Tanjiro and then walked towards the Kachu sisters. As he walked over, Dixiang Nejo tensed up unconsciously. Continue to train according to the moves of flower breath. He looked at the Kachu sisters and said, yes. Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu immediately started training again. Sumiu watched from the side, her eyes sizing up Kachu Kani's tall and proud figure for a while, and then fell on the petite and cute Kachu Shinobu. Kachu Shinobu is obviously much smaller than his sister in terms of figure, but he has a cuteness that his sister never has, however. Most of the time, this girl has a tight face and an unsmiling look. Before there was some smile in front of my sister, but in front of me, my face was almost always tense. However, recently, when facing him, my little face has not been tense all the time. Sometimes I will also smile, and the two small dimples on my cheeks will appear inadvertently, always looking particularly cute. Apparently, Kachu Shinobu's relationship with him is gradually getting closer. Even he vaguely felt that Kachu Shinobu looked at him a little differently. But what exactly is the difference, I can't tell. After yesterday's battle with the demons, Kachu Kani and Kachu Shinobu have obviously improved a lot. During training, they obviously have a bit more killing temperament than before. Their attack movements, it is also more concise and not as responsive as before. However, it can be clearly felt that these sisters should be stronger. Sumiu walked to Kachukani, who was training, and asked him to stop and keep the previous action. Kachukani immediately stopped moving. Sumiu stepped forward, stood behind Kachukani, and put her hand on the opponent's arm. This action of raising the knife will raise the knife too high, which will take more effort. If it is lower, it will take less effort. And the knife will be faster when changing. Kachukani nodded. Sumiu patted the opponent's knee with her hand again. Here. When attacking, you have to press down as much as possible, so that the center of gravity can be pressed down and the body can maintain balance. Sumiu said, stood up, and put her hand on Kachukani's waist. Keep your waist straight. At this moment, Kachukani's delicate body became increasingly tight and stiff, especially when I felt the tall figure of my husband standing in front of me. And thinking about what my husband said when he left last night, my breathing became a little quick, especially when he felt the injury caused by Mr. His rough hand falling on the handle of the knife he was holding, and the rough friction of his palm. Kachukani's face became even more rosy. A slight breeze blew, and when the husband lowered his head, a strand of hair fluttered and fell on her face. Slightly itchy. Kachukani seems to be unable to concentrate too much at this moment. I can remember what I just said and just continue training. Sumiu nodded slightly, then took a step back and said, call. When Sumiu's figure was far away, Kachukani breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Just now, his heart beat violently and his body felt a little weak. Fortunately, my husband left early, otherwise Kachukani felt that his body would definitely collapse. After giving some guidance to the Kachu sisters, Sumiu watched Tanjiro's training for a while and also gave her own opinions. And Tanjiro quickly corrected them. I might not go home at noon, so you don't have to wait for me to eat at noon. Sumiu said, by the way, after instructing Tanjiro. Where are you going, uncles? Tanjiro was a little curious. Go and see if there is a suitable house in the city. If there is, find another one. This house is too small. Sumiu explained. When Tanjiro heard this, his face clearly showed sadness, but it should cost a lot of money to change to a house. Right, there are still so many things at home. Sumiu patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Tanjiro, don't think about it so much. These are things that uncle has to consider. I promised Mr. Tanjiro that I would take good care of you. These are all things I should do. What's more now, Mrs. Kyuji even follows me so I can treat you better. Yes, uncle, Tanjiro lowered his head and whispered. Feeling quite moved in his heart, in fact at the beginning. He still had some complaints about his mother and uncle. But his uncle's care for them and his mother these days made Tanjiro gradually let go of his remaining prejudices. Patting Tanjiro on the shoulder, Sumiu smiled and glanced at Lee Hyulyu, who was still holding it in a daze. Kano, let's go see the house with uncle. Lee Hyulyu Kano raised his head, blinked his pink-purple eyes, and saw Sumiu's big hand stretched out in front of him. His little head tilted slightly. He seemed to be thinking for a while and seemed to be still in a daze. After a while, he stretched out his little hand and landed on the big one. Seeing this scene, Sumiu smiled and then took Lee Hyulyu Kano's hand and went out. Considering that Lee Hyulyu Kano was still young and walked slowly, Sumiu also deliberately slowed down her pace. Of course, in fact, he could actually hug Lee Hyulyu Kano's. After all, Lee Hyulyu Kano's body is small and not heavy. In addition, with his physical fitness, it is actually not easy to hug someone. It won't add any burden. But after thinking about it, I still didn't. I always feel that it would be better if the chestnut flowers can fall and Kano can be more independent. Under the warm sunshine, two people, one large and one small, walked on the lively street. Even though it was still very early, the whole city was bustling with activity. Because 557 often went out to buy breakfast in the morning. And most of the neighbors knew him, in addition on weekdays. As long as he was not provoked, behaved very gently. So he said hello, there are still many people. Sumiu always responded with a smile, occasionally. Someone would say hello to Tsuyuri Kanao. But unfortunately Tsuyuri Kanao did not speak. This made the people around look at Lee Hyulyu and Kanao with a strange look. Certainly, even if you have some thoughts in your mind, you won't say them to your face. Kano is a little shy. Sumiu always explains with a smile. The chestnut flowers fell. Kano raised her head, looked at Sumiu with her pink and purple eyes, and lowered her head slightly. In fact, she didn't quite know what shyness meant, but can feel it. This is my uncle's protection for himself. As the wind blew, the cherry blossom tree swayed slightly, and a cherry blossom fell swing. It was about to fall to the ground. A small hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Sakura. The chestnut blossoms fell. Kano held the cherry blossoms in his hand, and then tugged at Sumiu's clothes with his other little hand. Sumiu lowered her head in confusion. The girl presented the cherry blossoms to the man like a treasure. The pink-purple eyes blinked, still looking lifeless, as if they were still like puppets, without any expression of emotion even. No words can be said or expressed, but just small gestures. It proves the girl in front of me is not really a puppet without emotions. It's just that she suffered too much. So the girl chose to close her heart and know unknowingly. Just like the grass that has been covered with dust in the cold winter, it begins to sprout green buds again with the arrival of spring. Only this young bud of a girl may blossom into spring for only one person. Sumiu took Lee Hyulyu Kano and found a specialized intermediary place. A man of about 30 years old received them. Upon hearing the request, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. After all, because a murderer suddenly appeared in the city recently. This murderer specializes in killing those who are usually rich and unkind. Many wealthy households have chosen to flee the city. Therefore, many houses have been left vacant, and there is sufficient housing supply. If you can introduce an order, you will make a lot of money. Soon the agent man in his 30s took out a dozen drawings, which roughly showed the conditions of a dozen houses. Sumiu took a look and chose a few houses, all of which had extremely spacious yards. But it is also necessary to conduct a detailed inspection of the house. Without saying anything, the man immediately took the two of them to investigate. After looking at 3 houses in succession, Sumiu finally chose a villa close to the south of the city but not far from the city center. What attracted him to purchase this villa was not only its extremely spacious yard and a large amount of idle space around it, but most importantly, the large number of wisteria trees planted near the house. Sumiu knew that evil spirits hated the smell of wisteria flowers. with these wisteria bouquets. It can basically ensure that no evil spirits will come out at night. It is enough to ensure that even if you are not around at night, the people living here will not be hurt by sneak attacks by evil spirits at night. Okay, this is it. Su Mu nodded and immediately finalized the deal with the person selling the house. The man was overjoyed and immediately began to take out the house contract. And Su Mu also took out the money a few days ago. Su Mu killed many cruel wealthy households in the town, robbed the rich and gave a lot to the poor. In addition to some valuables, there was not a lot of banknotes. From now on, this will be our new home. Su Mu patted the chestnut blossoms and Kano's little head, pointing to the purchased house. Let's go, uncle will take you in for a walk. Su Mu held Li Hua Luo and Kano's little hand wandered around. It is indeed a house that I spent a lot of money to buy. Not only is the interior of the house very nice, the scenery outside is also very nice. Su Mu picked off a wisteria flower and placed it on the end of Kano's hair. Looking at the girl in front of her, her eyes were slightly strange, if you remember correctly. In the anime Demon Slayer, it was Tanjuro who finally untied the knot in Kano's heart and finally married Kano. But now the future has changed a lot. Will Tanjuro marry Lihualuo Kano and become Tanjiro's wife in the future? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. For a moment, Su Mu couldn't help but fall into thinking. The chestnut flowers fell. Kano gently touched the wisteria flowers on the ends of her hair with her little hands, then raised her head and looked at Su Mu in a daze. Lihua fell. Kano didn't know what Su Mu was thinking about at the moment. She just watched quietly and stayed by his side obediently. As long as there was any order, she would just carry it out obediently then. The environment became quieter. I don't know how long I have been thinking about it, but suddenly a dazzling bolt of lightning pierced the sky. The early spring rain comes as soon as it comes. The rain came at any time, waking up Su Mu, who was deep in thought. The drizzle of rain fell, soaking the clothes in an instant, and hitting the face. It also felt slightly cold. Looking at Li Hua Luo, Kano, who was still standing obediently next to him, Su Mu hurriedly took off her clothes and lay on Li Hua Luo, Kano's head, then immediately picked her up and ran towards the distant room. The rain is getting heavier. The wind is blowing harder and harder. Li Hua fell. Kano rested his head on his uncle's shoulder, feeling the scene when his uncle was running, feeling her uncle's protection for her. The beautiful eyelashes drooped slightly. Catching the girl's pink-purple eyes, entered the room. Su Mu put down the chestnut flower in Kana, took off the clothes on the girl's head, then found a towel from the room and handed it to the girl's hand. Wipe it. Chestnut flowers fell. Kano's pink-purple eyes blinked, seeing this scene. Su Mu was a little helpless, but she still knelt down and wiped the girl's wet coat with a towel. Fortunately, he brought Li Hulio with him. Kano came back quickly, and the clothes he took off were put on his head, so he didn't get too wet. After wiping the wet hair on Kano's head, Su Mu did not take the towel away, but put it on the girl's shoulders. Turn your head and look out the door. I don't know when the rain started to fall, but it got heavier and heavier. The drops fell on the soil on the ground, splashing the soil in all directions. Li Hua Luo Kano still looked up at her uncle, saw the wet hair on her uncle's head, turned her head again, searched the room and then moved a small bench. The girl moved the small bench to Su Mu's side, then, standing on the small bench, she picked up the towel on her shoulders and wiped her uncle's head. Feeling the dry towel fall on her head, Su Mu was slightly startled. Looking at the girl standing on the small bench with her little feet propped up, she also felt slightly amused. He hugged him down, took the towel in his hand, and started wiping his wet clothes. It's raining so hard. It won't be possible for you and me to go home in a short time. He smiled at Lihualuo, Kano said. And then he opened the wine bottle he was carrying and took a sip. The hot wine entered his stomach, which made his mood slightly better. As the jug was opened, the chestnut flowers fell. Kano's little nose also sniffed slightly, and his pink-purple eyes looked at the jug. Drink. Su Mu placed the wine pot in front of Lihualuo Kano. The chestnut flowers fell. Kano sniffed, blinked his pink-purple eyes first, then moved his little nose to the mouth of the wine bottle, and sniffed again. Su Mu was also amused when she saw the cute little appearance of Li Hualuo and Kanao. After inhaling the smell emanating from the mouth of the wine jug with her little nose, the girl took another step back, tilted her head and looked at the wine jug, blinking her beautiful eyelashes slightly. Su Mu also watched quietly, feeling quite amused. After a while it seemed that he had made up his mind. And the chestnut flowers fell. Kanao stepped forward and picked up the wine bottle. Perhaps it was too small for the girl to hold. Su Mu stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Huliu by the back collar of Kanao's clothes. She carried her to the small bench next to her like a kitten and sat her down so that she could sit on the bench and hold her in her arms. Flagon. Holding the jug with both hands, chestnut flowers fell. Kanao's little nose poked into the mouth of the jug again. And then he took a careful sip. As soon as the drink entered her stomach and before she could swallow it, the girl started coughing violently. Su Mu took the jug away from Kanao's hand in a funny way, and then saw the girl sticking out her little tongue, fanning the wind with her hand, revealing the pink tip of her tongue. It was so cute. Although he only took a sip, Shayan's beautiful facial features wrinkled. Su Mu originally thought that when the Lihua fell, Kanao wouldn't want to drink anymore, who knows. When the Lihua fell, Kanao still gently tugged on his clothes with his little hands after the state ended. Zhao Li's still want a drink. Looking at Li Hualuo and Kanao's movements, Su Mu asked angrily. The girl blinked her pink-purple eyes. Su Mu raised her eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and handed the wine to Eurohana Luo Shanya. The chestnut flowers fell. Kanao hugged the wine bottle again and took another careful sip. This time he didn't cough as much as before, but he just grimaced and wrinkled his delicate facial features. Su Mu is very cheerful, she knows how to drink and can drink. Sure enough, after taking only one or two small sips, the girl's body swayed from side to side. Her little head tilted, and she was carried directly to the ground. Fortunately, he had quick eyesight and quick hands and hugged him, saving his ticket from falling. Kanao's head fell to the ground and he was seriously injured. Looking at the drunk girl who fell asleep, Su Mu reached out and pushed the messy hair on her forehead to both sides, revealing the girl's delicate and charming face. She could vaguely smell the faint milky fragrance of the girl. Dark night. A man wearing a felt hat and a black suit was walking in an alleyway. "Boy, do you have any money? Give some to the uncle." Huahua, the drunkard, holding a bottle and swaying. "Stop the man, step aside." A deep voice came from under the brim of the hat with his head lowered. "Hey, give me some money to spend money with. And please get out of my way, otherwise I will let you." The drunkard muttered, smelling of alcohol and about to pounce on the man. At this time the man also raised his head. Under the brim of his hat, there was a pair of scarlet and cruel eyes. The moment he saw these eyes, the drunkard suddenly felt as if he was suddenly in a world of ice and snow. And his whole body was as cold as ice. An inexplicable fear lingered throughout his body. And before he could open his mouth to say something, his whole head seemed to suddenly start to grow in size like a balloon. Then bang exploded. Red and white things were splashing everywhere. But when these things fell in front of the man, they seemed to encounter some invisible obstacle and were blocked all of a sudden. In the end, not a trace of dust could contaminate the man's body. The man just glanced at the fallen body without its head, then jumped over the body and left here soon in an open space. The man stopped, then raised his head and quietly looked at the full moon in the sky. Shua Shua. A blood-red arrow suddenly shot out in the night, and then, carrying a woman with a ball in hand, 970 quickly came to the man. The blood-red arrow fell, revealing a man with short black hair, wearing a monk's attire and eyes on his palms. These two people are subordinates who belong only to Kibutsuji Musen. And they are the ghosts with arrow patterns Yahaba, and the ghost of handball Suzumaru grown-ups. As soon as the two came to the man, they immediately knelt down on one knee toward their heads, and spoke respectfully. The man didn't speak, he just looked at the moon and the sky. There was no response from the man. But the man and the woman did not dare to move at all, and kept kneeling on one knee. Moreover, as time passed, a delicate layer of fineness appeared on the foreheads of the man and the woman. Of sweat, have you found any information? Just when the arrow ghost and the ball ghost couldn't hold on any longer. The man spoke calmly, have you found everything? The winding team. Gyako-sama was killed by the combined efforts of the rock pillar Haimjima Kyoyum, the water pillar Yurakodaki Sakanji, and several swordsmen. Yahaba spoke hurriedly and told all the information he had found. The man suddenly turned around, opened his scarlet eyes and looked at the two of them. As the man's gaze fell, Aft, Peu and Suzumaru felt an evil aura coming towards their faces that almost tore them apart. The heavy pressure made the two of them feel like they were about to suffocate. You disappoint me very much. The man murmured and kicked out. Yahaba's head was directly kicked by the man and exploded. When Suzumaru next to him saw this scene, he shivered in fear and pressed his head to the ground. It can know the scene before the ghost's death through the ghost's memory before death. It was precisely because it saw the scene of Jayako's death that it understood deeply that it was not the rock pillar Haimjima Kyoyum, or the water pillar scale that killed Jayako. Recent times, but a new young swordsman and the opponent's strength is developing rapidly. Let him. He even doubts whether the other party will become the next Jiguo Yuani and become a figure like a god and Buddha walking in the world. If so, even if it is it, we must stay away from it. Just like thousands of years ago, when Jiguo Yuani still existed in the world, it could only hide in a dark corner at that time. It was just like a mouse hiding for hundreds of years, and only dared to show up when there was no trace of Jai Kuni and Nishi anymore in the world. I heard that recently. A group of disciples of the Demon Slayer Corps have started practicing the breath of the sun. The man raised his head and murmured, if these swordsmen are allowed to practice the breath of the sun, it will not be very good news for the ghosts. Suzumaru's head was still on the ground. Facing the adult's words, he did not dare to move at all. Even if the arrow marked Ghost Yahaba, whose head was kicked to pieces at this moment, he did not dare to immediately use the ghost's characteristics to heal himself. And his head was still kicked to pieces. You today go to this place and kill this whole family. The man dropped a piece of paper on the ground. Suzumaru immediately took the paper over, without looking at it carefully, and immediately said respectfully, promise to complete your instructions. The arrow-patterned ghost next to him, Yahaba, also hurriedly healed his head after being kicked, and was about to leave like Suzumaru. Wait a minute. The cold voice sounded agging, causing Yahaba, the ghost with arrow pattern, sans Suzumaru, the ghost of Hinbalto, freeze. However, they both immediately turned back and half-knelt on the ground respectfully. I wonder if you have any other instructions. Sir, the man raised his hand, hesitated slightly, and bit Min with his teeth suddenly. There was bright red blood overflowing from the bite wound. As the blood overflowed, Yahaba and Suzumaru, who had lowered their heads, suddenly raised their heads, staring at the 2 drops of red blood on the man's white fingers, and felt an extremely strong desire to devour them. For every evil spirit, the innermost desire is to swallow up all the blood of Kibutsuji Musen. Because the more blood it absorbs from Kibutsuji Musen, the stronger it will become and the closer it will get to 12 Kizuki. However, despite their inner desires, Yahaba and Suzumaru still stared at their heads and suppressed their inner desires. After all, Kibutsuji Musen has absolute control over these evil spirits. Even if they call them Kibutsuji Musen by their name, they will immediately trigger a curse originating from the blood and eventually turn into a pool of water. The 2 of them obviously don't have such courage. These 2 drops of blood are given to you as a reward. Kibutsuji Musen flicked his hand, and 2 drops of blood fell in front of Suzumaru and Yahaba respectively. Almost without hesitation, Yinpa and Zhu immediately swallowed the drop of blood. As the blood was swallowed, the strength of the 2 ghosts was greatly improved. Even though it was not as good as 12 Kizuki, it was still very close to 12 Kizuki. Kill this family, and I will give you more blood, Kibutsuji Musen whispered. When Suzumaru and Yahaba heard this, extremely crazy enthusiasm appeared in their eyes, but the low voice came again, which made the 2 ghosts who were in a frenzy feel a chill in their hearts. If you can't kill me, you don't have to live anymore. The man's deep voice sounded, making the two of them feel nervous. I promise to kill all the members of the family requested by the Lord. Leaving no one alive, the two pledged immediately. Seeing Yahaba and Suzumaru disappearing quickly, the man hesitated slightly and walked to a dark alley nearby. After a while, a very graceful-looking woman walked out. The woman tightened her clothes, like an ordinary woman walking at night, and walked in the direction where Suzumaru and Yahaba left. Perhaps no one would have thought that the woman following the two evil ghosts would be a more powerful evil ghost. In the dark night, the arrow-patterned ghost Yahaba and the handball ghost Suzumaru followed the location provided by the adults. Soon we came to a house. As long as I can kill this family, I can get more blood from you. Suzumaru kept throwing the ball up and down in his hand, looking at the houses with lights on in the dark night in the distance. His scarlet eyes filled with infinite greed, you know. Every evil ghost is extremely eager to get more blood given by the adult, so that he can become more powerful even. If you have enough blood, you can even directly advance to become a new 12 Kazuki. I smell something really nasty here. The ghost with arrow patterns. Yahaba stretched out his palm, glanced at the eyes in the center of his palm, and frowned. I'm afraid this family is not easy to kill. As long as they don't hide like mice like Tamyo and Yushiro, and can't find any trace, that's fine. 1. Suzumaru threw the handball in his hand and landed on his fingertips. The handball spun on his fingertips like a top. Playing a ball every day, what's the fun? Arrow pattern ghost. Yahaba looked at the handball in Suzumaru's hand with some irritation. Suzumaru raised his eyes and glanced at Yahaba, and said excitedly, why don't you come and play handball? It's fun. Yahaba covered his nose. I'm afraid that my clothes will be stained. For Yabaho has a strong mysophobia. He hates this kind of exercise that may be contaminated with dust. Hey. Suzumaru threw the handball and stared at Yahaba, obviously a little angry. Okay, your mission is important. Now I don't want to argue with you if I delay your mission. We all know what the consequences will be. Yahaba spoke coldly, hearing what Yahaba said. Suzumaru's body also trembled instinctively. As Kibutsuji Musen's direct subordinates, they naturally know how cruel his character is. Over the years, I don't know how many evil spirits have been killed for slightly disobeying his wishes. Beat the adults to death among them. There is even a strong presence of 12 Kazuki, of course. The 12 Kazuki who was beaten to death by the adults was only a lower string evil ghost. In all these years, no upper string evil ghost has been killed by the adults. Even if these winding, evil spirits are not successful in doing things, adults are more likely to punish them because of this. Almost all evil ghosts hope to become a real winding ghost. Suzumaru and Yahaba just had a brief chat. Seeing that this family had no intention of turning off the lights, it was obviously not advisable to attack the other party while they were resting. Moreover, you can't take action too late, after all. If it is delayed until dawn, it will be extremely detrimental to them. Walk. Yahaba whispered. And suddenly it turned into a red arrow and hit the house in the distance. Suzumaru also threw the handball in his hand, his eyes bursting with excitement, and he kept murmuring, let's play handball. The next second the handball in his hand was thrown out, hitting the house in the distance like a cannonball. In the room, Tanjiro, who was about to take a rest, moved his nose slightly, vaguely smelled something, and his whole body jumped up suddenly. Brother, what's wrong? Kamado Tanjuro was also a little confused when he saw Tanjiro stand up and immediately pick up the Nichiren blades hanging on the wall. These Nichiren blades were given to my brother by my uncle a few days ago. I can't put them down and wipe them every night before going to bed. Under normal circumstances, my brother would put the knife away at night and stop moving it, and would not allow them to touch it. To make my brother pick up the knife so nervously at night, something obviously happened. Stay in the room, protect Mrs. Six, and don't run around. Tanjiro turned around, glanced at Rokuta, who was sleeping soundly, and then gave instructions to Kokyo. Yes, brother. Takeo nodded the moment he finished speaking. Nichiren blades, bearer of Tanjiro. immediately went out as soon as he walked out of the door. A red arrow shot out, which made Tanjiro feel cold and almost instinctively threw him forward. The red arrow crossed Tanjiro's cheek, and the howling wind went away with burning pain. After Tanjiro fell to the ground, he immediately stood up and ran out of the house like a civet cat. During the action, his hand even touched his cheek slightly, and moist scarlet blood appeared on his palm. Obviously just a little friction and his skin was cut. As soon as the figure appeared in the courtyard, several handballs fell from the sky. And then the girl's excited voice said, "Handball. You're late." The whistling handball fell from the sky. Although it looked like a child's toy handball, he could vaguely feel the power in it. Tanjiro did not dare to hide his body and immediately stood next to him. Boom! The handball shook the ground, like a cannonball falling, creating a huge hole in the ground. Call. Looking at the damage caused by the handball, Tanjiro also took a slight breath at this time. The arrow-patterned ghost Yehaban, the handball ghost Suzumaru, also appeared and looked at the Nichiren blades held by Tanjiro, as expected. It is not that easy to complete a task that can be ordered by the master personally. But just a little brat zero, please give me flowers. There's something fun again. Suzumaru tossed the handball in his hand like a child excited to see a new toy. Evil ghost Tanjiro stared at Yahaba and Suzumaru, and slowly pulled out the Nichiren blades in his hand. Under the dim moonlight, Nichiren blades glowed with fiery red light. I finally understand why my uncle keeps asking me to practice hard. If I don't have the strength, all my happiness may be destroyed by you cruel evil ghosts, accompanied by the smell of blood. Ugh. Yahaba was too lazy to talk nonsense to Tanjiro. He flashed his body and turned into a red arrow and shot towards him. Zero. At the same moment, Suzumaru also clasped his hands. Sudden Litwo handballs appeared in his hands again. And then he threw them violently. Handball, let's play. The next second, the handball hit Tanjiro like a cannonball. After these days of training, coupled with the fact that Tanjiro has been working very hard, his strength has improved very much, but after all, he is still too young and the training time is still short. He is obviously no match for the two evil spirits. He was defeated after just a few contacts. Yahaba and Suzumaru are cornered. Simply speaking, Tanjiro seems to be naturally sensitive to fighting, and he can always find ways to avoid it, but he can survive. This kid is still stubborn. Yahaba's eyes turned cold. What was originally a red arrow turned into two in an instant. At the same moment, the number of handballs in Suzumaru's hands changed from 2 to 4. Have you ever asked me, Nizuka, for my permission to bully my brother? Just when Yahaba and Suzumaru were about to kill Tanjiro in one fell swoop, a girl walked out carrying quite small Nichiren blades. The dim moonlight fell on the girl's body. Black hair draped over shoulders. Her body seemed a little thin. Her face was soft and white in the moonlight, with a slight baby fat, and her long eyebrows trembled with the girl's breathing. Full of cute looks, delicate as a doll, as if she had just woken up from her sleep. The girl was rubbing her slightly sleepy eyes with her little hands.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.